Да,
Ой,
достал
что
все-таки Рики, но это, конечно, совсем плохо для Team Spirit. Какая-то очень странная игра в их исполнении. Они, мне кажется, сами не совсем понимают, что делать-то прямо сейчас. Котл по всей карте. Вы драться не деретесь, у вас керри умирает. У Лишака там своя какая-то дота.
Ну,
Файтов никаких нет.
тяжело им сейчас до кентавра блинка играть доту. Надо кентавру дать самый сейф фарм, вот он это и делает, забирает изи-линию. Тогда будет полегче поиграть. Ну, ботсикер вроде с ферлинии вышел, но уже 2 раза ошибся.
И до сих пор молний нет. 14 минута заканчивается, у него нет молний. Довольно посредственный фарм пока от Бладсикера. Ну и потом, насколько это вообще хороший герой в Дроу Рейнджер? Такое чувство, что он ей ничего не доказывает. Несмотря на то, что у него одна цель, просто вбежать в нее максимально близко. С Башером, потом когда-нибудь разбираться. Попытка убить Энигму. Справляются. Делают это втроем. Ларл тоже был здесь, но 3 героя уже снизу. Попытка контратаки на коллапса. Ларл защищает. Способен очень много урона нанести, поэтому за кентавром не пошли. 3 героя здесь и у Team Spirit. Сикер, если что, прилетит. Вышка стоит, и куда-то давить TSM, наверное, не рискнут, так как на телепортах Team Spirit могут их переиграть.
Ну, ТСМ это устраивает, что Лишак бегает и не качается. Их это максимально радует.
Так, здорово, поймали котла, он ошибся по речке, подошел. И шансов выжить уже нет. Надо тамбу теперь сломать, которая очень сильно мешает. Остальные пытаются просто убежать. Игроки TSM. Получилось. Все живы.
Ошибся очень сильно в руле. Нельзя идти на речку. На такой минуте, когда никого не видишь.
В миде вышки уже нет. Ну, здесь Мипошка просто получает экспу, зарабатывает какие-то деньги. Может, блинк себе постарается купить как можно быстрее. Постоянно на него кто-то отвлекается в центре. Бладсикер с молниями начал наконец-то качаться. Но это то, что ему необходимо. Пока он фармит даже медленнее Дроу Рейнджера. Дровка вообще не относится, по-моему, к керри, который быстро фармит.
Кентавр блинк, они хотят забадить на Лишака. Он еще всю ману тратит, чтобы люди точно прыгнули в него.
Здесь пошла атака все-таки на Энигму. Энигмы шансов выжить очень мало. Продолжает Лишак свою серию киллов. И будут сейчас ребята забирать вышку снизу. Ну и коэффициенты, посмотрите, какие прямо сейчас. 1.65 на Team Spirit и 2.2 на TSM. Я бы назвал их абсолютно равными. Бэтбум именно такие цифры предлагает. Ну, помимо, естественно, баннера, который вы можете прокликать под трансляцией и забрать 1000 фрибетов по промокоду Lima. Регистрируйтесь на сайте. И...
Но тут ошибка не Энигмы была в боте. Ну, по части ее, у них не было варда под Энигму, либо он сам должен ставить ему, либо Рики должен ставить. И тем самым они полностью отдали бот территорию. Но у Рики Шарт сейчас должно полегче играть доту начать.
Ну, посмотрим, как TSM играют первым номером, потому что Рики... Саппорт, он не прощает пассивной игры. Ну, вы не должны играть пассивно с Рики, вы должны находить какие-то фраги. Из того, что я вижу, TSM 4 раза играли с Рики, и все карты выиграли. Значит, что-то умеют с этим героем. Ну, посмотрим, насколько. Потому что в макро Team Spirit играть тоже умеют, и наверняка они эти моменты должны будут пытаться как-то читать. Эти выходы. Пока здесь просто массовый выход в центр. Будет попытка забрать вышку. Находят Ятора.
Такой номер. Минус миди вышка, и Рошан могут забрать.
Я думаю, им нужен какой-то фраг для того, чтобы пойти на Рошана. Ну, просто любой килл какого-то сильного героя. В идеале Лишака где-то поймать, ну или Кентавра, в конце концов. И потом реально можно выходить в рушпит. Для начала снизу.
там тоже вышка должна быстро падать. Я думаю, что Энигмы в одиночку справятся.
Как-то зажались Team Spirit, они теперь побаиваются выходить, понимая, что Рики в любой точке карты уже может кого-то цеплять. Стараются по одному не бегать. Ложка ударил. Котла, здорово. Там бас сразу же защитная ставится, чтобы Кентавр даже не думал о том, что нужно блинк свой нажимать и прыгать в этого котла.
Поймали Трента наконец-то на ошибку.
Ой, а стампит-то зачем? Будто лишнюю кнопку нажал сейчас коллапс. Там не было шансов выжить у Мипошки. То есть мало того, что там Ба еще стояла, так еще и ультимейт прожал Undying. В итоге стампит потрачен просто на Трента. Наверное, зря. Ну ладно, значит, в ближайшее время тоже Спирит вряд ли что-то будут делать. Рики снова пошел искать. Котл уже на топе. Рики получил информацию по Бладсикеру.
Ну, видите, Кентавр не знает об этом.
Все-таки выжил. Все-таки
Котлов хекс
выжил
нужен.
Ятра.
Он линку покупает, ему нужен хекс. Линка слишком слабо здесь.
А линка вообще против чего? Давай с этого.
Два
Просто
второго
Рапчер?
только.
И все? Серьезно? Как будто бы и не обязательно даже в котла кидать этот ульт. Его можно, мне кажется, вообще в любого героя кидать.
Ну, согласен. Даже в Рике можно кинуть, чтобы у них не было станов. Рики
Просто-
очень хороший килл.
Просто такие герои, которые... Ну вот нет того, кого ты реально хочешь выключить через Рапчер. То есть это не банга какой-нибудь, не мобильный керри. Просто все статичные такие товарищи. Ну, Котл просто бегает быстрее всех, он на коне. Так, Рики поймали. Стан, второй стан, без шансов. Всего лишь 12-й фраг на карте. Очень спокойная дота. Вообще никто не рискует. TSM могут играть первым номером с Рики, но при этом они готовы и в лейт выходить. То есть у них такой сейчас... У них много вариантов. У них, в общем, все в порядке в этом плане. Подниматься к ним будет тяжело. На хайграунде по дефу надо посмотреть, что там Энигма собирает. Но наверняка что-то с аурами связанное есть. Бладсикера будет ВКБ, понятное дело. Энигма, по-моему, грифсы, да, там?
Да, грессы, пайп, я же говорил, он выйдет. Без блинка будет.
Но это не перебор, случайно.
Не,
Ну, то есть-
пайп хороший очень здесь. Даже слишком, я бы сказал. Вопрос только, когда он его будет. Еще вот когда Enigma кто покупает шард, это очень большая ошибка. Это вейст 1500 голды. 1400. Это половина пайпа.
Ну, такой невостребованный, да, айтем. Не так часто его увидишь. И вот он смог от Team Spirit. Наконец-то они решили двинуться с места. Раз уж TSM ничего не делают, значит, сами Spirit пойдут. И пойдут сейчас, возможно, не в самую удобную позицию, если будут подниматься на ХГ. Но Рики это все может спалить в ближайшее время. Мипошка. Бежит. Вайтмон. Вайтмон спрятался. За Вайтмоном прыгают даже под Т2. Но если она ничего не нажмет, будет здорово. Мегакилл уже от Ларла. Рошан есть. Дайнга нет. Может, не самый лучший драйв, чтобы бить Рошана. И нужен фраг поинтереснее.
Но пока по карте TSM их катают.
А что им делать еще? Ну вот как играть? По-моему, у них...
огромная.
Дропка огромная, вопросов нет. Но она будет качаться еще, ну, 15, наверное. И вряд ли в это время что-то произойдет такими темпами, потому что, ну, игра такая даже усыпляющая, я бы сказал. TSM и сами не хотят, и при этом не подставляются. Так, ну вот сейчас ловят Трента. Но опять же, этой даблой они долго будут пробивать. Стан какой шикарный по двоим, и Мира привязывает. Энигма погибает крайне быстро. Дальше Рики. Это было четко. Это было очень красиво. Ларл пока отрабатывает за всех в плане киллов. У него уже огромный стрик.
Ну, очень плохо как будто вардят ТСМ. Да, я тоже сломал вард на горке, но вот так выходить вдвоем Им как будто котла не хватает, чтобы форсить на киллы. Ну, дровка очень важно, что не умирает. Это шанс ТСМ выиграть.
Дроу Рейнджер с БКБ, это, конечно, все здорово, но опять же, БКБ это такой предмет, с которым ты все равно хочешь драться, потому что у соперника там не у всех есть БКБ. Ты вроде как покупаешь такой артефакт, который дает эффект прямо здесь и сейчас. Если же они планируют фармить еще 15 минут без движений, то толку от этого БКБ не будет. Но все-таки пошли наконец-то ТСМ. Ари. Ну, готов цеплять. Готов цеплять любого. Пока цепанул просто курьера. Ну, теперь информация получена, и Team Spirit знают. Поэтому он очень в наглую ставит Томстоун. Томстоун причем под вышку ставит.
Пока кинули дротик. БКБ у него.
Ну, очень плохая атака ТСМ. Ну, откровенно плохая. Они никого не зацепили, они не напали, они потратили там буст. Снова Рики останавливает лишь Рака. Безумно больно в мире. Всего лишь один нюк от Тимада.
Мирно играет, конечно.
Так, нагло прыгает лишь Рак. Ну, тоже половина хп. Видите, да, что творит Дроу Рейнджер?
Хекс нужен на для Хекс. Надеюсь, он не купил линку.
Там еще и Тимада хочет покупать себе линку. Что за культ линкинсферы, при том, что да, он передумал.
Брай услышал меня. Я в Дискорд ему написал. Молодец. Я думал, кто-то тиммейтов просто видел линку и сказал, если ты купишь линку, и вещи выпадут. Эти линкинсферы. И он сразу передумал.
Если купишь линку, то это твой последний турнир в составе команды.
Я думал, он Миндер ему сразу нам его написал, он же тренер у них.
Мгм.
Ну, с Хексом уже вот человеческие герои выглядят как будто.
Ну да, если не получилось с самого начала задавить с этим котлом, потом из него приходится собирать по крупицам вот этого хорошего героя в лейте. И делает он, конечно, за счет слотов. Это, там левел качай, не качай, таланты, какие бы он ни получал, самое важное, что он купит. Правильный билд на котле — это всегда важная такая история. Так, коллапса там наверху не увидят, он уйдет. И не уйдет. Рики пошел дальше искать. Возможно, Мира подставится, но им нужен коллапс. Им очень нужен коллапс. Мира — это фраг, но не такой интересный. И то его еще убить нужно. Стампит даже нажимается, чтобы спасти Миру.
Ну, зря
Он
Стампит,
потратили.
да.
Да неужели уйдет Мира? Ой, хорош. Оба ушли и выбили Томстоун. Да, за счет Стампида, но оно того стоило, наверное. Они
Ну,
всю команду туда стянули.
Если мы должны прямо сейчас идти, дровка зомби в Рошана, они вдвоем убьют этого Рошана. Но они почему-то боятся. Сейчас за боте покажется будет сикер. Вот я бы на сейчас нападаю в Энигму. Просто разбил Рошана.
Ты думаешь, успеет? Но Энигму тут очень быстро убивает. Мне кажется, Спирит 10 раз успеет туда перетянуться. Вот они уже летят. По крайней мере, Ларл через телепорт на Т1, даже Т1 пока что не хотят отдавать. У него дабл дэмэдж. Это не так важно на лишаке. Вот так он блинком доджит дротик. Как же он старается. Вот видно, что очень старается. Это его первый крупный лан вместе с Team Spirit. И он безумно хочет себя проявить.
Ну, пока 7-0 идет. Уверенно.
Да, безошибочная игра от мидера команды Spirit. Котл все-таки ушел. Вокруг Рошана играют обе команды. Сейчас любая ошибка, любые смерти без байбеков, и Рошан достанется сопернику. А байбеков практически нет. Вижу у Кентавра, вижу у Рики. И все. Это на 10 человек.
Ну, это сам хороший рашфайт. У Рики нельзя умирать. Коллапс.
Коллапс. Ну, TSM сами их боятся. Вот такое чувство, что TSM
уже вышли на эту карту играть от защиты.
Ну,
Вроде-
ты сам надо, чтобы котел пешком затолкал бот и стянул на бот героев. Вот ботсикер полетел в бот уже. Вот мидвейв — это самая опасная часть карты против Рики. Там чаще всего, я думаю, люди умирают.
Рики уже готов нападать. Нет Дроу Рейнджер здесь. Бладсикер. БКБ пока не нажимает. Стампит. И вот теперь надо будет жать БКБ, но слип. Тот самый дротик. Сейчас только нажимает Ятора БКБ, кидает Рапчер в Энигму, пытается просто уйти, его Рики избивает. Там Томстоун стоит, который никто сломать быстро не может. И Рики просто добивает. Ятора нужно остальным бежать. Ларла тоже развели на блокинг-бар.
Ну вот, ошибка, как я тебе говорил, герой силнулся в бот.
Его на этом поймали, спириты немножко не успели, и против Рики очень впадло играть. Я думаю, если проиграют Team Spirit эту серию, Рики они точно забанят и отдадут Фуриону. Ой, не Фурион, а кого они там банили? Точно не помню, но вот Рики точно я бы забанил. Потому что Рики это герой, который вот, ты вот можешь сколько угодно выигрывать, он тебя поймает пару раз и все по одному.
Ну, против него неприятно играть. Не зря же 65% винрейт персонажа на почти 100 карт. Это реально очень много. Пытается забрать ТСМ, конечно, Рошана. Не так уж и быстро они это делают. Бладсикер появится через 3 секунды. Мипошка был в позиции, но его гонят. Хекс повесили.
На хайграунд пытается затолкнуть, просто чтобы дольше пожить. И выживает. Выживает, не успели ТСМ. Рошан дэмэдж очень посредственный сейчас у них.
Ну, все равно они держат спирит в рашпите. Для них это хорошо, было преимущество 3000, стало 1000. Уже плюс.
Ну какая же осторожная дота. 10-7 счет всего лишь за полчаса игры. К этому времени часто игры заканчиваются вообще. Здесь первая карта на мейджоре. Обе команды боятся допустить какую-то критическую ошибку, поэтому осторожничают безумно сильно. Я бы даже сказал, чересчур.
У Enigma, посмотри, что стоит в фастбае. Они прям решили компенсировать своих саппортов.
Прикольно. Но мы здесь блэкхолла не видим вообще. Блэкхоллов не будет. Это неважная способность в этой игре. С одной стороны, там есть тренд, который может сбить. С другой стороны, тренд всего один. Не знаю. Я всегда, конечно, топлю за то, чтобы блэкхоллы были просто для красоты визуальной. И если получится, это всегда очень эффективно. Если скастуешь несколько человек. Но, видимо, это не тот случай. Здесь Enigma просто про самонов, про ауры, про контроль благодаря Хиксу.
Ну, еще вариант у него Авторин был, либо Шива. Шива тоже неплохой вариант здесь.
Ну, в целом, да. Тренд в топе.
Вот, в боте это огромная пачка. Сейчас спиритам надо будет лететь в бот, и ТСМ идет Рошан. Но спирит решает не ждать, пока пачка придет под вышку, и нажать смог уже. Но Рики ждет их на ревиле. Очень мерзкий герой.
Хочется просто взять, нажать стампит, въехать во всю команду TSM, убить Андайнга быстро, чтобы ничего не нажал. А там как пойдет. Ну вот наконец-то драка у нас состоится. Кстати, Кентавра того самого цепляют. Через все, что можно. И Кентавр уже половину хп потерял. Может не выжить. Здесь коллапс. Стампит нажимает, БКБ нажимает, просто бежит. Томстоун тоже потрачен.
Ну все. Они пригласили пройти в рушпит. ТСМ сейчас.
Ну да.
Спириты будут драться, они не отдают решение.
TSM очень немного здесь потеряли. Они потеряли ульт Андайнга и потеряли Томстоун. Ульт по-прежнему работает. Спирит очень осторожно подходят. Они понимают, что Тьмада один долго будет бить Рошана. Мигдалонами там пытаются каким-то помочь. Лару отпушивает.
Сейчас пытаются Спирит ТСМ, как говорится, когда неопытная команда, и когда ее постоянно покают на Рошане, они боятся бить его. И Спирит этим пользуется, то что себе уверенная команда просто зайдет и будет бить его. Потому что знает, что у них не хватит дэмэджа. Спирит.
И прыгает коллапс, здорово, но сразу же Кекс ловит. Застанил он только одного героя, Тимат нажал БКБ. Рошан очень битый, блэкхолл никто не сбивает. Только сейчас подходит тренд, и Ятора выжил.
И теперь начинает резать. Минус 3 оформляют Team Spirit. Забрал коллапс себе Аеги, сразу же его потерял. Цепанули также котла, и они выиграли драку, выиграли без шансов.
Угу. А все из-за того, что сначала TSM туда-сюда отходили, да бить или не бить Рошана. Надо было изначально просто сразу зайти и бить его. Не боясь.
И сразу
Так.
у нас... Давайте сразу посмотрим повтор, как это было. Вот он, прыгает коллапс. Мада здорово успел нажать БКБ. Вроде по Ятора бьют, вроде блэкхолл в него. Но он выхиливался. За счет чего он там хилился? Как
М,
здоровье восстановилось, может кто-то умер.
Он Энигму убил молниями.
Да. Он убил Энигму, потому что он фраг потом убил, соответственно, Дроу Рейнджер, восстановился и ну, остальных уже добили по остаточному принципу. Минус 4. А Егис, конечно, потеряли сразу же, но самое главное, что забрали Спирит его себе, потому что TSM там на Рошана претендовали очень долго. Как итог, 10 тысяч в пользу Спирит буквально за пару минут.
Ну, камбэкнуть уже тут будет тяжело. У Кентавра еще будет Аганим.
Это будет 100% сейф под любых иксов. Просто и все. Будет в тележке увозить их победы в этой серии.
Я так редко вижу, если честно, Аганим на кентаврах. Мне кажется, как будто не берут его совсем. Ну, здесь, наверное, прикольно. Ну ладно, посмотрим. Может, не доживем мы вообще до этого момента, потому что Спирит там в случае, если выиграют следующую драку, вполне могут думать даже о каком-то хайграунде уже. Драка это в ближайшее время наверняка состоится. Смог. Ну, погнали на поиск. У Лишака там хоста еще в бутылке. Позиция сейчас отличная у TSM на хайграунде. Они готовы встречать Котл не с командой. Рики цепанули здорово. Вот на кого Рапчер нужно тратить. Потратили, убили. Ну, просто чтобы не мешался. Коллапс все-таки купился, Аганим.
Ну, Левша, кажется, будет Хекс, это будет машина. Ну, Ларо пока эту игру очень хорошо отыгрывает.
Да. Вот он Лишак первой стадии. Безошибочная пока игра от него конкретно. Ловят также Энигму. Сандес не имеет шансов выжить. И вот он годлайк от Ларла.
Ну,
Чё?
пока Энигма на 8 себя не оправдывает вообще, максимально. Как
Я
там
тоже.
потерялся?
Я, если честно, тоже не такого ждал. Мне и Котл не очень нравится по этой игре. Вижу у Котла 3-2-3, команда делает 7 фрагов, и Котл первым номером, который должен действовать после Boots of Travel, он вообще не сработал. То ли саппорты не самые подходящие, да, с которыми сложно на двоих фраги делать, то ли в чем-то другом причина заключается. Ну, Дроу Рейнджер, понятно, идет своя игра, она в лес спряталась, сидит. Поймали, кстати, Котла через Овергроу. Нужно продолжение какое-то, Мира не успел, коллапсов тоже там раскидывают, форстафы у всех. И пошел Ларл. Просто нажимает БКБ, всех прогоняет, там бас стоит.
Сейчас могут догнать и убить Лару.
Ну, за него очень много денег дадут, это классная цель, если получится.
Ой-ой-ой, разбудил котел вот Шардарики. Ну, если так катить будут ТСМ, то шанс есть. Но это очень маловероятно, что спириты будут так ошибаться опять.
Но Спирит тут действительно ошибок крайне мало допускают. Я и не вспомню. То есть они всегда знают, что, когда нажать. Стампит не жадничает, чтобы спасти саппорта. Потом это выливается в драку, например, без тамбы, которую раньше времени Андайн поставил. Как-то все шаг за шагом, но делают хорошо Team Spirit. Визуально со стороны смотришь, кажется, что какая-то не супер уверенная дота. Ну, ты всегда, вот, Spirit хочешь увидеть, как они пошли и за 20 минут закончили. Нет, не про них, пора к этому привыкнуть. Всем уже, да, и просто ждать очень затяжную карту, где будет на двоих там 20 фрагов сделано, и они спокойно где-нибудь там на 50-й закончат.
Ну, пока не идеально отыгрывать, согласен.
Дроу Рейндж команда ставил себе покупает. Опять же, играешь против Трента, предмет не лишний, Рики ловят в очередной раз. Не ловят. Должны попробовать достать его. Снова стампит. Не хотят отпускать. И не отпустили. Ну, четко. Четко действует Team Spirit. Очередной фраг сделали. Конечно, сейчас имеет смысл играть, наверное, до второго Рошана, да, и никуда не лезть раньше времени. Но такие одиночные фраги периодически будут делать. А так спокойно подождут второго Рошана, заберут его. И только потом ХГ. Энигма.
Та команда, которая умеет передать преимущество. Вот что он тут опять один делал?
А что делать сейчас? Вот что им, в принципе, TSM нужно делать сейчас, чтобы как-то исправить ситуацию?
Им нужно нажать смог, найти вот килл, такой как под мидом. Либо запорсить на БКБ хотя бы.
что он ставится. И контратакует вообще коллапс через БКБ. Очень интересно, его Дроу Рейнджер там не расстреляет. Расстреляли. В итоге убили, но подходит Ятора, подходит Ларл. Дроу Рейнджер погибает 80 секунд без нее. Вайтмон тоже улететь не смог. Там и Баш, и все остальное сработало минус 4 в размен на одного кентавра. Ну вот коллапс, называется, прыгнул первым. Пожертвовал собой, можно сказать. Начал
И
это
не-
все.
Энигмы не хватило, который играл.
Вот как все это было. Вроде как кентавр очень битый, да? Но вот он возвращается. Просто застанил, забайтил, в принципе, эту драку, погиб, но успели все перетянуться. Там тем временем Ларл ловит еще и котла. И это как будто бы приговор уже для команды TSM. Увы, но безыдейная пока от них дота получилась. С этим драфтом хочется видеть больше движения, больше экшена в их исполнении. Вот мы предполагали, что они могут там за 25 минут зайти на базу, а они до Т2 не добрались.
Ну, не очень уверенно действуют ребята, согласен.
Ну, может, на второй получится. Сыграли не то чтобы своим дефолтом, я бы сказал. Ну, то есть пик, но Котл это совсем не их пик. То есть, если посмотреть, то многих персонажей из этого драфта они и не использовали. Чтобы ты понимал, это Энигма первая вообще от них за весь DPC. То есть они ни разу у себя даже в регионе не попробовали сыграть с Энигмой. Был Визаж, был Ликан, Бруда, Бестмастер, все остальные самонеры были, Энигмы не было ни разу. Ну и чувствуется вот эта неуверенность игры на Энигме.
То есть ты выходишь, ты нажимаешь два своих предмета, жмешь Малифайс, Идолонов вызвал, и все. Ну, как будто бы герой с двумя кнопками получается. Таким успехом можно кого угодно взять для двух кнопок.
Для
Ну,
двух аур.
как будто для Визажа уже тяжелая игра была в Трента или Шака. Ну, я думаю, Нигма тренировал, у него на золотая. И думаю, на смурфе он играл точно. Ну, вот с БКБ может что-то изменится сейчас, если Трент ульт потратит.
Ну или просто спирит очень хороши. Потому что видно, что ребята сосредоточены максимально. И Ларл, в частности, он слишком хорош в этой карте.
Ну, на него контроля особо нет. Два саппорта, которые ну никак не запрешили его. Для Лишака тут хорошая игра. Ну и котел Соломит это all-in. Если ты не побеждаешь за 30, то потом проигрываешь.
Да, тут даже близко никакой победы не было, и даже преимущества никакого не было от TSM с самого начала. Ну, то есть там буквально песчонку, может, они вели. Реально, если графики посмотреть, то я не вспомню.
не такой уж и долгий перерыв. Я так понимаю, команды готовы начать и уже вовсю драфтят. Мы сразу же в режиме лайв отправляемся эти драфты смотреть, обсуждать. И Team Spirit забирают себе такую замечательную связку Магнус Рубик в первой стадии и отдают Лину. Они готовы играть против Лины от TSM.
Ну, я думаю, они это сделали так, потому что они в первой попробовали на ощупь ТСМ, то, что в лейте они теряются, их можно перевернуть в любой ситуации. И решили отдать Лину, и у них же была заготовка. Рубик Магнус неплохая линия против Лины, но сильнее, конечно, Рубик Кентавр, но они взяли Магнуса, я думаю, за счет того, что они будут брать личного кора в виде Урсы для Тора и просто качаться. Либо Марси.
Ну,
ТСМ должны банить Марса Урсу точно. Марси Урсу.
Насчет Марси полностью согласен, потому что Марси, ну вот, наконец-то на третьей и на первой позиции раскрылась очень серьезно, да, это уже не та Марси, которую мы исключительно на саппортах видели. Из Марси троек мне нравится оффлейнер LGD, как исполняет. Керри Марси, ну, сам Ятор умеет на ней играть, и играл, и показывал коллапс на своей сигнатурке. Ну и, в принципе, Магнус против Лины, его где-то в других регионах тоже использовали, просто потому что потом в лейте это работает, даже там без милишного керри какого-то, это все еще контроль через БКБ. И потом ты линия ломаешь позиционку, если она не нажимает БКБ или БКБ заканчивается после РП. Ну, в общем, в любом случае линии неудобно становится играть. Но это хотя бы свой герой для Тимата. Он на линии играл в DPC, там 3 карты благополучно он выиграл, несложно ему было. И снова Рики. Снова Рики, опять же, их сигнатурный.
Я думаю, надо визажа забанить касание. Потому что, ну, Батрайдер, визаж, думаю, будет бана еще. Там должны быть Марси, бан и Урса.
Пока уходит ТБ, опять же, Ятора играет на ТБ. Не могу сказать, что это супергерой какой-то против Лины, ну, просто можно его брать, да, периодически. Марси, они могут не вспомнить, они посчитают, что он не играет. Вот
Да не,
если
я думаю, что
готовились,
нет,
ну, если
готовили.
готовились, то должны банить. Если не готовились, то сейчас получат ее просто. Хорошо, а если не Марси и не Урса, то на ком здесь играем против Лины?
Есть супер лайт, это Void, Сларк есть. Ну, Сларку неприятно против Рики играть. Не, по-любому будет Марси либо Урса, они дровку банят. Очень странно.
Ну, то есть любой прыгун, да, условно, либо с блинком, либо просто своими силами за счет скиллов, который добирается до Лины.
Да ему даже не надо, я думаю, Магнус привезет ему сам.
Ну или так, да. Андайнга убрали. Ну, видимо, он им не понравился. Видно было, что в прошлой карте, да, местами Спирит мешал сильно Undying. Они столько раз, увидя тамбу, просто уходили из драки. То есть они не пытались даже в тимфайт ввязаться. Они увидели, и ладно, ребят, не в этот раз, мы поехали от вас. Стампит нажали, убежали из-под тамбы. Чтобы этого всего не было, чтобы можно было по-человечески в доту играть, они Андайнга убирают.
Ну, я думаю, они просто убирают, чтобы он линию не выиграл. Они еще Клока могут забанить. Но Марси вот забанили.
И забанили, да, не увидим мы ее. Ну ладно. Ну, либо Урса, либо кто-то еще. В принципе, у Ятора пул огромный, он тоже может сыграть на ком угодно. Все еще есть Спектра, правильно? На которой многие Лину контрят.
Спектра слишком долго. Долго очень будет раскачиваться. Я бы на их месте брал Урсу, просто это быстрый Рошан, хорошая линия. Я бы забанил визажа с касания. Ну, Энигму он может здесь, конечно, в Рубика. Но можно Энигму. Энигму либо визажа забанил бы и взял бы просто Урсу. И странно, что ТСМ банят ТБ, потому что у касания Сигна это Дарксир. А Дарксир, мы как знаем, в ТБ это идеальный герой.
Ну да, он вообще во всех иллюзионистов нормально работает.
Ну, странные баны, я не понимаю их. Ну, сейчас посмотрим, может у них что-то какая-то задумка есть нереальная.
Но есть ЦК. Есть ЦК для Ятора. Я тоже видел, многие закрывают Лину именно ЦК, не знаю уж почему.
Ну, ЦК это игрушка дьявола, я считаю, герой, потому что если берешь его, шанс выиграть уменьшается резко.
Серьезно, вот настолько?
Только Тундра с ним побеждает.
Ну, Тундра, да, Тундра умеет с ним играть. В Китае я, если честно, тоже ЦК не припомню. В Китае все по классике, там могут вспомнить, например, какого-нибудь лайфстиллера, но, очевидно, не против Лины, а просто. Вообще мета в Китае, в разных регионах она абсолютно разная. Европа там восточная, западная как-то похожа, но Южная Америка и Китай сильно выделяются, если честно, на
Ну, в
фоне
Китае я
остальных.
комментировал, как только начали DPC, там люди все брали Дума, у него был 0% финрейт, и люди
Было,
каждую
было,
игру
да.
пушили Дума. И я когда видел Дума, смеялся, что... А, и Тускара люди брали Соломит, который тоже каждую игру проиграл. Его ставили в мид, он выигрывает начало, и 30 минута он выпадает из игры. Хороший бан ДП. Инча. Но это уже против сумонов взяли уже сразу, потому что знают, что касание может на бесте пойти, на энигме. Уже префайром. Или, возможно, даже это мира на 4 инча пойдет, но это навряд ли.
Да, смысл. Надо, чтобы Рубик с деньгами, наверное, был. Энчантрис там как-то постоит, поможет на линии. Потому что Энчантрис против Самонера и Рики — это сильный герой. Но Рики ведь ничего им не делает. Рики 4 слабый лейнер. И они с Энчантрис чуть ли не с любым героем от Ятора могут стоять спокойно и разбираться с этой даблой, мне кажется, вообще без
Ну, я
проблем.
думаю, визажа возьмут они касание, потому что у них героев не осталось. Либо кентавра какого-то. Но если кентавр, там сразу урса, уже неприятно. Замкнутый круг получается. Интересно,
Долго
что они
думают.
тут. Да.
Долго думают, сами реально не понимают, как будто чем играть. Но очевидно, Лина Керри, да, мы, наверное, ее не ставим в центр. Хотя до сих пор это практикуется очень редко, но бывает, всплывает. Брайл, я точно
Ну,
знаю,
это плохо.
исполнительная линия.
Лина в мид очень плохо, потому что мидер же должен понять функции, то что он должен карту убивать. Он не может бить крипов.
Алина Мак.
Против Рубика Рубик будет улыбаться, когда ты у тебя спрей будет 4. Ну, все-таки Энигму взяли в инчу, но это смерть. А, это суицид. Но они знают, что там будет Урса, поэтому у них уже выбора нет.
Ну, хорошо, на ком, если не на Урсе? Потому что... Так, это кто у нас? Primal Beast. Это в мид, да, судя по всему?
Да, да.
Вряд ли уж это какой-то саппорт. Primal Beast мид. Ну, здесь напрашивается панга какой-то, не? Прям сразу же.
Ну, панга
Просто
нет, ты...
панга Primal Beast, это же хороший выбор сам по себе. Плюс он играет на нем.
Есть Тини еще для Варла неплохой здесь. На панга Варл немного же играл вроде, я не помню, чтобы он прям много играл.
Ну, он три карты, да, 3 карты он сыграл, DPC 2 выиграл. Да, это
Ну,
панга. Ну,
панга Магнус тоже сильно. Под
это
батом,
просто
например.
своеобразный контрпик же Primal Beast'у. Ну, считалось с самого начала, как только Primal Beast влетел в мету с 2 ног, когда на инте брали его постоянно, там, видишь Биста, берешь панга, и вроде все у тебя
Primal
уже
Beast
неплохо.
еще плохо то, что инча может его первый спел останавливать инчантом. Когда он жмет первый, она пуржит, и он останавливается. В этом
То есть
проблема.
они вообще, да, набирают в энчанте,
Да.
чтобы он легко выиграл на ней, я понял. Удачный выбор, что я могу сказать. В таком случае реально тяжело очень будет TSM.
Но они как будто, знаешь, вот после... Они уже на первой тильтанули, то есть вообще не понимали, что им делать. И на второй такое чувство, что они до сих пор в этом состоянии. Вот, вместо того, чтобы очиститься от этого поражения, как-то забыть его, они приходят и...
Мне кажется, перед их просто забайтили взять Лину, и потом они уже не знали, что как ее забалансить героями какими.
Ну, это страшно, да. Ты вроде берешь имбу, думаешь, что ну, уже полдела сделано. Лучшего героя последних 2 месяцев взяли. Да и Рики туда же можно отнести, если винрейт смотреть. Ну ладно, у Спирит хорошо, у TSM остается слот под 5, что ли.
Они еще будут Сикера банят.
То есть
Боятся
это...
Энигмы. Но это... Да там... МК и Свен может быть у Спирит. Там героев полно.
И все еще Урса может быть.
Да. Урс у них уже неприятно, но можно все равно взять на... Потому что они чаще берут Эдалона, на этим одним Эдалоном убивает 2. Из-за урона и хп.
Что у них еще есть? У них тролль есть. У Спирит.
Ну, тролли как скан, похоже. Да даже того же самого ЦК можно взять. Тут любого героя взять, игра закончена уже. Потому что, ну, я не знаю. Люди сами себя закрывают. Но вон Свен надо банить, да.
Ну или та же самая Спектра, которая хотя бы под Магнусом будет фармить, да? Это немедленно.
Ну, эта игра будет дольше просто. Да.
Да, немножко дольше. Тем не менее, в лейте тут уже кажется очень страшно. Если появится Спектр. Спектр плюс Магнус, ну это круто.
Это, скорее всего, 5 Рики будет и 4 Primal Beast.
Чтобы на Last Pick Саппорт не поехал, да? Минус
Да,
Шторм. Ну, Спирит, да, согласны с тобой, и они тоже убирают мидеров.
Ну, Эмбера надо брать ТСМ, потому что Эмбер это всегда хороший матчап в панга. И им нужен такой мобильный герой. Ловить его пока нечем. Сейчас увидим. Выбора у них не так много.
Выбора немного и времени совсем немного осталось.
Ну, берите Эмбера. ТТ.
Это все-таки Primal Beast mid, да, и Мирана у нас саппорт. Ну, либо они там как-то передумают и как Абит,
Мирана тройка, четверка Энигма.
или Мирана в мид, как Абит в 2016, да, то есть в каком он там играл на ней, 17-м. Ну, вряд ли, конечно. Ну, окей, Мирана так Мирана, Primal Beast в мид. Все-таки как-то все прямолинейно, что ли, и как будто подставляются под Спирит. Ладно, ласты
Я не
сейчас
знаю,
стоят.
Спириты могут просто Нагу взять и все, и закончить игру, это быстро очень.
Ну, кстати.
Нага фри стоит в Энигму, будет огромная. На Лину есть БКБ контроль в виде банга с башни. И РП.
Это солидный герой. Опять, конечно, не самая яркая дота будет в исполнении Спирит. Ну, в принципе, когда видишь Нагу, можно забыть про зрелищность на полчаса, так точно, просто потому что герой такой. Он не любит играть.
Если будет просто Нага, у нас будет огромная инча, потому что она просто будет бить лес.
Опа, вот это веселее в разы. Это Спирит решили поиграть с соперником и, возможно, даже дать какие-то шансы. Один из худших героев патча. Один из худших керри патча, правильнее будет сказать.
Я думаю, они все равно выиграют, потому что пик снизу не сможет закончить герой никак. У них вон четверка Мирана. Мид, ну, Primal, не знаю.
Слушай, было 4 фантомки за весь DPC. И выиграл только МКС из eHome. И 3 из них были в Китае. Забавно. Очень интересная статистика. Фантом Ассасин, ну, слабым персонажем считается. То есть
Процент винрейт это 25%, но опять же выборка всего 4 карты, никто не берет, никому она совсем не нужна. Здесь, как старый добрый, фантомка под Магну, сам пофармит, может даже будет без Battle Fury играть, кто его знает. Ну, просто чтобы раньше начинать играть с командой, драться. Это прикольно будет, возможно, визуально, но за это могут и наказать. Ну, могут наказать TSM за такую наглость.
Ну, я думаю, если в топе Энигма с Мираной проиграют очень сильно линию, то все, можно даже не смотреть игру.
А могут они там сильно проиграть линию? Ну, это Мирана, которая будет там
Да, будет пытаться стрелой. Но это не так легко попасть стрелой, потому что она долго летит. Не знаю, будет сложно. Если ТСМ смогут хотя бы 1003 вести на 10, то они смогут, может, выиграть. А если нет, будет равная игра, то в лейте им конечно.
Ну, мне кажется, очень достаточно комфортная игра будет для Primal Beast, когда он купит себе БКБ. То есть он начнет создавать движение какое-то по карте, фантомку будет находить, убивать ее тоже есть чем. Но самое интересное, это вот противостояние как раз мидеров, мне кажется, в этой игре.
Ну да, если он найдет себя в пай-карте на праймале, у него будет хорошо. Если он хотя бы пару раз ошибется, то все, игра закончена для него тоже. Потому что герой первых 2 киллов.
Ну давай так, ты вообще, да, категорически не веришь в 1-1? Ты думаешь, Спирит выиграет?
Ну я видел первую карту и могу сказать, что если будет какая-то критическая ситуация, ТСМ просто на базу убьют.
Ну вот это правильно, да, то есть как бы там кто-то не хотел, может быть, ничьей, чтобы интереснее стала групповая стадия. Эффект создали такой TSM, что невозможно в них поверить. А Спирит наоборот. Мы увидели сумасшедшего лишака от Ларла. Ну, понятно, что игрок хочет себя проявить на первом крупном лане в составе такой статусной команды, и он, естественно, будет стараться. И вот сейчас на Панга постарается во второй раз, и, возможно,
Enigma and Ricky, respectively. Let's see if they can redeem themselves. Of course, I think the game... I mean, Enigma is still pretty hard as the arrow setup.
Beautifully done, my goodness. That was an onslaught push into arrow. That is
Very
really
nice.
difficult to pull off. They made it look really easy.
Yeah, no
TSM
hesitation
first
too. Just straight up went for it. Looks like they haven't found Miro's ward yet. Whitemon has 2 sentries, and he has to be wondering, why was Rubik on our side of the river? Is he just going to check vision in the tower, or did he actually ward? And Whitemon looks to be perhaps fishing for intel based on enemy hero movements, since he has his own ward in the river, so if he like moves, trying to get a feel for whether they actually can tell what he's doing. But looks like the Obs might actually get to stay here for Laurel.
Yeah, Laurel has shield crash to start. He's going to be pushed off of the lane here. Arrow
That's a good
connects
arrow. Oh my.
onto Collapse, and this should be a second kill.
Oh, he clips too. last,
he's gonna get the
get
rune
the
as
bounty
well.
rune as well. Can Ari
Finish the job eventually is really the only question. Looks like Tomato has to TP back as expected. Ari, I feel like this will be a kill at some point, and it will be now.
Given the circumstances, talk about making the best of a bad situation. You forced
sick.
Lina to TP, you got the bounty rune, and you forced all of Ricky's cooldowns and his... I mean, all of his cooldowns are literally Blink Strike, but he wasted the entire time running you down as well. So Mira is going to get level 1.5 off this, and while it might sound a little bit bad for the mag to not get this early experience, I actually think the experience on Rubik is really powerful in this lane. He's the defensive line for you to protect against this Lina Ricky playing aggressively with telekinesis.
Yep.
And he's going to have it really early, so...
And when you get this combo of telekinesis into skewer, it's going to be pretty dirty.
Yep.
And Tomato's got to be careful. So it is Ari, like you said, matching up with the Lina. And, I mean, all Ari is there for is harassment.
As Mira is taking a ton of damage. Looks like he might. We'll pop the
Ari needs
wand.
to be careful here, though.
As we see
It
a
looked
skewer,
tempting, but there were 5 stick charges and a fairy fire available for Mira, and with Mag coming over for just a shockwave, that would have been Ari's death. So wisely backing off. Will protect his small camp here, but Fade Bolt.
Such a strong trading tool will put him out ahead here against... Now Ari might have to ferry this. Nice, okay. It's the Tango running.
And effectively, this is going to result in a 1v1 Mag against Lina, and I know who my money is on that, so that's good for Tomato, obviously. But at the same time, Collapse getting something out of it is not too bad, right? Like, Lina will thrive in this lane no matter what, so about how much can you get your
no matter what you say. I'm
Yes.
When Magnus, Rubik get level 2 each, then it's kind of scary. We'll see. We'll see. Because you only have a Ricky to try to support you, and he's just there to harass. He can't really do much else.
Yeah, he can cover the Lina pretty well as long as he's on top of the Rubik, right? If Ari's always in this position, then if they go for a telekinesis on the Lina, he can blink strike in and smoke screen on top of Lina, and then they can't skewer.
True.
Right? Or smoke screen on top of where she would land. So he
Has
does
to have
actually
quick
offer
fingers.
some sort of protection here,
As long as he's present. If he's out pulling, sure, then you can be taken advantage of, but not so far. Oh yeah, Toro taking quite the beating bottom lane. He will survive, but they're running out of regen for him now. Last tango from Miposhka will be used. Has he got more coming? Oh, plenty where that came from.
I mean, this is a
but the
hero
early-
in PA. You just have to dominate early. Try to delay the battle fury as long as possible.
Yeah.
That's one of the few builds that has stood the test of time, Cinderin. One of the few Battle Fury
It's true.
heroes. Will always be a Battle Fury hero.
Actually, there was a time where she wasn't, so I take that back. It's really AM. That's the Battle Fury hero. As mid lane, we can see the CS from Bryle, 17-3, 18-1 on Laurel, so extremely even. And we'll see if there's going to be any kill potential here coming up. As Uproar all the way up. This is a trample afterwards, but no real kill threat because Shield Crash just gives ridiculous damage mitigation. So
as
it's
well
kinda
as
going
the
the way that you
slow, right?
expected.
It's hard for Primal to stick on you.
If you hit the crash, you just walk away a little bit.
Oh,
Bryle will be taking the top water rune, uses an onslaught to be able to ensure that. And looking at
One
the
covers bottom. That's good.
looking at the 2 position ones, so Tomato 21-3 right now, and like you said, Guitar was low on HP, but he's having no problem farming. Although some of these might be Eidolons, which aren't going to be giving as much.
Yeah, it really kills the other until level 6, usually, but draining him of resources there, Bryle, and then running him down is really big, because not only did Pango die, but look at the wave mid. He's losing a full wave in the grave right now, and nobody's here to claim that experience, and effectively, this means Bryle will now have a full level advantage.
Yeah.
Being level 6 against that just newly picked up level 5 on Pango. This is big for the game. It means Bryle has a lot of freedom to get active, and he's going to try to make use of that immediately heading up top. Gonna kill Mira
Yeah.
here for sure.
Trample onslaught, smoke screen just to ensure they get the kill, but will they even? Pops the uproar just to make double sure. A nice rotation there, like you said, from Bryle. He hasn't even missed any creeps yet in the mid lane, but now he will be. And Laurel, I mean, Tango, he can push waves, but so can Bryle once he gets there. See how much pressure he can actually apply, though, before the Primal Beast gets back to lane. And 6-minute power rune is coming up. Bryle will have a bit of trouble getting it, I would think, because the whole wave is there, but no. We'll get the arcane rune. Not too shabby. And if they can get this kill onto Laurel before he hits 6, that would be pretty big, but nobody's really making their way over, so... Looks like he'll be able to get there pretty shortly. Will be the Greaves for Kasane again.
Yep.
Well, question is, what will he go after that, as he's going to get dominated, speaking of which.
I got pulled back by the Wild Wing there, and then a quick burst. That's a big kill for Yatoro to get. Like you talked about, PA, one of those heroes we want to dominate in lane, and it's on my short list of heroes I don't want to see at the top of the net worth at minute 7 if I'm on the other team. Because this is a ticking time bomb. I don't think they have the best solutions. It was also the last pick, but this would be one for now.
They get the pulverize off, and Whitemon is there as well. Arrow not quite there. Might be the first miss arrow of the game, at least first one that I've seen. He has been playing out of his mind, one of his signature heroes, of course. Get some XP mid. So far, Bryle's been extremely active, and kind of like what you said in the top lane, Telekinesis Skewer is pretty much cancelled by that smoke screen, but he will take the brunt of this instead. Pops a Fairy Fire, has tricks, and one right click finishes him off. Meanwhile, Enchantress finds his way to the grave in the bottom lane. Laurel, first time using his Rolling Thunder. Bryle takes a Swashbuckle in full. Pulverize does technically connect onto 2, pops the Uproar as well, but looks like it's just a matter of time before this big juicy beast goes down. Yeah, Yatoro is still top net worth, despite all the pressure that's been had here in the bot lane.
Now Lina hits level 6. This changes the dynamic of top lane, because now there's way stronger kill threat. Ricky, if they connect an LSA on Rubik, it's a kill from full health. The Mag is a little bit tougher. He has one of the better strength gains in the game of 3.5, so already boasting a decent health pool. Still, if he does get caught with all spells available, I do think he will end up dying. But I mean, Collapse has been doing a good job so far at playing it relatively safe up here. He hasn't died in the lane. His only death was First Blood around that mid area. And he now has his own level 6. So I would say job well done top for Spirit, honestly.
Yep. Oh, Bryle, I thought he was going to try to get away, but he's going to get Telekinesis back. He has to use his Pulverize onto Laurel. But the Swashbuckle's there, and the last right click does it. Ahri has come to play, though. Nice smoke screen, preventing Laurel from getting off any spells. So it is a 1-for-1 for each mid laner.
Really well played by the Spirit support duo, though. And yeah, good rotation from TSM to try to, or at least to get the rebuttal, but that combo was beautiful. They did the Wild Wing knockback into Rubik lift, immediately onto Primal and brought him down there. Nicely done.
But yeah, the response from TSM is there. Ahri getting involved. Sitting on level 5 right now. Gonna again follow a trajectory like last game where in a few minutes he has to start hitting some creeps and get the shard. Bryle, man, he's running all over the map. I feel like he's really sacrificing farm. Steal that stack though. Collapse.
Sure did.
Connect.
He's a big boy.
That's a good pickup. This is obviously something you're very, at this level of play,
You're very observant about the enemy triangle when they're playing PA Mag. Everyone has experience against this strategy. They know it's all about those big stacks, and well, he got himself his own big stacks there, in both meanings of that phrase. Farming up that camp. Laurel getting a haste with his ult.
Laurel with the haste rune now. And Bryle working towards his BKB, which is the one item you have to get literally every single game on Primal Beast. Or else it just feels bad to play.
Do you also still see the haste rune on the minimap?
I do.
That is a weird bug. That's got to be a new one.
Yeah, I wonder... Laurel
what
did
triggered
Rolling
that?
Thunder on top, so there must be something with Rolling Thunder
Maybe
that
he
just
picked
breaks
it up in the same frame he got vulnerability or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Or
something
not
very
vulnerability,
weird.
magic immunity. Something
Very
weird.
useless bug too, because only we spectators see that.
Yeah, I'm assuming the players don't see it like that.
The Invis rune on top of the haste rune. Collapse. He's gonna get initiated on. Telekinesis is there, but it's gonna be the death of Collapse nonetheless. Yataro gets off the Blink Strike. Laguna Blade into Pulverize. Wrong place, wrong time. Oh my god, Laguna Blade was stolen
Yoink.
by Mira. And that turns it around onto a kill onto Tomato. So it'll be a 3-for-1 assuming Mira does drop. That could have been a lot worse for Team Spirit, no doubt.
That's
Get
still,
something
that's
out
still
of it.
great for TSM, because not only do they find those kills top, Kasane is also taking bot tier 1 tower on Enigma, he's closing in on the Greaves. And Ari is getting the space we talked about in mid, so his shard will absolutely be online minute 15. So compared to game number 1, I think the conditions this time around, I'm liking TSM's position a lot better. Also, looking at the lineups, I think this time around they can really put that pressure that they failed to do last game. I'll see if they get Tomato again though, a second time.
Oh, Rolling Thunder with the usage of the Tumbler toy. Arrow connects onto Mapochka. He's gonna barely live for the time being. Swashbuckle is there as well, but he will fall eventually. Whitemon in the cover of his Moonlight Shadow. Nice smoke screen to follow as well. Laurel getting completely cock-blocked right now. And here comes Brile with the Pulverize again. A 2-for-1 exchange in favor of TSM again.
Yeah, great moves. Good connection there from Kasane as well, getting involved with the mech to keep Tomato safe.
And yeah, despite bringing him that low, he doesn't even go back to base. He can just farm this triangle with his Fiery Soul stacks from range, might send out a healing salve and just keep going. No, not even that. He's actually just going to keep farming on 400 health bottom. That's pretty bold, but feels safe. Rushing the, what looks to be Boots Gleipnir. I'd say that's relatively uncommon that you don't transition into something else after the Maelstrom, like either BKB or Travels we've seen sometimes. But just Brown Boots Gleipnir. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe this is the more common tech now, but it wasn't the first thing that came to mind for me. Amazing
Onslaught in the
item
top
here.
lane. Arrow, Pulverize, just complete stun lock domination onto Mapochka. He's just a support, of course. Bottom lane, you can see Yatoro is continuing to work on that Battle Fury. He's only about 700 away. This kill would be pretty freaking big, but also quite difficult.
Oh, he's gonna walk into death here,
He's gonna be
possibly.
spotted. Oh, LSA does not hit, though. That, I think, would definitely have been enough.
100%. He's completely dead. They still had Laguna, they had Dragon Slave, Ricky had Smokescreen. He's a goner if that stun lands, but quick reaction from Yatoro there. I think he recognized that his blur fell off, so he was like, okay, they have to be here, so he turns around before reaching the high ground. Doesn't get clipped by the stun there.
When you activate blur, even if there's somebody right next to you, isn't there like a little bit of a delay before
There's a
it
slight
actually
fade
gets
time,
broken?
yeah, but
Right.
I do think that already passed, right? Alright, so.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he stutter stepped, no doubt about it. Oh, Ari was able to steal that
Oh,
arcane run
Laurel,
away,
that's
which-
bad timing up top.
Yeah, Pulverize
Oh,
is there.
alright.
Arrow, but Mira has come to counter-initiate. He's going to steal some stuff as well. Just the leap. Whitemon not going to go invis in time. Brile actually gets dusted, but should be A-okay.
That looks scary for Laurel, but I think Brile didn't fully connect on the damage there, and then they couldn't commit for the kill with Arrow. As soon as the TPs came in, they just called the play off and backed away. So, good response there from Spirit. They'll maybe get a tower out of this, I'm not sure. Doesn't look like they want to linger too much, a bit concerned. And they have their own problems in mid. Kasane, Black Hole, onto Laurel.
Yeah, first one of the game. Tomato's here as well. The right clicks are enough, so Laurel is dead. They fortify the tier 1 tower. Yataro showing off that newly picked up Battle Fury, but can't finish off Kasane in turn. Have to back away, as I believe there is... Actually, did take out the Ancient stack already. I think it was only triple stack, so it wasn't anything crazy. He is second net worth on the PA. We can see with about a 1,000 lead right now, Tomato in first place. Just kind of what you expect as Mira gets off the telekinesis into the stolen LSA and collapse with the follow-up onto the skewer there. Trample to follow, though, as a nice counter initiation comes out from Bryle. Arrow not going to hit, but they do get the Lina in the end. It's going to be the trade for the Magnus. You can see Pulverize onto Miposhka, but he's going to heal up, so Bryle has to kind of reevaluate the situation. Yatoro, that's a sleep dart on top of him. Bryle wants to continue on, gets off the onslaught. Yatoro gets off the Phantom Strike at the last moment. He's going to get trampled down now, and Bryle with the BKB, an eventual TP. Rolling Thunder to follow from Laurel, though, so lots of kills, lots of trades. Big ones are the PA for the Lina.
Yeah, again, I think you look at how this turnaround from TSM came through with the Greaves and getting Lina a bit out of trouble for a while. I think when all said and done, that's a pretty good result for Spirit. I think they were hoping for something better, obviously, when they get the skewer of Lina into the tower, but they didn't have enough follow-up damage to kill her right away, and she gets to reposition. With her being saved initially, I think this trade-off is pretty decent, and Yatoro, I believe, did get the finishing touch on the Lina there. So he got the brunt of the gold out of that fight for himself. 600 gold for that kill, I think, or something like that. Decent. And it's largely about staying afloat right now, from my perspective, for Spirit. If you can avoid losing this mid tower and just stall out the game and get PA's BKB, that's when things can get really scary. Then she's only worried about getting black hold, and she can play around everything else pretty reliably. Mid lane, Bryle didn't find it.
Yep, he wanted it. Mira, yep, he still has a stolen LSA, so he gets that connection, but no follow-up. Instead, it's the Moonlight Shadow as Ari.
Oh, that is a very awkward position to be in.
Did he get skewered? He got skewered in, I guess.
Yeah.
Unfortunate death for him, but I mean, in terms of net worth, TSM slightly ahead at 2K. Laurel did get his Diffusal Blade. I believe a smoke is coming here for Team Spirit.
This Diffusal is very... Oh, hang on, that's a swing and a miss from Collapse. Doesn't look like backup is nearby just yet for the Dire. Now it is.
Oh, he's going to get Gleipnir. Here comes the Onslaught. Pulverize as well, and the last right-click Bryle finishes the job, but now Tomato's the one in trouble. He's in a horrible spot. The Rolling Thunder is atrocious, but it matters not. It's more of a taunt than anything in this situation. Either way, Lina dead again. 2 and 3 on Tomato. Not what you want to see if you're a TSM fan.
And it begs the question if he should be getting involved as much as he is. Sometimes we see Linas just keep farming until they get BKB. But I think he wants to be involved since he bought the Gleipnir first. But then, I wonder if he just went Maelstrom BKB, you know? Just played for himself, his team's doing great, and just kept progressing like that, if that would have been a better choice. Because you have effectively slowed yourself down a decent amount. The kills on you are really valuable, and Yatoro is the one to get them. So his BKB will actually be done before yours by quite a lot even. Yatoro will pick that up in 600, so about a minute away.
Oh, we have the arrow set up again by... Oh, nice telekinesis though by Mira, canceling out the onslaught, but there's still enough lockdown to take Laurel out again, and that is his 5th death.
Yep.
So coming off a 19-0 performance on Lesh. Not the greatest of starts for the mid laner on Team Spirit, as the tier 1 tower drops now.
And if Bryle wants to protect himself from the telekinesis there, he obviously can, right? Like next time he might just pre-BKB, and then this is just a kill on the spot.
Can you... you can BKB mid-onslaught, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Otherwise that would be awful. Have to BKB first.
Yeah.
Well, Roche had about half HP, but TSM not going to commit all the way, obviously. Death timer's not super long at the moment. 4 staff picked up by Collapse. That is going to help against the smoke screen at the very least.
Yeah, they're going to go for a smoke here. This is the PA BKB reveal. Mag with Blink Force. Any sort of key pick here would be a great way for them to start. They know there's no BKB ready on Bryle. So if he comes and tries to push this wave out now with Trample, he is actually susceptible to being killed. But they've already got theirs. Yep, they have set their sights. A nice reaction here from Bryle to do that. Or not reaction, just assuming that this was a risk. But that one's even better. Oh, he didn't get Mirana.
2. Only gets 1 in the skewer, though. But either way, the Enigma is dead. And now the telekinesis finds Whitemon on the Mirana. As you can see, the stun lock continuing onto Ricky. Double kill from Miposhka of all heroes. And this is the lineup where, with a PA, if you just get a pickoff or two, you can just go straight into Roche and not have to worry too much.
Yeah,
that's what they'll do.
Huge for Spirit, and it doesn't look like TSM are willing to contest this. They do have the buyback on Enigma if they fancied some sort of defense, but they are going to give it up. This has got to be the start of something really good here for Spirit. I imagine they're gonna maybe just chill a little bit on this Aegis, wait for the next RP and try to line that up with Deso. If Yatoro has Deso, we're starting to reach the point where if you RP the Enigma, he could literally get two-shot by the enemy carry. And that's an Enigma with Greaves, by the way, but his health pool is obviously very pitiful. Enigma's strength gain is pretty bad, and bad base health and no items that give any real stats for now. So he's very vulnerable. And I will be focusing on that Enigma a lot, because games with PA have this tendency of reaching a point of critical mass, where if you don't have the solution, PA just bodies your whole team. And that is the one tool you have. So if that tool gets taken out first, the fight gets very sketchy.
Arrow set up in the top lane. Laurel already at half HP. Do they have the follow-up? Smokescreen is there. Here comes the onslaught, and without a Force Staff for himself or a teammate nearby, he gets up the swashbuckle, but another dart to follow. And Trample does get the job done.
A little bit of a miss there from Bryle. He pulverized the creep instead of Laurel, but same outcome in the end.
Yeah, Laurel really needs this BKB. He's about 1,000 away now.
Yep.
That would be pretty big. Okay, so for Bryle, he takes the dispels himself when activating Uproar talent. What's the? Do you know what the usual talent taken for that is? I assume it's the cooldown one.
Yeah, I think it sounds a bit situational more often, but in this game, what do you dispel? Enchant?
Fade Bolt.
Enchant and Fade Bolt, right? And the Stifling Dagger slow? It's okay, I think. I mean, it's not great, unless the
Lucky
Rubik...
Shot?
I guess you could also dispel the Dart after effect, if Rubik has that stolen. I don't know if that plays a part in his thought process here. Oh, Kasane. Feels like this was a bit the story last game too, getting caught a little bit too much in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and you're talking about how we're focusing a lot on the Enigma, but I mean, it didn't look good last game, and it was one of those like puppy type picks where you're being very stubborn and picking it again, and it still has not shown much yet. The Ricky looks a lot better though this game.
Yeah, for sure. He has better friends this time.
Alright, he's gonna get smoked. Do they have the vision? Tricks on the other side, but Collapse is there to greet him. Now the tier 2 tower, although top lane is being pressured a bit, and Collapse looking to try to, well, he does have RP but no skewer for 8.
Yeah, that's the nasty thing when you're playing against this Magnus, right? Is that as soon as he goes missing from bottom, your push is actually over, because nobody can hit that tower. If Lina goes and starts hitting the tower and gets blink skewered into it, that's just devastating. You have to respect him being off the map. Love the early gem pickup as well here from Miposhka. Against Ricky, it's obviously it goes without saying why that's good, but it also shows something about their mindset in the game of what position they feel like they're in. They want to play control. They want to play like they're ahead with their Aegis and just try to take as much advantage as possible of getting that extra map control. Cleaning up.
And Bryle picked up the Aghanim Scepter, so he has the Uproar, and more importantly for this game, the break onto PA. And I'm trying to remember if that is dispellable. Do you know? Like, will BKB take off that break?
Oh, that is a good question.
Almost certainly does not go through BKB, but
yeah,
like, there's some breaks you can dispel and others you can't, and I'm
gonna say I think you can, but in that same vein, I wonder what Yatoro's motivation was for buying the shard before Deso. I do know some players do this sometimes, but not every time, but he did grab that Fan of Knives quickly. The break against Bryle is decent, at least, so he doesn't get the stacks up, but aside from that, there's no really... I guess you can, if you break Lina before she has max Fiery Soul, she can't acquire additional stacks. I guess that's also kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she can't refresh them either. She probably can't, right? If Lina has
Yeah, there's
7
no way.
stacks running and she gets broken, that's actually pretty interesting. Oh, good reaction
Instant
from Braille.
BKB gonna cancel out that skewer, but the RP to follow, and now the right clicks, and like you said,
Nasty
the newly
damage.
picked up shard by the PA. Down goes Bryle, but on the other side, Kasane gets off the black hole onto Laurel, so another mid for mid exchange.
It's a good one
Finally,
for
the Moonlight
Spirit, though.
Shadow
They're
comes
so
out.
confident. There's no RP against their PA, so she can just go to town now. She just needs a target. Nice life near there. Into
Really
arrow.
nice there.
Okay.
So no follow-up yet. Yataro goes in, gets off the break as well, but Tomato...
Oh, they have the stolen dart.
They stole it.
Oh, no.
Now they're going to right-click into Oblivion. Tomato getting crushed by his own spells. And down he goes again.
Yeah, despite
So a
having the
huge
plate
pickoff.
mail.
It was pretty damn even with the Pango Beast Primal Beast trade, but now with Tomato falling,
Yeah.
sure to get another advantage going their way.
That's 2 stacks on the Deso for now for Yatoro. Obviously going to be looking to stack that up for maximum value. Yeah,
Isn't it just
Lina-
easier to say 4 stacks than 2?
Oh, I mean, that's fair. I thought Lina...
Seemed tanky, and that's obviously that plate mail. But with Yatoro's next item, he's still... I think he had plate mail plus Greaves aura, right? So he was actually deceptively tanky toward the end. It's not always going to be looking like that. Without the plate mail, he just disappears. So it is a nice purchase from Tomato here, and he has the health talent as well, of course. So he's like decently tanky at this point compared to what you would usually see from Alina in the past, but still, PA will overwhelm. Gotta be careful. It's only gonna get
Collapse,
worse, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Collapse just trying to hunt in the trees with the horn toss, the blind horn tosses. As he does, he's gonna go for the blind skewer. Gets Bryle again. A lot of pure damage thanks to the impetus. Arrow is coming. He has to pop the BKB, and onslaught in. Destroyed.
Yep. Nuposha gets that too somehow. All right. It's getting
Carry.
everything on his end.
Carrying Enchantress, yeah.
Close to 4 staff. I think it's pretty good that he gets that tower. Actually, it's going to be a very valuable item. And man,
It feels so bad playing Ricky and giving Dart away, I have to say, right? Like, you're paranoid now, yourself too, about throwing darts, because the moment you give away your position, you could just get caught by Magnus, and you get darted yourself and you die. And you know that your own team now is really terrified as well, because the Rubik Dart is just better. It has more range, it has more damage, it has longer sleep, and he has the lens too. So the range on this is bizarre on Rubik. It's like, I don't know. What is the range? Like 1300 maybe or something now for him? Something ridiculous?
And if you're not confident that they don't have vision, you kind of just
Nowhere
have to
safe.
do what he just did. You trick to the trade right after and prevent that. But that
It's like-
feels bad.
Imagine any of your cores show an award and they get darted by Rubik. They could get blink skewered by Magnus at any point into RP and they're dead, and there's no save, right? That you just can't do anything. It's terrifying. So I think what you do as TSM right now, actually, you just try to play really safe and wait for this dart to expire.
Getting there.
It's about a minute left. Maybe a bit less. Uh-oh, Kasane! Oh, jeez.
The
that was
one time he
close.
doesn't horn toss in
Yeah.
the shadows.
Would have got him there.
Well, Roche will be up. It's actually a longer spawn, so another 2 minutes and 15 seconds. As,
That's better for him. Alright, well, TSM are gonna go here. Not the best of mana on Kasane right now. He gets a clarity delivered.
up to the high
Oh,
ground is
they're
broken,
just straight
but
up going
the
in.
initiation is there. Trying to focus on to collapse. BKB pop. Pulverize the follow. Laguna Blade, everything being used. They do get collapse. And they get more. You're inside the Roche pit. Not gonna get spotted. Oh! The stutter step there for Kasane definitely cost him there. Had the Malefice at the ready. All of that for an offlane Magnus. Not bad, but not exactly what you would want.
I think the goal of that smoke was to kill PA, but they had good positioning there to cover. Smoke screen stolen by Mira. Also not a bad spell for Rubik to have. Again, keep in mind the cast range, a really big part of this spell as well. So he can use it from a pretty solid distance to protect teammates. Alright, straight up in. Tomato.
Yeah, Bash is there as well. Bryle actually cancels his onslaught. Here comes the black hole onto the solo Yatoro, but he's gonna blink right out of it. Trying to take out the Lina, and they'll do so. The stolen black hole to follow. Rolling Thunder kind of bounces them out a bit, a little bit awkward, but in the end, TSM has 2 heroes fall pretty much immediately. It will cost the PA his life, though. But okay,
communication
not the
there.
greatest communication, but
everybody's flying
Ari's
all
on
over
his
the
own.
place. Oh, they get it.
Yeah, one more.
No, wait.
Whoop.
The gem
Disjoint.
outranged. No, surely.
And oh my god.
Oh my god, they're missing every spell.
This is like a mini game. We're just trying to dodge projectiles. And he's
Oh
gonna
my
TP
god,
out.
he's actually gonna live. So
No!
what in the world?
That was a
What
very
roller
dramatic.
coaster. So Miposhka throws the final impetus and he's like, he's dead. But then obviously by already moving away, he outranges the gem. And the shot doesn't connect. And then they have to do this wild goose chase, and in the end they don't get him. Oh, that was funny. But yeah, you really saw the impact of what you were talking about there. The Ags on Primal just obliterated PA in that fight toward the end. When the BKB runs out on Yatoro...
So it was after the BKB. Okay.
Yeah, his BKB expired and he just got crushed. It's just insane damage as well. It's not just about the break. The Primal Beast damage is pretty absurd when that is running. So, curious to see if Yatoro actually does commit for the Ags that he had queued up, or if he wants to go Satanic. Does look like the Ags, he will grab that first, so Point Booster picked up. Could deviate for Scotty if he wants. I don't think we're going to see that. I think Ags into Satanic is probably the build here. Or Abyssal. Rosh up, they know there's no black hole, so they feel confident.
Yeah, they're going to go
They have
for it.
RP. This fight is really hard for TSM to take.
Gonna
know
scout
what's
it with
happening.
Arrow. It'll
Thanks for
just
the
help
help.
them with their cause.
Oh,
Swashbuckle destroying Ari, and here comes the initiation.
Oh, that's a good
He's
skewer.
gonna initiate instead. The RP comes out. Bryle getting destroyed inside the pit. Roche is gonna be finished off by Yatoro as well, so that's the Aegis and Shard. Tomato has to stand his ground with the BKB, but they have yet to find a kill. Laurel, he might be the first. He's getting the Rolling Thunder off, and now that is enough damage as Tomato brought down to his knees by Yatoro. Free
Look at
for
that
nothing,
chase
and they get
potential.
Roche.
Not gonna get Enigma, but yeah, that is enormous. Who gets the shard? Guess they put it on Pango? Yeah. So roll up is now available. Nice little freebie for him. And another death on Tomato, like you said. And he's really trying to itemize against this PA, but it's too much. The math is not in his favor if the fights play out like this. It's easy for us to say now that we've seen it play out as well. I just think you actually have to give up this Roche. I don't think this is a realistic play without Black Hole. Because you know the PA is going to play freely, and you're walking into any sort of vision, you're going to get caught by Rubik, you're going to get caught by Mag, and it's over. And he just finds the fact that he finds a 2-man Blink Skewer is obviously even better than expected, but if he finds any core, that's good enough.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to let that one go as tough as it feels. Sometimes it is the best play to just yield the second Roche entirely, but it's pretty deeply ingrained in every player now that you don't want to give that away, because you know the impact of getting that Aegis and Shard, but still better than Aegis, Shard, and 3 kills, am I right?
That is true. Amira still has Black Hole for a little bit longer, as there's going to be another fight potentially breaking out. And the Rubik pick has just looked amazing this game. You talked about it being
really
counter to Lina, which it has obviously, is you're going to get a freebie onto Ari. I'm actually a little bit surprised they didn't go Shard on Rubik, although they haven't really needed it, I guess, but that feels like a really good counter to the Dart initiation as well. But
that's true.
They have so
the
much
Shard
else.
Could definitely be something. I mean, at this point, the fact that he's buying BKB over it is pretty telling. Let's see, though. I have a Basher now online for Yatoro, so Enigma has to worry about that as well. All right.
Oh!
Collapse.
No, the
Good
BKB
reaction.
from Tomato. And will Collapse pay with his life? Nope, Force Staff to the low ground. He's fine. That feels so bad for TSM. They get the Black Hole off. It's a lot of damage onto the Yatoro, but again, he still has the Aegis, and that's a stolen Black Hole, just to give him a little bit of extra space to try to get away, as Yatoro still alive. He's gonna jump right back in, gets the fan of knives off. He just still has another 2.5 minutes to go. So could try
Dude,
to
these
save
force
this a little
deaths are
bit
insane
longer.
in this game. So
Onslaught
good.
coming in. That's gonna be finally enough to pick out the Aegis. He's completely surrounded. Bryle gonna get help with the smoke screen into the pulverize. So Team Spirit is
Eventually punished. It cost them 1 buyback on the Bryle.
Crucial there. Some miscommunication from Spirit. I think that was one of the weaker moments we've seen from them, but it's also a super chaotic moment, right? They steal Black Hole from the Enigma, and Rubik immediately Black Hole's Enigma, but there's no follow-up because his teammates are fighting Primal Beast to the southwest. So if he just holds that Black Hole instead of using it, I think this has a totally different outcome, but Mira got excited and wanted to go for the jugular. Tough moment to make that decision, and it's very explosive and very fast fights. And now all of a sudden, this is going to be easily a tier 2. I mean, are they seriously trying this? That is not going to end
instant
well.
smoke screen. Collapse is dead.
Oof.
He got cocky. He got cocky. We got the Assault Kuros now on Tomato, by the way. So these buildings will be shredded if given any space. So they're going to get the tier 2 mid and top, which means they can go for outpost control now.
This is basically all of Spirit's lead up in air. Up in smoke, I think it's called. But whatever.
Yeah, that's not really a saying either, I don't think. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Doesn't something go up in smoke? Don't you say that? I don't know. Maybe not.
Blow up in smoke? Maybe?
Blow up in smoke.
Sure. Blow out your ass, something like that. Sure.
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
That's the one you're looking
Lima
for.
Major.
Technically that's still PG-13, so I think we're okay.
I was talking about a donkey. I don't know about you.
Yeah, true. Scan is successful in the bot, so they know that they're trying to defend here. There's a tier 2 tower in the bot lane now, getting very low, but it will be defended for the time being. They do get outpost control for now. Next Roche, we won't know for another 3 minutes, so that's still quite a ways away.
And actually,
Aghanim Scepter on Yatoro, by the way. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, important outcome of this last few minutes is that Enigma will secure a Lincoln's in 200 gold. So, going to effectively protect himself against the spell steal, because there's nothing else that pierces his BKB than that. And I guess Stifling Dagger, but he's gonna be black holing the PA.
True.
So, only concern now is getting Swashbuckle bashed, which is something you cannot itemize against as Enigma in any way. I believe the bash goes through Ghost Scepter, even.
Really?
So I think so, right? You can still get bashed. Am I wrong?
Well, either way, you're not gonna you can't black hole Ghost Scepter anyway, right? So you gotta pick your poison.
Yeah.
I'm not
you
sure.
can't BKB and Ghost. I think... I was just thinking, like, from a theoretical standpoint, if there's anything Enigma can do to protect himself against Swashbuckle Basher, and I just don't think so, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can't get bashed in Ghost Scepter.
Well, I think you can get good. That's something you can try.
That's true. You just buy that.
How much does that cost exactly?
Get
That
good
costs 10
token from the
years and-
shopkeeper.
No, it's 10 years of playing and severe depression is the cost.
Don't worry, there
getting
are
good.
plenty of people that have spent that and have not got good.
It's not guaranteed. It's an RNG still, even after all of it. Apple stolen by Rubik, very not useful.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Bryle looking towards a Blink Dagger, and he has the Eon Disc in his backpack disassembled, ready to use at a moment's notice. That's one thing
Good spot for TSM now, I feel like. Given how bad things were looking, this is very competitive all of a sudden. Because, like, the Enigma Black Hole is now protected. You have one clean target that you just need to find. Kasane needs to be patient, wait for the PA to jump, isolate and Black Hole her, and then need to pile on. Would like to see Tomato maybe get an MKB to cement that kill.
I was going to ask about that.
He's eyeing
I
up
thought
the
either-
Satanic.
I was thinking Silver Edge or
Yeah.
MKB would make sense, but he doesn't have lifesteal, which he
Radiant's
certainly
bottom
needs.
tower is under attack.
So a bit awkward for him. But that's why you play team games. You're reliant on your team to break him, aka Bryle.
Yeah, that's just not... If it works the way we think it does, then he can't rely on that during the black hole, right? If you black hole the BKB PA and the break doesn't pierce, then the PA might actually just survive, turn on Satanic, which he's going next, and then hit one time and be full health. So I am a little bit concerned, but it's a bit of lack of mechanical knowledge on my part here. I'm not sure, because if it does pierce, then I think it's completely fine to go Satanic here regardless. But that makes it an even better case for it.
Interesting that, I mean, I guess there's not a right-click item for neutrals in this go-around, but the Havoc Hammer is what's equipped right now in Yatoro. Flicker, I guess he already has a Dispel because he got the Aghanim Scepter with his Blur.
If he wants
Maybe it
tankiness,
just wasn't
I
a
think
better
there's
item.
more value in giving him the Trickster Cloak or the Cloak of Flames.
Yeah.
I mean, this does give some damage and a little bit more in the way of burst. It's a slow...
I mean, Ninja Gear obviously makes sense on some level, but it's
so good on
overlapping
Magnus.
on your own smoke, and yeah, you need that on Collapse for sure. Because Trickster Cloak is what, a 6-second invis with a relatively longer cooldown, so hard to play against this item.
The nice thing about the Trickster Cloak, though, is the magic resistance is actually pretty meaningful in this game, because a lot of what you're... nice reaction from White One.
Alright.
So,
Very quick
a lot of
fingers.
what you're getting countered by and killed by is the trample damage, and it's obviously Lina's mixed damage types, so I actually think the EHP of giving him Trickster Cloak is really valuable. But they might want to keep it on the Rubik because of the chance of getting a big spell steal and of keeping him safe from a distance. There's a lot of... It's pretty interesting how you assign the items here.
And what it tells you about how the teams think.
Got a smoke from TSM onto the triangle of Team
Good
Spirit.
position here, Bryle.
Yeah,
BKB though, into the RP from Collapse. They're going to focus on Tomato. He's all alone. He is nullified as well. That is not the right direction of the Rolling Thunder, but they find the kill in the end, and now a buyback comes out from Tomato. They're still on the high ground here. As Laurel finishing up the Rolling Thunder, but they need to re-engage with Tomato as he's coming with that Boots of Travel. Arrow not going to hit. Bryle not able to hit the initiation as a result as well. So kind of everything falling apart here in terms of this fight for TSM.
Yeah.
Kind of a whiff overall.
Did not hit their spells, and sure, I mean, this Lina buyback is not too tragic if they get the Aegis, but what if they don't here? Kasane has Black Hole, but Spirit did a really good job with the way they executed the kill on Tomato, that they didn't commit, right? They kind of killed her in bursts from range, and then a quick little PA jump in to try to avoid giving up a good Black Hole opportunity.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Oh boy, BKB popped. The initiation came in from the Magnets, but he's going to get arrowed. Roach is getting low. Who's going to get it? Looks like TSM will secure for themselves. That's the Ags and Aegis and Cheese. Team Spirit has already lost their offlaner. Mira gets off the telekinesis in the meantime as Tomato is nullified, but they're kind of scared of him as they continue to roll away. But Black Mirror onto 2. Black Hole is on nothing. At the Tara has to pop the BKB, gets the triple stifling dagger, and will continue back to his base. So now with the Aegis advantage, can TSM get a pair of racks here?
A little bit of a fun interaction there for you mechanics enjoyers out there. Of course, the way Arrow works is that it does the damage first and then stuns out of the dart. So Yatoro was literally just mashing his BKB, and he got BKB off while getting arrowed. Otherwise, he's dead there, and that is critical for his team that he doesn't. And Kasane then goes for the Black Hole as he reacted to the fact that the arrow doesn't land, but Yatoro already blinks Phantom Struck away with the cast range talent on 15, otherwise he wasn't in range. So all of the mechanics there coming into play to keep that PA alive, and you may say it's a bug. We don't have bugs in Dota though. If it works like that, it's a feature, and it's been a feature forever. So
it has been. Oh, maybe not in Dota 1.
It's the only counter to Reiki Mirana is bug.
That's right.
Nice.
Sometimes that's needed. Tomato, he's getting chased. Oh, that's a big
a
telekinesis into the Rolling Thunder, but no. Tomato pops the BKB. Now they're going to focus down Mira very easily. And on the other side, Bryle extremely low. No Black Hole for another 75 seconds. And a huge RP! Holy shit! Collapse with a huge skewer afterwards. And this is looking like a terrible fight for TSM. It's the Aegis. They've lost Bryle in the meantime. A beautifully timed skewer again into the nullifier. and death to
Holy
Lina.
shit,
2
dude.
minutes. That RP was fucking disgusting. That's all I can say.
God Gamer at work. Is this what Suns fan warned us about? Here. There's a buyback coming out from Mirana. They still have 2 dead for a minute and a half. I think Spirit might just end the game here. They know that Lina doesn't have buyback from the fight at Roche, so they have the outnumbering situation going their way now.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Yeah,
And they're gonna find Ari. Oh, quick on the tricks there.
Yeah, they can go straight down mid. They got the ancient black dragon, and when you get that, the game just ends, I'm pretty sure. 82 seconds of no Tomato, 60 seconds no Brile. Nitaro just going for the towers. Has to be careful of, I think that's their own smoke screen, right? No, it is not. Mira did not steal it. He still has Pulverize, actually. So Ricky just trying to be annoying in the meantime. But without their 2 biggest damage dealers, all they can do is watch in pain. They're gonna go in. Kasani with a nice black hole onto 2, but pretty much canceled right away. Pops the refresher though, and another black hole is used, but the black hole stolen. That's 3 black holes in the blink of an eye. And Team Spirit take game number 2. Very entertaining game, I have to say. But it is a 2-0 for Team Spirit.
Super low. That was actually almost a hold. They had Toro down to, I think, 5%. But I think maybe a bit of a misstep there from Kasane with the way he organized his spellcasting. The fact that he had BKB on the second black hole but not the first one. Maybe he had to refresh just to have 1 BKB black hole so it could stick. And now instead it ends up getting cancelled first and then stolen second. Wow, what a game though. That was crazy. That could have gone either way for quite a while, and then that one key moment at the Dire, or the Radiant Outpost, collapse coming in huge with a big RP and solving that game for them. But, I mean, considering the position Spirit were in 30 minutes in, the fact that after 15 minutes this looked really scary for them, credit to TSM for a good hold, where they kind of swung the entire advantage back. But late game Mag PA scary. 1 moment is all it takes, and they found it in the end.
Yep, so game 1, Laurel went 19-0 and completely dominated. This game he was kind of feeding, but his team had his back, Synderin. Pretty much. Okay, I'm oversimplifying this, but I feel like the supports, Miposhka, Mira,
his game was harder here too.
Dominated,
for sure.
They absolutely dominated. But yeah, that is the end of this series. So we will go to a quick break, and what series are we doing next? We're doing
Shopify Rebellion against Bet Boom.
That's going to be sick. That is going to be a really good series. Yeah, so we will be looking at some highlights as we take a quick break. We'll be back very soon.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
60-minute games, Talon smoked.
Well, it's the flavor of Southeast Asia, right? They had the highest game average in the DPC for Div 1, and I think they had 3 of the longest games in total as well. Arvo, Richie, Cap, and Seek and Strike all had the super long matches, and Talon looking to continue that trend going into 60 minutes now. All smoked up, moving forward. Now we've got level 30 Puck with that Dream Coil rapid fire. Everyone becoming absolutely monstrous at this point in the game. And you said it 10 minutes ago, it's going to come down to not necessarily just the mid laners, but everyone now. Who makes that slip up? Who makes that slight mispositioning error that potentially gives that bit of traction for their opponents to finish this one off?
And Jabs is picking out the high ground, that there is potentially a ward there. Who's holding on to a gem? They had 3. There is one on Ollie, who's also massive. Like this ET has minus 60 seconds on split. Earth Splitter, so down to 40 seconds. This is not position 5. Like this is some carry ET. He was opting to go for that Mask of Madness. Did finish it for now, just having it in the backpack. So gotta be very careful. He loves thrown out fights. He loves when the BKBs are down. He gets in there, gets a good sleep, and then like if he lands a 3-man Astral Spirit into another like a BKB bash, like the amount of damage that ET can do in a fight is pretty nuts.
You're playing Where's Wally with the gems, trying to find them on the map. Where are these gems hiding at?
30 seconds until tier 5. Let's see how they approach. If maybe Talon wants to be sneaky and just play in the enemy triangle, because this is where you want to farm your neutral items.
Yeah, is Doracio not clearing this ancient camp on purpose?
On purpose, yeah, I think so. But Quinn is like,
oh, Quinn,
whatever. I want to have it.
He got pinged by the tide. Ace is like, dude, we want the neutrals.
That's why Doracio was keeping them low, using Dragon Slave just to harass them and then stack it before 60 minutes. Let's see, Book of the Shadows.
Is that good?
Not the greatest.
For Shadow Demon, maybe?
Book of Shadow Demon.
Oh, there you go.
Blessings.
Jabs.
Armor, Pirate Hat. A Pirate Hat attack speed. Pretty hefty hits from that TA. Seer Stone now. Oh my god, the Seer Stone for your Bat Rider could be huge.
ET's gonna hold the Pirate Hat. He wants that attack speed.
Oh, is he? And Mirror Shield for the Lina. So
that's a big one. I don't know. It's just something about like Mirror Shield and Ex Machina.
Yeah.
It just feels so good. I think Ex Machina. Oh, never mind. Jabs. They jumped him one more time. This Storm Spirit combo initiates with the Hex into pool, and Doracio TPs with bots too.
Radiant's top
Really
tower
nice.
is under attack.
Yeah, I think it's probably the fact that Mirror Shield is a combination of 2 items that already exist, so you know how powerful they are and how to utilize it. And oh god, ET down to half health, but Talon turn. Storm losing a lot of his health as well and killed by Ollie. Buyback immediate from Quinn. They've gone in with the Ravage, but Ace has whiffed it. Doracio trying to battle with Q now, and 23 looking to jump away with a sonic projection. Jumps away swiftly. Ollie, maybe a little stuck now along with Q, but both supports, they will be the targets for Gaming Gladiators now.
Can they get more out of this?
I don't know, Mikoto's just going to orb George away. The mid lane has to be contended with. A bit of lane pruning here.
He's being pinged out. Do they have a glyph? Let me just check. They do. Both teams do have a glyph available. Man, these late game fights, they do tend to get so chaotic. Like we've seen Ace completely whiffing that Ravage, but yeah, good psionic projection coming out from 23, getting out to the base, TPing back, then TPing back to a trap one more time. He's thinking, like he's been thinking about his next item for a very long time. I saw even Divine Rapier, decided to finish off Hurricane Pike, and now he wants to get Nullifier. Not sure what he wants to swap instead of Nullifier. I guess you want to swap out Deso because the rest of the items just feel too good to have.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I guess then you have Deso to swap back in. If you win a team fight and you go for like a base push for Throne, swap the Deso back in maybe. It's going to end up being one of those
Yeah, think back to Eternal Envy playing. Remember him with his courier flying around with Necrobook, Refresher, BKB on it, Manta Styles. We're going to have 9 slotted heroes in this game.
What is Storm holding? He's holding onto Apex.
Dire
Yeah,
are
not too
scanning.
shabby. Everyone now has gathered up their repertoire of neutral items, right? And both teams got mirror shields, and there's Ex Machina for the Radiant. Gaming Gladiators, who do you give that to? Is it for Lina or is it for Storm?
What do you want to... I mean, Storm looks way too good. Having an ability to refresh your Eon disc is like refresh your BKB. Is just like, I don't know, Ex Machina.
Game breaking.
It really is. What was it called? Ballista before. You get that on Drow Ranger or Sniper.
Sniper, yeah. It's the fact that not just the range, but the little headshot I gave you as well. Very, very strong stuff.
Are scanning.
Oh, Mikoto cutting waves mid and does spot out Celery's tree. But Ace with the tendrils finds ET, but he's got his Aghanim Scepter magic immunity to get out a dodge. A kickback on Ace now, though, as the focus switches to Tide. But Quinn is in, looking for the Vortex. BKB's about. Everybody's shiny golden gods, and first to fall is Ace's Tide. Buys back quickly. The TA, she jumping away, trying to get to a trap, but the silent protection doesn't work out. 23's dead. Double buyback from Gaming Gladiators. Treant survives, and Q with jabs on the run to try and hide.
Quinn, double lasso.
They get him! Drag him back into Ollie. The punches, do they come? The snowball connects on him. 2-man stomp as well. Ollie being pummeled by the Lina, but Q is in with 23's help. They can maybe continue this. Doraccio and Ace kick in and throw in everybody all the way around here. Q is out of there.
Oh, another coil. It just reset.
It's back up again. And he's
Have
got
a
that.
kick. But
That
Shadow
kick
Demon.
potentially here. Tofu into the Shadow Bug. Hiding in the Glimmer Cape as well. The reveal is lacking from Talon. In the midst of this, Celery's courier dies, and nobody's really falling the last 10 seconds of this fight. Shadow Demon finally being found by Mikoto. And now, Q, staffing away from Ace, will not get clipped by the Shiver's Guard, and the snowball comes, but doesn't actually land on anybody. A ravage defensively used by Ace as Doracchio's blown up by Q. Tidehunter on the run, but he's being pummeled, surrounded by Talon. Nobody's got buybacks for Gaming Gladiators now. 3 heroes down, and 5 alive for Talon means this game is all in their hands.
Yeah, but it's still Lina. We saw in the previous fight where Lina pretty much single-handedly held the game. He does have no buyback available, so that's going to be big. Let's see.
Oh, they get him. Lotus Orbs up on Doraccio, kills off Q, the first one down. Throne being focused by 23, but they can't get the job done just yet. Mikoto, will the face shift? An orb back. Doraccio still going with the living armor on him. Glyph is there, you're right. Defend the throne at all costs. The multi-shot coming out of this puck dream call. Eon disc required. Popped out there to save Mikoto, but the Doraccio Lina cannot stand her ground and fight. GG called. And we go 1-1 here in this best of 2. Talon tie things up. A very close fought battle with some long extended games.
What a wild game, 66 minutes back and forth. Like, you really couldn't tell who's gonna win this game. Like, so many buybacks, and I don't think we had more than 3 or 4 buybacks at the same time, because they kept using the buyback pretty much for the last 15, even like 20, 25 minutes. But yeah, Talon in the end, getting that dub.
Beautifully done, like an hour and 6 minutes. Getting to tier 5 items, I mean, it's been a dream of mine for so many years now. It's been a long time since I've got to witness your Ex Machinas and your Mirror Shield, things like that.
I just have to check the hero damage done. Like, the first one that is standing out is Doraccio with 80,000 damage. Templar Assassin 76, and then I checked the puck's damage. 140. This is pretty I mean, in these fights, having Octarine Core and Overwhelming blinking in, slowing everybody down, just like landing it on multiple heroes, it's pretty insane what this hero can do in the super late game.
Yeah, we saw those fights. Jumping in and out, the kind of guerrilla tactics where the puck and the TA are trying to separate the fight. I think the top jungle fight was a great example of that, making sure you didn't have the big overgrowth or the ability for Lina to just stand there and fight multiple heroes at the same time. Very well executed, and yeah, Mikoto 31, 3, and 30. I looked at those numbers and I thought, am I going, am I going a bit mad here? No, it's
Yeah, it looks like the score from the Dota, like once the game ends, 31-30. No, that's his KDA.
My goodness gracious me, but there we have it. 1-1 tying things up here in this best of 2 Gaming Gladiators and Talon. What a start to the group stage for the Lima Major. I think that's it for now. We've got a bit of a break until we head into the rest of the group stage matches. So we'll see you guys in a few minutes with our next series.
Greedy with your ult, because when you don't have saves and you start getting initiated, it's like you have to decide when to BKB an ult or you might get bursted, and that puts Troll in a very awkward spot.
That's why I think having saves this year just makes the gameplay a lot simpler. Like for example, this game, if Troll just gets ARP to Aster's lineup, he's just dead. He's just gone, right? No counterplay here. So it's something you have to think about if you're Beast Ghost, and then damage gets out of the tank here.
The upside is this would be really fast from Beast Coast, right? Like some lane winners here. Ember is going to free farm mid. The Troll is going to free farm versus Mag.
Might just be able to game over. Like, this is pretty greedy for
If you think about it, right? You're running a Mag lineup with a Morphling, a Tusk mid. Tusk has some early skirmish power, but generally you kind of want to get into like BKB Blink area, or he's the full over.
Sure.
So I can see this lineup pretty slow. Might be able to take advantage of it here.
Yeah, I just can't get over the fact that, I don't know, just one skewer arrow, no save for a troll. I'm not convinced, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a big part of it, they need to be able to walk away winning lanes, right? That's another thing. The troll is another one of those heroes that, like, I feel like if you pick it, you have to win your lane.
Yes, I think you need to have a good early game.
Yeah.
Maybe don't crush lanes, but like, we need to be watching this game, and in 10 minutes, all right, Beast goes in addition where they're going to start getting some skirmishes and stuff going for them, right?
Let's head into the game. Game 1 underway now as Aster and Beast Coast are heading on out. Get some words down, smoke up from the side of Aster. And any lane shenanigans we have to worry about?
Lane shenanigans? I don't think so. I think it's pretty standard lanes from both teams. I think they're happy with the matchup. I mean, Beast Coast definitely don't want to swap. Like, when you're picking Troll, it's pretty rare you're swapping lane matchups because you're later picking so you see everything, especially Hector. He's not a guy who really wants to swap lanes all the time.
Troll's a good hero to abuse melee hero matchups. Right?
Yeah. You do have an option of aggro with Troll. I think that's one of the aspects of the hero that gets a little underrated. I think he is pretty good in tri-lanes. Like, he's a ranged carry, technically, that can also have high armor and has pretty good early nukes, right? And he's not, like, super level dependent. You're going to go to the Battle Fury and catch up with any play. If you imagine a Troll versus tri-lane with an Ursa, gameplay can be similar, but that tri-lane's way stronger with Troll. It's something you can always consider with this hero, but I don't remember the last time we saw a tri-lane, honestly. Feels like only Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify Rebellion, yeah. They're the only team.
The only team in the world that thinks about it. But I don't know why. I don't think tri-lanes are that unviable, honestly. They're better than people give them credit for, especially at guard.
All right, well, Apologies. Hopefully we're going to be able to jump into the game soon. But in the meantime, I can always offer you a radio broadcast.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell another joke.
No.
It's like, oh god, I have to listen to this garbage again.
All right, so we got our lanes are breaking down. Bounty runes 2. We've got K1 Stinger, Trooper and Troll matched up against XS and Bobica on the Magnet Rubik. And hey, look at that, we're getting into the game now.
Yeah, I didn't miss much.
Yeah. We had no first blood. Runes got, so nothing really happened. Don't worry, you didn't miss it.
All according to our team. It is all really strong trolling. Like, troll.
Oh, yeah. Any of these heroes with your feeling awesome.
Yeah. That said, this lane got shoved really fast, and I'm pretty sure XSS is living the dream down here. Like, this is not where you want the lane troll.
No, it's not where you want it to be
early.
for Tree. Tree does not like when the lane is right in front of the tower like this, because you have no trees to abuse.
Yeah, it just feels terrible. And then you have to, like, pull this big camp. It's just awful. So, little for Beast Coast. I don't think they're too happy with. Honestly, Beast Coast don't really play their safe lane to destroy you. They just play it to give Hector his start, and then he's off, right?
Yeah.
So that's another curious thing about this Beast Coast team is, like, we're talking about they want a good start with the early lanes, and they want to build some momentum. But honestly, I don't think of their two as those types of players. Like, not that they can't do it. I think they have all the ability to. I just think of Hector carry laner. You know, you're gonna go there, he's gonna farm, and he's just gonna. I'm just out farm you, bro. Luck. And I think Sacred has always played the more role, not the like aggressive lane destroyer. It's an interesting dynamic. We'll see how it works them with like this type of aggressive. But 3 lanes, and like we talked on the draft, I think they are set up to do well in the lanes.
Looks like East Coast managed to get their back a little bit.
The easy. Oh, they actually not only they stack camp by 2 minutes, and Schofield got a pull in, or excuse me, Aster got the pull in.
Yeah, Schofield does not want that pull in.
No,
they won't get the farm in a little bit.
I feel like
It's a very
nobody
early
lets
stack.
the easy camp like this early anymore.
No, deadly. And
Also, how did they?
the lane's just too far up. This is not a lane you want to be playing this far up. Old tree. I don't know why it got shoved so early. Maybe they thought XSS was blocking more than he did. Maybe Hector just shoved it. Like I said, Hector is the kind of carry who he'll just shove it out because he doesn't carry, you know. But sometimes you pay a bit of the price on the back end. And this have a pretty good start. And this is a mag who's going to build you utility. Like, he's going to go use maybe mech Link. Like, I think this is the other route. We've seen a lot of trees, but...
Oh! Almost with the telekinesis throwback. With the skewer, with the tree protection would have been really, really nice. Not a kill, at least a ton of damage.
Another reason you don't want that lane up. Not to talk about it too much, but...
Whole repositioning lane.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
How did Dark Mago end up here? With creeps? I guess just pull into the runes. But it's gonna have a loop around mid.
Yeah, I probably wanted to secure
some slight jungle trading.
A little awkward fight back and forth between Pichu, aka Siamese Cat, and Schofield go for the cookie turnaround. Almost killed in the process. I'm a little bit surprised he try and leap for that.
Charge. This is such a classic scope. It's actually disgusting. This guy has just been baiting people on lanes for like 5 years.
Extremely high risk.
Yeah, he never buys. Okay, Scope buys a lot of regen.
Yeah, he's always just down to die.
He hates regen. He just plays with stick fairy fire and he baits you. He hopes you go for him and then he fairy fire sticks kills you. He's been doing this for like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I mean it sounds like TI8.
Yeah, I mean
he was always.
There's some players who are like that. You know, this guy's a baiter for sure.
Master of the craft.
I wasn't, but I mean when I just still at a certain point. Just sit there, you know.
Let him sit there at 200.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the worst thing you can do for Schofield lane is try and kill this guy. Try and kill him.
If you don't try and, I'm not baiting up.
Exactly,
Then he goes forward too far.
And then he baits himself.
Yeah.
And then Schofield
He's gonna bait somebody.
Just a baby. It's not gonna be me today.
6-minute power runes are coming up. I'm a little bit surprised that far in the Marana are still holding up. I would have thought they would want to secure Zero's huge power runes. Oh, nice. Put Stinger up there on the cliff. He does have a TP, so there really should be nothing stopping him.
It's a sad tree in TP though.
Is it though? It's not exactly. It's like known to roam around the 6 minutes.
No, it's just when you TP with this hero, you like stops it really slow. It's sad when you got the
arrow! Arrow! Oh! Damage! The damage! Starstorm! Oh no, he got Fairy Fire and he had the flame out too. Could have been such a sick kill from downtown. Pichu almost claims the life.
Disgustingly good arrow though. The downside is your Morphling died. So that arrow doesn't end up going Monet race, but how did Monet die actually?
Leave lane on 5.
I mean, I guess
Schofield will not be able to kill Morphling.
I think he just got cookied out of fog. It's another soul.
Oh, Schofield finds him in the end as he tries to come back to lane. Stun.
This is what happens. Don't kill Schofield. This is what I'm trying. You gotta kill this guy.
He's gonna do too much otherwise.
Exactly.
How's this mid lane matchup going? Looks like Ember Spirit's up by net worth. Nothing too major.
Yeah, upside. Like you get Ember in a game where he's gonna have a free lane, right? This is why they pick him. And in theory, that can be very powerful. What Beast Coast is hoping to do. The thing I'm worried about is, okay, this Morphling got shut down pretty. He had the worst lane of everybody. But this Mag is so big. So
it's
big.
Totally free farm against the troll.
And this is the hero that's going to give him the team fight. Because who else on this Aster lineup gives him the team fight? Okay, you have Maraudal, you get in, you steal a Rubik's spell. Cool. It's the RP, it's the mag spells, and it's the utility he's building, right? It's these auras the mag is going to get up with the blink that are going to spikes for Aster. So he's having, you got to be happy.
Oh, that is just fast time to get the Dream Protector out of trouble. Another good does the skewer back. Forces that TP at the same time. It does cost Tusk his TP rotation, which 8-minute power rune. See if it's there, and it's not. Ember Spirit will claim it on the other, or will hide instead by Peach.
Rune for you, sir. That's a good rune to deny. Ember really wants the resources off this mid lane, especially with a matchup he's happy free farming in. Yeah, and just I don't want to say it's this. As obviously Hector is still pretty much up there with the mag, but honestly I think their lane was pretty favored. Like if they controlled the equilibrium with a tree and they abused this mag on the early waves, I think that lane could have been. I think this mag could be sitting where the Orph is, for example, and then you're feeling really comfortable in this game. So now it's a question of how much they get done with this off lane that's doing better than I expected, honestly, with some heroes that can really make the mid game annoying for Beast Coast.
Yeah,
like this Rubik is a first pick hero and it's better for a reason too. Your triple chains action, right? You steal the chains, with Morph steals the chains. You should that chain. It's a chain.
It is a chain. Strong as you're weak. Well, maybe it's Stinger right now. It's not again. This XWY.
Ross Tree is just not gonna be him. Another downside. He's just so low level.
Yeah, that low level turns into not having high levels of living armor. Super implier. You get it.
Yeah, especially if you're gonna have finish too. More map control, you can armor heroes if you don't have to armor the towers because they're all high. Obviously, armor the towers to give yourself a bigger advantage. The name of the game for Beast Coast is also to take away the map. Anytime you're playing against Magnus, I feel like having a tower advantage in their side of the map just feels that much better because you're taking away camps so they can farm at a faster rate in theory. That's that farm pretty damn fast, and so it's not used to be, but still gonna feel real.
Sure.
Schofield is just a rat, man. So annoying to play. Like, just a sign of a good 4-player. I mean that as a compliment, you know.
Yeah, it's the best compliment Dota player can give to another Dota player.
Another skewer.
He's called him annoying. The other skewer back. Hector
for ult.
No mana for ultimate. His stick charge is coming up, but it's still a cool down. The 6 stick are not going to be utilized.
turning that around anyway, but Schofield TP down 6. Thinking about it.
Yeah, like maybe at best, like he probably still dies, but maybe he could have with the help of the Snapfire before he dies.
That's that RP skewer though. Like that's what it is. You just skewer him into a TP. He's already succumbing to the mag power.
Yeah, no wonder XWY was already like preemptively TPing before the skewer even came out.
Yeah,
good call by XXS. Good set and almost got the Train Protector. Now on the run, XWY to dodge the gloves of fire. Oh, but the read. He needs another shot. Still able to get away. Oh, he got Stinger. The shard reaches out and claims of Stinger and to get out on XWY. Smooth
sends him the pig squeeze that insult. Honestly, I was about to say that was like that was seriously some of the worst that I've seen in a long time. Like he's hasted and he ran into everyone. Some of that was problems, but I honestly feel like he shouldn't have been that low to death.
Oh, Dark Mago!
Anyway,
he actually catches him. They're like he didn't go. He's trying to get a bottle refill, pass it over to the Rubik, but Mookie, they kill the Rubik as well. XXS could do nothing to stop it.
Oh, I guess scoped.
Yeah.
Got him on.
Whoever last.
Not as fast, but yeah. And now you're stealing stacks.
And now they're stealing a stack.
Why stack for the enemy can stack?
Yeah, true. Have they actually stacked at all?
The East Coast?
Yeah.
They have one big large camp. Their large junk's about it.
Radiant jungle.
But it's a good early invade, right? You got to be thinking about these stacks with magnets.
Hey, stack. No. Seems like to me it's
I don't know what that was, but that's not a play.
All right, Dark Bug was clean it up now.
I mean, he did catch up in levels on this tree, which is pretty important. And he went back for some Nature's Grasp points. So again, pointing towards the want to be taking the early fights. Really need this top tower down. Honestly, I thought this top tower would have gone to the Pango sooner. The Gaster left this, especially with the Morph getting pressured, but still up here. Sacred's just quietly farming. Got a mech of his own, of course. What else is there to build?
True.
Can blink.
Every offlaner's best friend right now.
So mirror builds for the offlaners here. Now it's really a question of what do they get done for their team to push their carry into that better position.
Yeah, who's gonna have the better blink in initiations?
Yep. And the follow-up, right?
I do feel like in this position, Pango is a worse hero. Like out the mid Pango because of the damage he's able to put out with the Diffusal Blade build and such. I'm not a fan of the offlane Pango.
I agree. I think offlane Pango can be good.
Oh!
You have free rolling Thunder, which
nice snowball pick. Very nice support and kind of forces Dark Mago jump away to his remnant.
70. Having a pretty decent game. All right, 2-0-1, level 11, highest level in the game. Generally, what you want, you are gonna.
Yeah, you did say he can't die at all, so
it's pretty hard to die. I mean, you gotta get RP. I think RP is the only way you're really killing these. First, Husk gets on, which again, Monet is the farthest one behind this game. You have to a little bit with the war behind or anything, but he's not gonna want to join the fights with his Morphling.
And so, I don't think Morphling is ever going to farm nearly as fast as Trolls, so I think he's always going to be
they got the RP.
He catch onto the Ember Spirit, pull him back into the snow. Nice chain stuns coming out from Aster to ensure the kill on the Ember. So you said the Ember Spirit couldn't die at all.
Except RP.
What specifically saying that you said this is a hero that 13-0 when you know, this
That's
hero
true.
really can't afford.
The game's over.
GG.
Just call it.
Hey, how does XWY keep getting out of these situations?
Just having a haste.
Sure, that'll help.
Yeah, and he went early blink. So, now space. Not that BKB rusher or anything like that. He wants to be second initiator here. Double blinks for Aster. Time to.
He's gonna go for it. Get the initiation. Try and finish him off nice and quick, and they do manage to get him. The globs of fire. Not gonna be able to save him. It's from Bulbic. Pressure on Schofield, but he gets eliminated by Dark Mago. An attempted back think is going to be able to find the life of Schofield. So 3 dead on the side of Beast goes winning yet another.
Beast for these early skirmishes. The early lane phase from Aster getting into these blinks, they're just ready to fight. Even Monet joined, you think he was winning some of these skirmishes, but if he can join and clean up extra kills on top, maybe one aspect I forgot is like, of course he can take the Ember in this game. That's why they picked it, right? So maybe his not worth it. Alone, if you come in and steal the Ember spells anyway, you're super powerful. You get the Flame Guard, you get the everything. Monet's probably happy to join some of these fights if his team can set him up this easily. Double Ronald on top. Remember, any of these stun, this is an Astro lineup that has the chain stun. You get RP'd if you get punched. You're getting lifted, you're getting arrowed. And there's no save for Beast Coast here. The save is counter initiation with Rolling Thunder and over. So, especially if the RP hasn't been expended. So this became pretty scary. Pretty terrifying to scale into here. Especially since the Pango is going utility and he didn't go like some Diffu build. If the Pango were going like Diffu into some later Ags Basher, I'd feel a little better about your position with Beast Coast, but
now like you're supposed to be losing fights right now, right?
Or you're like the outcome, you know?
Yeah.
But now it just feels like you're just putting so much pressure on this troll. I don't think troll's a hero you want to be putting pressure on, man. This hero does not respond. It's not, you know, he's made it like Wicker.
I mean, normally pressure coming out from the enemy team. Here's the Beast Coast, the other 4 are not accomplishing enough. That it puts a lot of pressure on the troll to have to like carry the game.
Yeah. Yes. Right. Honestly, the Beast Coast has tended to history with Hector. Right? Like,
Yeah,
okay
I mean,
being in that
Hector
situation.
seems to occupy that position all the time.
Yeah. I mean, people to, you know, like, stop. I mean, it's to a certain extent, though, right? At a certain, will start yelling at his teammates to stop feeding because the game is becoming too hard for him to carry. True quote, by the way. And so,
I've also yell. I mean, I've had him yell at me in pubs to walk across the map to give him a clarity. You know,
he'll do
he
those,
does
yeah.
put himself in a position to, hey, it's all about me, baby.
But that's how he thinks, right? Carry this game.
Yeah.
Keep hard for him.
Think he's yelling at them? You think he's gotten to that point? Is his team making it too hard? Not yet.
Definitely not yet. 3 or 4 Dark Maga. So, and then out.
Okay.
But the pressure's on. Like, this troll hasn't cleaned it because again, the Pango went back for Diffu actually.
All right, there you go. I mean, Sacred's like, don't
Okay.
worry, bro.
I like
I'm
that.
gonna help you carry.
I like that. I don't think you want to go into this like late game with an Ember Maelstrom BKB and a Pango with pure utility. There's not enough damage. I don't see it.
Yeah. I mean, when you lack damage on a troll lineup, I think that puts even more pressure on to use back. Which gets your carry killed inevitably.
Yeah, exactly. You know, nobody wants to have to use it. Pick troll, you're gonna have to use it. You want to make it easy for him to use.
Sure.
You know, you want to use a rampage, not a Reddit thread. That's what I always say.
Skewer back into the telekinesis, the knock up in the air. They still have the Walrus Punch. Oh, they already used the Walrus Punch. They chained the Suns too much, and now they're in trouble because Secret's gonna roll on through. 2-man stun. Actually, so the XWY is just gonna come back and immediately die. Bobica was spotted in the tree, so they should be able to chase him down as well. 3 attempted kill on goes it all around with a triple basically. Dark Mog.
That's it, Roshan. D tree armor on this Ember. He's tanky, and like you said, the damage fall was not there for Master. That's just a botched gank. No ways around it. Like
Yeah,
you have this RP, but you need either Mirana damage fall between Arrow Starfall. It's a lot, right?
Yeah.
Or you need Morph to come in, or you just chain it better. But
yeah, you were supposed to preemptively outline your spell, then my spell, then somebody else's spell.
Price to pay here.
Done. Lost to Roshan. Now the game is way easy for Hector.
It's easier, for sure. Not only that, but our it's Aegis. Hector doesn't even want it. It's like, I don't need Aegis, I'm not dying to ancient creeps. And I get an Aegis on this Ember who wanted to... He is their natural frontliner. Because I think the Pango not really want to get jumped on. I mean, none of them want to get jumped on, but... And he kind of wants to see if a counter initiate for that to happen. Which means Ember needs to go in and make the space, get people to jump on him, which is what Dark Margo is pretty good at, to be honest. So that's this game. Aegis helps you do that the most. They're gonna start burning out Monet here. You can't TP.
Hold on up. See you, Monet bumps him once.
He's just gone.
Yeah, he's totally out of mana. He's got some magic wand charges. He could if he wasn't constantly ensnared. And oh, no way. Okay, he still had the swap. Swap to mid shield crash. The last kill.
What a monster.
That was insane. Now he's gonna die for it, but the play, the individual play out of that was incredible.
Yeah, that was actually insane that he get.
Orientas used to grab him out of shield crash. If you don't hit the ground, Tango, you don't catch damage resistance buff.
I mean, he also gets pulled back, right? It's like the mega pull back. I mean, I guess that's like a morale boost. You're like, I got him, boys.
Yeah, you should have seen me.
Honestly,
I totally got this.
I don't even think that trade favors Aster.
Yeah.
Dark Margo up your biggest net worth hero for a Pango trade, right? Like, okay, sure, we'll take that. But the men, what you got out of that kill? Oh, you're like, because you're dead on Monet, and this guy, right? You're watching him make this play, and you're like, holy crap, this guy's good.
God, dance are good.
We're back.
Well, Bobik as well. He's back to the fountain.
That was a rougher one. You know, what can you do? Somebody's got to pay a little bit of a price here.
Oh, and it's not going to be Stinger. He doesn't pay the price for kill. They tried to get jump a charge, so spot him. Double horn toss, skewer back. Good position here. Do they have any stuns for Dark Mago? Oh, they got to get out of here. Sacred is on in, and the BKBs are only going to last so long. Nice play from XWY. So gets the shard block on the Pango roll.
Let's go think about him. First, so he has the utility potential.
Yeah.
Looking at that shard as well. I think if this were
on the Magnus,
got the
focus
disassemble
on the
4. Well, this might catch Beast goes off guard. Dark Mago still safe.
Oh, but they're gonna run into Dark Mago. That compels the smoke. And
He's
he's
just
got
gonna
the
fight him.
BKB. He is gonna turn with his thumb. It's possible. Let's see
Run
if he
away.
can get anything with the slight chains. Nope. Oh! Back down to the low ground, but maybe Monet.
Pull him back.
Get to the base. What's son?
Get back here. There's a ticket, no return trip for you. Stop. So, we'll have to pull back from this area, which means you might lose the vision. But this ward, that's a very interesting ward.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
I've not seen it ability-wise, but that is right in the crevice outside of that, out of this entry. Actually, a big ward because it means Beast Ghost can smoke back to it to try and retangle control. And at the same time, Aster will not expect it to be there because they feel like they have D-ward the area and.
Then again, I will just say I feel like nowadays ward spots, I never feel confident they don't have vision in an area unless I have it. That's why I'm such a big advocate of an early jet. Oh, that Aegis! Oh, it's gone! He's gonna die. And Schofield is gonna try and set it up for life number 2.
Think about it.
Oh, the trade protector it held up for the overgrowth. The kisses did come in a little bit, but at the same time, they just had side of Aster. Too much damage from that Ember Spirit. Too much damage from Sacred as well with that.
Nice read from Beast Coast, running it back to that area. They know they're strong, especially if Mag gets gone or they see Mag. Like that's the go, right? Mag, it's too easy for you.
Sure.
You just wait to get some damage on him, break his blink, get up on top, and that initiation and counterplay gone from Tuscan jump. But is Tuscan anybody off the jump? I don't think he has the damage.
And Troll, I mean, he just made a quick pump, but this is definitely a Troll that need to go ready. Morphling good to be ready to fight. Well, he's got Aghanim Scepter. Oh, he does have the Aghanim Scepter coming in, so.
That's... You're removing a lot. or on the Ember. Like, he probably wants to take Ember in this game. So, greatest thing in the world. But now you have options,
that's an
too.
interesting point. Like, the stat steal is better against Troll, but becoming an Ember Spirit is better for the Morph.
Max speed, right? Yep. It's a big deal here from this Agi carry. So now you kind of have to choose if you're mode Nate, but he has options. I don't think either choice is necessarily bad. Probably still taking Ember because the spells are better.
Yeah, what about the fact that you Scepter suit to the Troll, you get the Axis
Yeah, that's true.
stuff.
You just start purging shit left and right. Why not?
Yeah, you'd be able to purge the Flame card, the offensive ones, and you'd be able to purge yourself when it comes to Overgrowth, purge Shield Crash. Can you purge Ensnare? Like, Trolls.
Oh. Yeah, you should be able to.
Yeah, like it pierces spell immunity, but I think you could purge it, right?
I guess let's go wrong game. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it could be better than a Troll. This is why you shouldn't pick Troll.
You're just giving a Morphling a better option. He's gonna become better.
Wait, but if Troll is a terrible hero, then that means Morph becomes a worse hero.
There you go. So they should have picked Venomancer.
True.
You know what? Nobody could hear the last cast.
Yeah, we're not doing too well here.
Throw back that little us understood.
We're literally didn't go public audio-wise. Great job, Cap. Great job. Many applause.
Did this from the broadcaster. 14-15, 6,000 net worth lead.
Course now with the stand-in no longer having a Dahak on their team, so definitely going to be an interesting watch here to see how Uragi fits in and how Hellraisers really play around him. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Is carry one of the easier roles to kind of get someone to slot into your team compared to support?
I mean, I think for me the easier one would be the mid laner, because you're like not laning with anyone. You don't know like I mean, these are all professional players, so at the end of the day, you know what you need to do in the lane, what others expect you to do. But yeah, I think like Uragi has been in a good spot, and definitely not the standard that I expected to see, you know, but since OG did not qualify, it was kind of a, you know, natural progression, I would say, considering that he does speak a language, and
yeah, they've got that in common.
Yeah, so it makes things a lot easier. And looking at the draft, Hellraiser's opening up with the Broodmother, and then instant response from Team Liquid, Crystal Maiden, and Pudge. We've seen this couple of times already. We've seen it a lot from the Gaming Gladiators in Div 1, and it looked really good. It's like a lane setup. You always have like, it's a setup for your own hook. You trade. Pudge is like always playing on a low HP, so I want to see what kind of adjustment Hellraisers are gonna make, because like Broodmother, Rubik, it's a strong lane. You have a healing, like you have a sustain, you have burst damage coming up from these two heroes as well. This most likely is just gonna be the lane that they're gonna be playing into, unless they decide to put another position 4 with Broodmother. The one that I like is Tusk, but he's been banned out by Hellraisers.
Yeah, I mean, Broodmother was one of those heroes that Hellraisers didn't play during the DPC because it was permanently banned. Legitimately, we just didn't see many, if any, Broodmother games in Eastern Europe. So yeah, hopefully Hellraisers, you know, had a bit of practice there for Miero, get himself hands-on with the Broodmother and try and get the most out of that hero, because we know how powerful she can be going through the laning phase into that sort of breakdown of the laning phase. 10 minutes onwards can really cause problems for a lot of squads. And now going back into the Dragon Knight.
I mean, in terms of damage, Team Liquid does have a lot of damage from Pudge, from Crystal Maiden, like especially once Pudge picks up the Aghanim Scepter, which is his core item. But if they feel like they needed a bit more control, okay. So
they need more protection for the Drow, like, I don't know, with Silencer or maybe Shadow Demon, but that leaves your support duo quite weak, and I don't think that gives you the damage you need. And it's going to be Centaur as the last one here, so that means what? Centaur support? We saw that a bit like a few months ago, but not recently, I don't think.
Nigma played the position 5 Centaur last
Puppey as
time
well.
I remember seeing it. I just don't think it's a gotcha like last pick where like we got a Centaur.
Like that one is.
That one really is. A lot of team fights on side of Team Liquid. Nisha is going to be the one playing the Shadow Fiend.
Man, you go back to Dota 1 days, that's a Dota 1 lineup, isn't it? Shadow Fiend, Pudge, there's an Enigma in there. We just need like a Mirana for that to be a Dota 1 pub-style matchup or lineup there for Team Liquid.
So Mira will be playing Centaur. It's not going to be 5 Centaur, so solo 5 Dragonite. It is a Dragonite in the end that you mentioned, so we'll see how this one goes. It also doesn't strike me as a good Centaur game because they didn't have the last pick, so Team Liquid has some other options available as well. And going into Shadow Fiend, you're playing Centaur into Malefice, Stun, Treant Protector, Ulti.
Mid-Brood.
Mid-Brood against Pudge.
Against the Pudge, yeah.
They could swap things around
or
if they feel like it, but
Yeah, so where do you want to put this SF?
Yeah, I think you just put it on a mid lane. You put it on a mid lane because you're not really contested by Broodmother, and you want to have Pudge plus Crystal Maiden played together.
Oh yeah, that sounds nice.
I'd say it's a much better mid lane until you get level 6, and looking at the heroes that they could potentially rotate with inside of Hellraisers, you have this 5 Dragonite, which is kind of meh. Rubik is good to rotate with, but where's the real follow-up? I gotta say, Garrett, Hellraisers, they kind of outdrafted themselves. Like, you just stole the words from my mouth. Exactly.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's definitely a curious one. I don't think I saw Solo playing support DK. Maybe he had one game or something that I didn't catch in Eastern Europe. Yeah, not entirely sure where this is all headed. Yuragi on the Drow, but we'll see how this does develop, as Kiyotaka is going to be heading into the mid lane as the Broodmother. And yeah, Team Liquid looking much stronger overall in this draft, coming into the first game of the series. And already a 5-man group up. Oh, Insania stood in front of his Pudge. Mickey trying to line it up, but they won't connect anything. Scare the Broodmother back behind her webs, though.
Insania did opt to go for Frostbite, but not in range. Maybe with the Crystal Nova bigger cast range, he would be able to land a hook, but yeah, seems like Insania just wants to be able to have something secured. Man, I'm really worried for Broodmother on a mid lane against Nisha Shadowfiend.
It's going to be a nasty time for Kiyotaka, it feels like. Maybe there's something he knows that we don't know. It might be something that...
He's
got him! They've got the lineup, and Kiyotaka going to take the Frostbite and the raises. Oh, beautifully done by Liquid.
If there's one player you do not want to give first blood to, I'd say that's Nisha.
Yeah, Nisha, mid lane, SF already a hefty advantage before the creeps even come out of the barracks. It just compounds the difficulties that we're feeling here for Hellraisers already, as the game has barely begun. Zai up at top on the Enigma. He's going to be looking to try and pressure that Drow DK lane, and of course always denying a bit of experience from the Drow Ranger. Very handy for Team Liquid there.
You'll get the farm with the Enigma no matter what, even if it means you going to jungle, and Kiyotaka like already being pushed out. The double raise coming out from Nisha, just 75 gold away from his bottle. It's kind of difficult. Like this is the first series you're playing in the major, and you go with a draft like this. It might be, you know, some nerves happening, but then again, you have Solo on your team, so he should be the one leading the team. We'll have to see. I think this is a very, very difficult game for Hellraisers to win.
Yeah, it's a challenge for sure. Nisha 2-2. Broodmother, a fair few last hits, 6-0, so looking decent now for Kiyotaka, recovering the lane somewhat. They take a peek into these side lanes. Mickey and Insania down bottom, the Pudge and Maiden. Well, up atop, Solo and Boxy whacking each other. DK against Treant, armor against base damage, but of course he's gone Dragon Tail level 1, so not as tanky as he would like. Taking a bit of a beating from the tree in the forest there. I think, yeah, things get much harder when Nisha hits level 3. You've got the additional damage from Razors, so he's shoving out waves super hard. Broodmother's going to be sat under tower for the majority of the laning stage, trying to gather up those last hits.
Like, you just don't put pressure on Shadowfin. That's my issue. It's like you get close, you're a melee. Any kind of a melee hero does struggle against Shadowfin, and you gave him first blood. And also, you don't have abilities. Like, it's pretty much you sustaining in the lane. Shadowfin's never gonna get threatened in this type of a matchup.
Yeah, we've seen how Liquid like to play. You know, even thinking back pre-TI into last chance qualifiers and the group stage, they love grouping up even 6-7 minutes in to claim early objectives. So if Broodmother starts falling behind and Nisha has that bit of backup come in to pummel into the tier 1, the lanes can break down very quickly.
Nisha with a quick pause, he had to check what's happening. He's like, I have way too much gold. Were some of the settings not correct before I started the game? He's sitting at 12 and 4, got that first blood that we mentioned.
He's got loads of money. Water Rune going to replenish him nicely as well. As soon as the Broodmother steps up, one raise. Thinking about the next, just going to throw a couple of hits in there to Kiyotaka and fake pumping it as well. Get out of my lane, Broodmama. Don't you dare come back. He's going to start stacking up, and it's a lot of damage. Feels incredibly bad for the Brood. Does have that natural regen though, so it's not completely atrocious and out of his hands, but it's not an easy ride whatsoever. Up at top lane, a pretty big creep wave here with Eidolons as well. Might be a dangerous time for Hellraisers, but Solo with Yuragi, they step forward as Boxy with a Nature's Grasp is going to bully Yuragi back behind the trees. That's probably one of the upsides of this DK, having Dragon Blood and a bit of tankiness against Eidolons. He can stand and fight.
He can stand and fight, but I don't think they can get a kill. Maybe if Enigma's like super low, but then you're playing with Treant. 1 point in Leech Seed should be enough to sustain in this lane. So I don't think Team Liquid should die in this lane. I'm mostly looking at the bottom. Insania gets a snipe on the courier. McKay looking for an angle for a potential hook. Miero? Never mind. He gives him the look. He looks a Centaur, hooks Rubik in the end, but Crystal Maiden only level 2, so good harassment.
Oh, and they get the kill top! Well, looking bot at a bit of a dive and a drag back there, but it's Yuragi. The second kill up on the board for Team Liquid. Dry Ranger down, and this is where things really do start to build up. Even pre-catapult timing, they've got a bit of push forward towards the tier 1s. And there's that little bit of chip damage, you know, you start doing a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there, then you come with 5 heroes and just whack down. And
they also lost 3 couriers. Yuragi, he's in trouble. He's only level 2.
Eidolons are chasing him. They've got the kill on him. Yuragi dead twice in quick succession. Solo might be following him. A third of his HP remains. Eidolons are incredibly irritating, and Boxy's here giving chase. Spells coming back off cooldown, so the Malefice is there, and a Dragon Tail only delays the inevitable. Tries to Fairy Fire and heal up as best he can, but Solo's gone, and a 4-0 lead for Liquid already. Just 5 minutes into this game.
Oh man, this one's looking real rough. I mean, looking at the items that the Broodmother can buy, I don't even know what you buy from a mid Broodmother, and they get another one on the bottom.
And that's the thing, it's not just one lane, not two, it's all 3 lanes. Every lane is a disaster for Hellraisers.
Luckily for Hellraisers, there's only 3 lanes in Dota.
Sometimes we see 4 when we've got those cheeky position 4s dragging waves into jungle, but yeah.
Yeah, usually you don't lose that lane.
No,
so
it's a trade.
Pudge has a full Vanguard. He just needs to use the courier, get it delivered. Like their damage output is very limited. Yeah. This is a level 3 Drow Ranger. She's off to a really bad start, so she needs to recover. I'm not sure who's supposed to carry the game. The 5 Dragonite can't really move around the map. He doesn't have the setup. Also, what's the item build on a mid Broodmother? Like, usually we see it from the offlane where you go for Greaves, Pipe. I don't think you can afford to go for this type of item build. Especially when the game started like this.
Yeah, and again, like you've been saying, that it feels like they need damage. So maybe we see that, I don't know, Orchid or something come out for the Brood. Not quite sure, but see how things develop there. And it's nice to see net worth, you know, 6 minutes into the game, usually we're looking at last hits or something boring like that, but net worth-wise, Drow Ranger is down in the dumps, barely ahead of the Treant and the Crystal Maiden. A very, very sad time for Yuragi. And this is now the catapult timing, important for the...
Insania!
Insania. A kill here for Hellraisers. The Fairy Fire, no ability to turn around as Mickey is trying to give chase onto the Rubik and the Centaur, but he'll just reward himself with a neutral camp instead. A sign of life from HR. Killing the slow Crystal Maiden, but maybe losing their DK up at top. Nature's Grasp and Malefice, an incredible combination here to slow down the DK and whack him into the ground.
And look at the way Zai plays this lane. He uses Malefice, he uses Demonic Conversion to get in front of him, to body block if necessary after it, and they also stack the big camp, so they are denying, not just with the Eidolons, but they're also denying with this pull that Box is doing on top lane.
Wow, it's very well done across the board from Liquid. A 2k lead. I think I saw it hit 3 at one point, just 7 minutes in. Not done a tremendous amount to this tier 1 top, but they can absolutely bring numbers there if they want to. It's one of those games where no one wants to leave their lane. Everyone wants to stay in the lane they started in because it is going so well.
I talked about the potential rotations from Hellraisers on Shadowfin. It's not happening. These heroes cannot rotate. They're way too busy, mostly dying.
Running away.
On the side lanes. Yeah,
like Solo.
He's very low. And this also opens up things for them to dive Yuragi underneath the tower. I think they're going to do it. Malefice is available.
You didn't want to go with a Solo is so low there? You had to say very low? Come on, Lacoste. I know it's day 1, but we expect so much of you. Yuragi's just hiding on the tower. And we've already seen how well Nisha can do against these Spiderlings. A lot on Kiyotaka's plate to try and spread that army, make sure they don't all get raised down in a matter of seconds, while Yuragi up at top, again being dived, gusts back onto Boxy. Damage, not enough. But that's again just forcing the Drow out of lane is a victory in its own right.
They're going to go for Solo again. And, I think this time around he looks pretty dead. They do have a black hole if they want to commit to it, though. Nature's Scrap misses. Underneath the tower, getting some extra region.
Even with the Windlace, not quick enough. But the ability to cut waves, keep the pressure on the tower, and now that's a dead lane for Hellraisers. You can't really show your face up there anymore. You are persona non grata, not permitted to return. Might be time just to jungle for the Drow, honestly, at this point.
Recovery Midas, that's what Yuragi has queued up. Level 4.5, almost 9 minutes into the game. We talked about Eidolons denying, we talked about the pull, but he also died level 2, and he couldn't come back to a lane because his TP was not available. Antares in trouble. Mickey, he's the one who's trying to close the gap. One raise should be enough to slow him down and set up for a second raise. Mickey
didn't even have time to try.
Died way too quickly. Nisha?
Yeah, Spiderling's on him, but Crystal Nova and a raise or two, more than enough to remove the spawns of the Broodmother.
Look at all these things on Shadowfin. He has Arcane Aura, he has neutral item, Occult Bracelet. It's just like, it's starting to add up. They even put a living armor on top of him, so pretty difficult to take down.
And they've got mobile fountains, keep him all topped up. Boxy up at top, steps a little too far into that northern jungle, finds the jungling Drow Ranger. That's all space for Zai, and lots of arrows being drawn now. Looks like Boxy wants that pressure from the top lane to start bleeding in towards mid, and then you snowball this into further objectives, more tier 1s, and get Mickey's Pudge involved a little bit as well. Miero, found here by Insania and Nisha. Very speedy Shadow Fiend, faking out the razors, and a killing spree for Nisha now. Real hot on a Shadow Fiend with Dragon Lance 10 minutes in on top of Trez, Wand, Bottle, Raindrops. He's incredibly
6
fond.
slotted if he puts that Fairy Fire in. Make it 7. He finds a Trusty Shovel. About to crack level 10 minutes into the game. This is pretty nuts. And he also does have point in Requiem, so even if Broodmother decides to try to go on him, I think they need 3 heroes plus a Stampede to potentially get a kill on Shadow Fiend, because he's way too tanky. Or like you mentioned, the Raindrop, the Fairy Fire, all these small items. Yotaka, he's trying to invade the enemy jungle, get something out of it, but Mika's already there.
Man, these responses to the Brood just work so well, right? The Pudge is pretty good with the Rot, you got Razes, you got the Crystal Maiden with Crystal Nova. Great ways to either slow down or just kill off the Spiderling armies. And we even saw a little bit earlier there, Boxy warding, placing sentries in enemy camps, making sure there were no stacks or efficient farming from Hellraisers, even denying his own sentry to really piss off Solo.
And he's doing it again. He planted a sentry ward inside the camp. Let's see if he decides to block another one or if he wants to body block it. What a job. Imagine your captain telling you, go stand inside the camp. Everything's going fine. You don't have to do anything other than that.
What is my purpose? You stand in a neutral camp. Oh, poor Boxy. Oh, I bet he's having fun the way this game's going.
Zai still pulling the creep wave to the side, which is stacked. They're completely ruining Hellraisers this game.
Yeah, there's no room to breathe. It's like one of those games where it doesn't feel there's that overwhelming aggression. It's just systematic oppression from Team Liquid in this game one. And Yuragi, Midas is close to complete, but that's one of those items that's going to take a long time to really feel the effectiveness from it. No, it doesn't really feel like it's that item anymore. I think you were talking about the experience and the difficulty of the drow. Not really a gold item. Midas is mainly focused on like XP and coming back in terms of levels nowadays.
I think for Hellraisers, they need to get this Blink Dagger on a Centaur and try to make a move because they're gonna get outfarmed. Already 5k gold lead for Team Liquid. They still didn't kill the tier 1 tower on the mid lane. This is where the map is gonna open up. I believe that's full, yeah, that's full Guardian Greaves 12 minutes into the game, done on Zai, so he's super farm, second most farm hero in the game. Like, well, once they decide to join in, we already talked about Hellraisers not having a lot of damage, and at Guardian Greaves plus Living Armor, like 3 points in the Leech Seed from Boxy, he like usually we don't see more than 2 points in it, but he wanted to heavily focus on the laning stage and just complete domination, which worked out well for them.
Yeah, looking at the Broodmother heading into Aghanim Scepter as the primary item, what are your thoughts on that?
I think you need to get a different item. We talked about, you know...
Oh, there's the Blink
Dagger reveal.
Catching Nisha, but again, Living Armor, Raindrops, bit of heal and sustain. Nisha trying to survive. Half HP remains. The Requiem comes. Nisha turns. He slays them all. Oh, Hellraisers, what have you done? Walking into a death trap.
This is one of those games where you feel like if the gank goes wrong like this, that the game's just slipping away. I talked about them needing to have like 3, maybe even 4 heroes with the Stampede, and we talked about Nisha being very tanky. Enigma shows up with the Guardian Greaves, the Living Armor, and the Leech Seed. He swaps the Strength Treads and uses Requiem. Just a beautiful execution from Team Liquid. This also opens up the Roche. And they're gonna go right inside the pit.
Yeah. And that was pre-BKB on SF. Next team fight, he will have magic immunity. So if you thought it was difficult to kill him then, it feels like that was the only window for Hellraisers to really contend with Nisha. Mickey is going to have Aghanim Scepter in, what, about 1,600 gold after this Roche take. On top of his Vanguard and Phase Boots. So yeah, 14.5 minutes in. First Roche claimed by Liquid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm just thinking about, you know, what's the comeback for Hellraisers? What this Dragon Knight, he doesn't really provide you with much. Has 3 points in Dragon Tail. Broodmother with the Aghanim Scepter. This item is really good when you, like I've seen some offlane Broods getting it when you're so far ahead. It's a greedy item, but I don't think that's the item that you want to have when you're playing from behind. And we have this Midas on Drow Ranger that you talked about. I don't know, something from Rubik, like if you steal, like even with a Black Hole, there's just not enough damage to follow it up.
Yeah, and again, they've got ways to cancel, right? Overgrowth, Hook, Dismember.
So many.
Plenty of ways to stop it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 2 for Liquid now. Nothing to stop this train from rolling all the way into the station. Take that with ease, and now TPing back into mid, looking to kick off the fight. Mickey wants the hook, but Solo will dodge it this time. Tower down. Kiyotaka claims the tier 1. They're thinking about poking in towards Mickey. Zap him with a Fade Bolt. They won't continue. Team Liquid have repositioned themselves very nicely here in a defensive line. Yeah, time to swing down to bottom. Find Uragi's Drow, kick him out of his position down south. And he might have stuck around too long. In comes Boxy. Immediate route, the Gust back, and a multi-shot to slow him down. They need the Stampede to get Uragi out of there.
There was no real follow-up. They're still holding on to this tier 1 tower, so they could potentially TP to it. Looking at the glyph situation, they do have one. It's 3 points in the living armor. Centaur is gonna come in. Miera will finish off that tower, so that's.
But they might lose the Brood.
Second tower. This is mid Brood. Like this is a. It's not your off-lane Brood. Like, every single time you kill this hero, you're killing the momentum for the enemy team, pretty much.
Oh, here comes the little squealer. Boxy into the pig bolt. Solo, does he get caught by this? The Leech Seed is there, but it looks like he's safe behind his tower. And I was honestly expecting Zai just to pop the black hole on that Broodmother, but they knew they had enough damage and just enough control to keep tabs on her. And again, it is just dominoes toppling across the map as they go from tower to tower.
Looking at the item build from Nisha, he does have Blink Dagger queued up. Look, usually we don't see it from Shadowfiend until like later stages of the game. Okay, he decided to swap things around. Solo getting rooted. Heavy commitment with Overgrowth. They want to take out this Dragonite as soon as possible.
Kill him until he's dead. Nisha has another long-range raise soon, but just a long-range right-click will do the job with the Dragonlance. And Mickey, he's eyeing up the mid lane. Kiyotaka has the Spinner Snare down, but Mickey more focused on killing off the babies and the creep wave. As Hellraisers maybe thinking about a team fight here. Spinner Snare does connect on 2 of them with a Blink Storm from Miero. They've got the disables, but where's the damage? Mickey can turn, has the backup of Zai, and a Stampede trying to get Hellraisers out of there as Mickey drops low, but nowhere near dying, really. Boxy into pig mode. Hook misses on the right-hand side, but they found the Drow Ranger on the left, rooting up Uragi, but the Spinner Snare is really irritating. Stopping Nisha and Zai in their tracks, and Uragi just about surviving. Thankfully, that Leech Seed helping him out.
One team has Spinner Snare, the other team has Nature's Grasp, and then you have Midnight Falls. Both of these abilities are level 1 on side of Team Liquid, but you do not want to enter a land.
How did he get that one? Threads of the needle between about 20 Spiders. Can't keep control of him though, so Boxy and Insania are looking to swing into action over towards Solo instead. This is a very firm grasp now with an 11k lead Team Liquid have over this game. And still we struggle to see that avenue back into the game. Never mind a win condition or a way to reclaim control.
It's just way too difficult. Maybe if they steal Hook on Antares, maybe that's their comeback into the game. Like, you try to siege, you get hooked, stunned underneath the tower. There's a decent amount of stuns on their side, like long duration stun. Dragon Tail is maxed out into Stomp, into like a Rubik's Lift, but you need to steal the hook first. For now, Rubik holding on to Rot, not the ability you want to have. And seems like Team Liquid has a pretty good read what's happening. They do have an Observer Ward in the enemy triangle, so this smoke, I don't think they're going to get the value from it. Insania already drew on the minimap, and look at the positioning. They might not even get him. Quick fingers.
Gets the Glimmer Cape off, the dust is there, Insania still alive, pops all the heals, and gets to full. Miero's out there with under 200 HP, but that was Hellraiser's aggressive move that falls flat very quickly.
And Crystal Maiden back to full HP. This is the second time Insania manages to get off a Glimmer Cape.
Yeah, dangles himself in front of HR, and they're still going to lose people on the retreat. Solo does get the Dragon Tail out onto SF, but Insania's there to snipe him out. And Boxy, look at him go. Still hunting Pigpole
the trees
into the forest is a wild boar hunting couriers. And Mickey up in that northern jungle. Oh, he wants the drow, doesn't he? Maybe some spiderlings, but primarily looking for that Uragi drow up in that top jungle.
they're all over the place. Like look at Team Liquid on minimap. They're spread nicely. They're in all 3 lanes. You know when this is happening, that either you're feeding, you want the enemy to kill you, or you're doing so good. And now Yuragi is in the enemy triangle, trying to get some farm there and finds the Brigand's Blade.
He finds a Mickey Pudge and a Enigma and an Insania Crystal Maiden. They all filter back to kill off the Drow. And Mickey just likes winning. Antares, oh dearie me. 4 staff off, and does get the lift on the tree, so no connection with the root from Boxy. And plenty of time, just all the time in the world for Liquid. Farm 3 lanes, wait for next Roshan. That's when they can aim to secure their victory as Nisha blinks high ground with Mickey and Boxy. Maybe losing the tree there as Hellraisers do strike back a touch. A 1-for-1 trade, not the worst outcome for HR. In fact, by the metrics, pretty good. 500
looking
gold
at
or
the
so.
metrics, 15k gold lead for Team Liquid.
But there's the BKB-SF blowing up Yuragi thanks to Mickey's initiation.
Dire's middle tower is under
It's
attack.
just, again, what can you do?
Dire's middle tower
It's one of those games, it is what it is. A hook misses, Mickey scratching the back there of the Rubik, it looked like.
Antares didn't even try to go for a steal, maybe get the hook. He was way too afraid for his life. Next Roshan might respawn in 15 seconds. This is the timing where Team Liquid is gonna be like playing around the Roche pit. Black Hole is available. There's just, I mean, you said it, there's way too many BKB piercing abilities. The team fight on their side is pretty insane. I don't think you can ask for a like better team fight. Like one Crystal Maiden ulti with Treant ulti could wipe up the whole team.
Really, really superb drafting, honestly, from Liquid in this game. Didn't have any of the pitfalls you quite often have with these team fight lineups in terms of getting counterpicked or anything like that. They've counterpicked their opponents while building this massive, overwhelming force. And they're bringing to the table 23 minutes in. Onto the DK, need the Centaur to save him. Broodmother's dying to the northwest of him, though. Nisha godlike, 23 minutes in. And there's no signs of slowing or stopping.
And they're gonna call. Oh my.
Okay.
Usually
I mean,
it doesn't happen like this.
They needed 2 more kills. Why did they have to call GG now? We nearly had it. Nisha goes up high ground, but yeah, it's game 1 done. 23.5 minutes, 20-3. And Team Liquid, just dominant. Really, there are no superlatives to define how swift and decisive that victory was.
Yeah, this has to be one of the biggest stomps that I've seen. Like, I don't think I've seen such a stomp in the DPC. This one is on the draft. Like, Hellraisers, they can't draft like this, especially against a team like Team Liquid, who's super aggressive. You know that they're gonna punish you. Like, first of all, Mickey lands a hook. I think it could have been a blind hook where he thought he knew exactly where he's standing. They give the first blood to Nisha, and then in the laning stage, they dive, they kill Yuragi. I also want to check out the hero damage, because I feel like the hero damage, this has to be some of the lowest numbers. Yeah.
Well, we had some records in the previous series of high numbers because
high
long
numbers,
game,
yeah,
and this one
looks pretty rough. Not sure what the plan was for Hellraisers to like get a draft like this, but I've seen them play in the DPC. I know they can draft better, so I want to see a bit more aggression. I want to see a bit more cohesion with the heroes. Don't think about this game, just start a new one.
Yeah, go fresh game 2, and maybe a bit of overthinking, swapping that DK around, trying to fit Yuragi in there. But
It's a bit too much.
yeah, definitely was. Game 2, though, on the horizon, so something for Hellraisers to look forward to, and Liquid will be looking forward to it as well, the way game 1 went. So we'll take a quick break and return with our second match right after this. Welcome back. Here we are. Hellraisers against Team Liquid continues. Game 2 ready and underway for our viewing pleasure. In Game 1, Lacoste, Team Liquid, just a firm hold on this series already.
Yeah, not really contested since minute 1, pretty much getting a kill and then continue to dominate throughout the whole game. Like we talked about, like, there's not much to say about that game. It's about the draft. Team Liquid, the favorites here, definitely to take the whole thing, and you can't just draft like that if you want to have a 50-50 chance to get something done. This time around, I think Hellraisers, they need to draft themselves stronger lanes. They did have Dragonite position 5, which is not something we usually see. They're like different heroes, and if we hop into the draft, we're gonna see already a bit of an adjustment coming up from Hellraisers, getting this Primal Beast and also opening up with the Undying. So that Solo will be playing this Undying, position 5, strong laner compared to Dragonite, so you secure the lane for your carry. On the other side, Team Liquid opening up with the Nature's Prophet. Flex pick for them. They can play it to pretty much any role, but we'll have to see where they decide to put it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when Lina's banned, it has felt like Nature's Prophet has been a pretty decent replacement to her as a position 1 carry, but like you're saying, could equally be an offlane hero, even maybe filter it in as a mid hero if you really need to as the draft develops. And Hellraisers from, I don't know from other regions, but Eastern Europe, we've seen a fair amount of Primal Beast in the mid lane. We had that period where people were testing out offlane position 4, where do we want to have him? From the mid lane with that early BKB timing and the ability to rotate into these side lanes, he feels like that action-packed hero that can kind of claw your way back after potential lane loss.
Yeah, the mid lane for Primal Beast definitely feels like the lane where like you get the most out of the hero. Like you do get your items. You mentioned the first item, BKB, and then going for either Blink Dagger, Kaya Sanch, whatever is necessary on the hero. He's the hero that scales really well. And so far, I don't see the heroes that Primal Beast is really afraid of. Nothing really to stop him from getting in using that onslaught. Very good hero overall against the Nature's Prophet, because you can get on top of him, find him, stun lock him until one of your heroes also gets in there. So good adjustment from Hellraisers in this second game.
Yeah, much more laning focused, like you said, a lot more tempo available to them. We'll see what Liquid do to answer this Primal Beast. Overgrowth is decent. Living Armor is going to give you a bit of sustain, but we've also seen a lot of these supports like Crystal Maiden with Frostbite, just abilities to stop him while he's trampling be very useful, as well as a Drow Ranger with a Gust, right? Push him back away from any targets he's trying to demolish down with his pretty overwhelming amount of damage in the early parts of the game.
And they also, like, Team Liquid's protecting their Nature's Prophet, this Batrider pick, like, great against Treant Protector, great against Nature's Prophet. I don't see too many heroes from the mid lane that can match up the Batrider. You don't really lane well. There's maybe like a Puck. Pango does tend to do okay. Queen of Pain's the third one, but other than that, like, you need to have against Batrider, you might say, okay, we lost this mid lane. We need to be able to rotate with our heroes, like position 4 and 5, to try to make him suffer. And also a cute-looking band there, Techie's band out by Team Liquid.
Yeah, don't let Antares get his hands on that. Very, very nasty hero, especially when you're pairing it up with, Primal Beast or something. And he's able to have this long-range initiation from your Beast and your Techies to get on top of the Prophet. You said that's one of his pitfalls for sure. But Hellraiser's here, taking a leaf out of Liquid's book, going for the Enigma pretty early on in the draft. What does this tell us? Is that they felt so pressured by this hero they want to try and use that against Liquid here in Game 2?
Yeah, there's nothing to stop the, and it's not about the black hole anymore. It's more about, like, strong lane, as we've seen in the previous game, and also hitting that Guardian Greaves timing. Like, you play with the team. Just look at all these sustain. Primal Beast, one of the heroes that has a lot of strength gain. Then you have Undying, difficult hero to kill. He gets Soul Rip off, Enigma with the Greaves. In terms of damage department on Team Liquid, like, Trent doesn't really provide you with much. Clockwork, if he manages to get on top of one hero, that's a good thing, and then you need like Nature's Prophet ulti, because other than that, like it's just like their damage is still very limited. There's still a 4th hero to be picked for Liquid.
The damage to keep coming from Team Liquid. 4th pickup could be the Snapfire, so
There's
that will
the
add in
damage. Okay.
Mortimer's Kisses, yeah.
It's also one of the heroes that deals well with the Tombstone, and then also with these, like Clockwork plus Snapfire, these two heroes play very well off each other throughout the whole game. Hellraiser's heroes are really bad against Clockwork. They can't get out of the cogs, so you know that Snapfire will be able to land those kisses. And this also means that this Snapfire is most likely going to be a core.
Yeah, you're right. Going to be a Zai Snap, maybe. We'll see what they do in terms of swapping out the Nature's Prophet and Snapfire. But this draft so far looks very Liquid. The ability to dogpile onto heroes or towers, and the ability to play the map. Everyone's got, some kind of vision giving with Treants, or the ability for Treant himself to be hiding in the trees. Rocket Flare can give you those opportunities to snap in with a hook shot and a Mortimer's Kisses and kill off a target.
Bit of a difficult task once again. Like Team Liquid puts a lot of pressure on you in the draft. Hellraisers, they need to come up with something, because they still don't know where these heroes are going. Treant Protector, either 4 or 5, so most likely you can say that Clockwork and Treant are the supports here. So you still don't know all the matchups. And let's see what they decide to go for. Terrorblade into Snapfire. Not what I expected. Like, especially, I mentioned Clockwork with the Snapfire. You get on top of this Terrorblade, he's gonna die. Like, you have his number throughout this whole game until he gets a BKB. And Terrorblade players, they don't like to pick up early BKBs.
Oh, they absolutely do not. Want that as a 3rd item.
Pretty much. You want to have this Manta style to get outside of the Treant Protector ulti. It also amplifies your farm. We'll have to see. Might need to make an adjustment here.
Yeah, looks like it. Some respect on Kiyotaka's name there, banning out the Ember Spirits. Maybe Liquid hedging their bets, trying to figure out where the Primal Beast is going, because we talked about the Primal Beast as a mid laner, but this equally could be a position 4 Primal Beast. Probably not the off laner. We're looking at Enigma 3, Undying 5, and then we've got that flexibility potential into the last pick for Hellraisers for that Primal Beast and whoever comes last.
If Primal is played as 4, with Enigma, it's a strong lane. It's like you have a stun 1 Malefice into Primal Beast combo. I don't know which hero can survive, so... And it also makes things very difficult for either support of Team Liquid to play there. Like, you would want to have Clockwork to block the Eidolons off with the cogs and also stop Primal Beast from charging in.
What's the last ban here from Liquid then? What are they really afraid of? Can Hellraisers add more teamfight, more sustain to their lineup so far? Because it feels like that's what you need. If Terrorblade's AFK jungling in the first 15 or 20 minutes, you want the other 4 heroes to be synergized and playing together for that period of time, don't you?
Pretty much, yeah. Looking at the heroes that they could potentially pick here, I wouldn't mind seeing something like maybe a Death Prophet for Hellraisers, but then again, you are relying on cooldown. I also wouldn't mind seeing this Primal Beast on a mid lane, and they just pick a different position 4.
Yeah, I think that's probably where I'm leaning as well. The first gut read was Primal Beast mid. That's where he's felt the strongest. That's what we've seen from Eastern Europe the majority of the time. We'll see where they head, though, as double Spirit ban from Team Liquid, both Ember and Storm removed. While Hellraisers, the Zeus, very, very nifty ban there, making sure that Terrorblade isn't hard countered in that early to mid-game pre-BKB by the Zeus. And of course, Liquid would have loved to add a little bit more damage to their lineup.
They could go for something like Puck on Hellraisers. They do have the last pick, so they will still see what Team Liquid decides to go for. Maybe they get a clearer pictures where these heroes are gonna go. I don't mind Puck, I don't mind Storm Spirit, but I feel like Puck might be the hero to tie this together.
Is it Nisha Kunkka time?
If they...
It's Nisha Pango time. Or is that a Zai Pango?
Still keeping things open. I like this. When it comes down to heroes that Pango is afraid of in this game, they're really isn't one. So now this Puck pick that I mentioned looks even juicier for Hellraisers, just to be able to have something against the Spangos. Like pre-roll, you leash him. He doesn't like to play into Puck, into another silence. I think you need an active hero on side of Hellraisers to play the game.
Yeah, some kind of playmaker that can pivot into both side lanes, really make the most out of... You know, Enigma is a lane sitter, right? He doesn't move, he doesn't really rotate until much later in the game. You need someone who can go to his lane, make sure you're actively using that black hole, the Eidolons, and of course the ability to chase people down with an Undying and his Tombstone.
Either Puck... Okay, they banned Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
I was about to say it. So Team Liquid... having a good read, they banned out Ember as well, understanding that they do lack like this instant stun, instant catch. And you talked about Kunkka on side of Team Liquid, but it seems like Hellraisers, they're gonna be the one. It's a good matchup against the Spango on a mid lane. You do put a lot of pressure on him, you don't have the kill threat. So in the end, it's gonna be Antares playing the Primal Beast. Hellraisers will pick up the Kunkka as their last pick.
It feels like Kunkka and Pango quite similar archetypes of heroes, both very good at clearing creep waves, and when they hit level 6 or 7, they've got those big ultis to be able to actually teamfight well.
It also gives them a bit more catch, but Kunkka needs to do a lot. I'm feeling one more time, like Yotaka this time around is playing a different hero. In the last game he played Broodmother, didn't get the chance to shine in that game, but I feel like in this one, it's gonna be much easier for him to move around the map if he's the one like controlling the active runes and then rotating to the side lanes. Because as you said, Enigma does not want to move. Primal Beast is okay. Terrorblade wants to hit the jungle. Undying, not the hero that can like roam around the map and get stuff done. But once they hit the critical mass, like once they hit like one item on Kunkka, 1-2 item on Terrorblade, they're gonna be able to group up and siege the towers with their heroes.
Oh, they're super strong as a 5-man death ball, aren't they? Yeah. And I honestly, in this draft, you know, clean slate, forget game one. This is a much, much better draft than game one. Something that gives them the ability to play some Dota 2, get some kills on the board, and try and make the most of things here. We'll see how they do, though, heading here into game two of this best of 2. Hellraisers against Team Liquid, with Liquid leading 1 game up, and already a quick smoke to get themselves out on the map, and both sides hiding under the guise of that semi-invisibility to maybe get some ward coverage down early on.
Looking at the item build, interesting build from Mickey this time around. I don't think I've seen it before on Nature's Prophet. Double Circlet, double branches, and a Fairy Fire. Usually it's Blightstone, so like you want to have a bit more extra damage, synergize as well with your Treants.
Yeah, double Wraithbound's queued up. Going for that bonus armor. We've seen this a fair amount from a lot of these heroes, as it looks like Boxy just going to wander himself straight into Solo and Kiyotaka, trying to scout out the vision around the mid lane. Not going to find anything though. I believe only 1 ward has been placed by Hellraisers so far down in that bottom lane, and Liquid just taking control of the top rune spots.
Zai will be playing the Snapfire on the off lane. We've seen it, I'd say, decent amount of times in Western Europe, where you get like the Guardian Greaves, and then you get like something like a Force Staff. You can build utility items. You can also go for scaling items if you manage to get a farm, get that Aghanim Scepter. It's also a great save. Combine that with the Treant Protector. It just feels really nice to have like multiple layers of save. What are you laughing about?
Solo's player cam. I can see his forehead. I can't see his face, just the top of his head and his hair. Classic Dota 2 player webcam right there. We'll get ourselves in this lane, though. Boxy up at top on the Clockwork, so a bit of switching around there, putting Insania down in the bottom lane on the Treant.
Yeah, something that I mentioned is having a hero that can stop Primal Beast from charging in. And this could also be the reason why Mickey decided to go for double circlet, to opt more for like stats-oriented build in the laning stage so that he can be killed by Primal Beast's combo. Looking at the mid lane, Nisha getting harassed quite a lot.
I mean, down the bottom, they've popped meta. Solo with plenty of mangoes has burnt through a lot of his early mana pool, but does have the sustain to keep spamming out Decay. And Insania gonna de-block that camp. Allow himself to pull. Antares Primal Beast getting bullied back by Boxy. Battery Assault, very irritating spell when you're in these 1v1 close quarter scenarios.
Solo playing into 2 strength heroes, so in theory he should have a good time. Scatter Blast doesn't connect on Yuragi, but still manages to get the kill on the range creep. Double decay here in the bottom lane, gotta be careful about that one.
You do have to be very wary of what's going on there. Reflection irritating as well. Gets on top of Insania and Zai with another double decay. Solo giving chase and punching down on this Treant. Maybe gets the kill. Insania pops the stick. And a good cookie from Zai. Does keep the Undying at bay for now. See how that lane plays on though. This is Undying's job, just make life a little easier for Yuragi and his Terrorblade. As again, a bit of deja vu up at top. Boxy's Battery Assault gets on top of the Primal Beast yet again.
I don't think they can kill Primal Beast here unless he's low HP and then they may manage to isolate him. I think the one who needs to be more careful will need to be Boxy. Playing into Enigma, playing into Primal Beast. If the Eidolons are split, there could be way too much damage for you to tank. How's mid doing? Kiyotaka sitting at 12-3 and then 15-3 on Pango.
After this creep wave, going to be dead even, isn't it? Last hit under tower, 15-3 apiece.
Misha
oh, top. Mickey.
Way too much from this lane.
Trample plus Eidolons, but Mickey and Boxy able to hold the line there. Make sure Antares doesn't get too deep. Continually blocking that small camp, though. Very irritating for Liquid to contend with. So far, so good for Yuragi down bottom. Solo's done his job exceptionally well. No deaths, 3 minutes in. And Yuragi popping this Metamorphosis, trying to chase down Zai. Does have a fair amount of healing out of that magic wand, as well as the living armor from the Treant. It's been a very good showing from Hellraisers in this game too so far.
Much better start compared to the previous game where it looks pretty even 3.5 minutes into the game. They just didn't completely lose the laning stage, and now Primal Beast still level 2 here, trying to make a move.
Yeah, both of them trapped inside the cogs by Boxy though, making sure that Mickey has that free avenue to escape. Not a comfortable lane though, and Mickey is free farming, but it feels like Hellraisers getting a lot of pressure there, even though Enigma's last hitting is suffering a fair amount.
Mickey already uses teleportation and the TP scroll to come back full HP, full mana, now sitting in the half HP. Nisha dragging the creep wave on a mid lane. Kiyotaka faking a torrent, nothing's gonna happen. The thing about Kunkka from the mid lane is you do go for double bracer build early on, so you have a lot of sustain. In certain matchups you still do pick up that bottle, but yeah, you want to have as much region as possible. Solo dropping the Tombstone
down. Yeah, Zai and Insania pretty tanky. They turn to kill the tomb off and get that bonus gold, cooking Insania away from danger. And they can't finish off the Treant. Quite a lot expended there by Hellraisers, and free money going into the hands of Insania's tree. Feels very nice. I mean, back onto the topic of the Kunkka. What is it a Blade Mail game? What's his item of choice here?
I've seen Kunkkas pick up a Blade Mail. That item did get buffed. If you want to play it safe, just get a BKB. BKB seems like, standard build, I would say. And then,
back
hold that
again,
thought,
bottom.
Undying.
Solo, so close to death and dies to Zai. First blood spilled, and it's actually the Snapfire Treant lane that get the upper hand. Finding that moment of weakness, it's felt like Hellraisers were the ones in control of this. Yuragi is farming decently.
Antares, if Boxy gets close for Battery Assault, but there's way too many units now. Into the creep
Nisha.
wave.
Swashbuckles out of danger. Gonna miss out on some of that farm in the mid lane now, though, so Kiyotaka making the most of things. Nearly 6 minutes in as well, so he'll have a pretty easy access to both of the rune spots.
Nisha, he also popped the glyph on a mid lane to try to buy some time. Maybe Kiyotaka is not going to be able to pick up that active rune. What's it gonna be? Invis. Not the best one for Kunkka, considering that he doesn't have a ghost ship available, so I don't think he's gonna rotate, but
maybe not
let's
just
see.
yet.
Yeah, not the best rune. We'll just get out of the Invis and start farming a big camp.
Oh, some decent body blocks there from not only Boxy, but Mickey with the Treants gets in front of the Primal Beast. Doesn't get the finishing touch, though. Antares very thankful to get away from all that danger.
Interesting build from Yarrow, opting to go for Buckler at the early stages of the game, like pretty much as a starting item on Enigma.
Yeah, Vlad's queued up as well, so it looks like Wraith Pact on the cards for him.
I guess the value from Buckler you get in the lane, like he also probably expected Nature's Prophet to get a Blightstone, and he also does put in a lot of right clicks, wants to tank up his Eidolon, so maybe like 2 extra hits in the lane where you are able to get a deny, and just to buy some time. If he's focusing on the Eidolons, that means he's not harassing you.
Yeah, you're right. Still looking for these mid laners to make their move. Kiyotaka pretty content just farming the large camp offset from the mid lane. Nisha trying to gather up what he can from the lane itself. But a bit of calm now. Only 1 kill so far. 7.5 minutes in. A far cry from the action-packed game 1 that we had, where Liquid were racking up kill after kill, but they're looking for their second of the match now. Solo and Uragi down the bottom on the run away, but the Nature's Grasp is there. Another good double decay and a TP in from Kiyotaka. X-Mark, drag back, Torrent connect, the Rolling Thunder, it is in onto the Kunkka, TB hit as well as Solo gets crashed into by the big old bus of Nisha's Rolling Thunder. Pango and the finishing flurry gets him with a beautiful swashbuckle.
Nisha's Pango, always a 3 to watch, and I remember his time in Secret. Oh, kisses!
Nice dodge! Uragi gets away from the cookie, but he's still level 5. No Sunder available, so these Mortimer kisses from Zai clears him up.
There was a good video from Team Secret when Nisha played on the team about Pango, where he got stuck like 4 times in one game. But this is something we talked about in the draft. Snapfire against the Terrorblade matchup, you're never gonna feel too comfortable. Like, you have either Clockwork in the front line or you have Pangolier, so it's a really good setup for your kisses.
Yeah, I mean, even with Strength, Dreads, a Wraith Band, and a Branch, yeah, he's got like 1,000 HP, just under on the TB, but that's, yeah, really not enough. So back into the jungle for Uragi. Tier 1 tower down bottom, claimed already by Liquid. And this is where they can start thinking about pivoting, especially when Nisha's been gone on mid lane. X-Mark tried to swash dodge in, but Solo and Kiyotaka, they close in on him. Nisha, a few more hits will finish him off, and that Tidebringer makes sure he dies. But the Tombstone down, Liquid probably not going to defend this tower.
Good rotation from Hellraisers this time around, successful. Nisha didn't have Magic Wand nor Stick available, and he buys one. Like, usually you don't see people buying sticks, at least from the mid lane, like 9 minutes into the game. But yeah, going into the Fusel Blade next, pretty standard stuff, I would say, from mid Pango, but losing this tower early on could open up the map for Hellraisers.
Yeah, very important when you've got a TB on your team to have your heroes causing chaos on the enemy side of the map, getting into this top jungle a little easier. And Enigma, of course, no stranger to pushing enemy safe lane tier 1s. We'll be aiming for that as Miero with his freshly purchased Vlads. And we'll see what Liquid do to combat this, because it feels like a pretty nice avenue up north for HR. Right now, Zai and Insania just pulling camps, waves into camps, farming up the remaining creeps as well, down in the bottom lane. And Mickey just jungling through on his way to Maelstrom. Again, it's Nature's Prophet position 1, feels like a pretty nice replacement for the Lina. Long range, good stats, get that Maelstrom going for your farm rate, and of course you're able to...
Insania in trouble.
Yeah, pretty deep here. Kunkka yet again making the most of Insania's overstepping. Finish him off with the TB's illusions. And Kiyotaka on a killing spree now.
Enigma has been farming on the top lane, like sitting in the middle of the pack right now. Like comparing two offlaners, Zai's just getting way too much, and like I think Zai's presence in some of these fights is gonna be much more. Like he can DP top, and they can still defend this tower. Primal Beast charging in, just getting
It's one of those shots across the bow, you know? You're a pirate ship and you see the English coming, shoot a cannon across the front of your ship just to make sure you know you're in the wrong place,
Maybe
wrong time.
he was, oh,
Goes for the pulverize. TPs are coming. Liquid want to fight this, but Nisha swashes and then rolling thunders onto Antares, but a good sidestep. Pirouettes around the Pango. Antares, can he get away here with the onslaught? He might be able to. But finished off by Nisha in the end. So tier 1 defended, and this is living armor, of course. Don't forget the healing potential from Insania. As Tombstone's dropped by Solo up on high ground, Nisha onto Miero gets the job finished. Kisses are still available, and they're going to be launched out. Morty shoves the lava down the back of Solo's head and gives the vision up to high ground for the Tombstone kill as well. Potentially get that bonus goal for Liquid. So tower defense, team fight 1, Liquid back in the driving seat.
Tombstone, 3 kills, they defend the tower, they drop J like after he's using the Mortimer's kiss. I think the big difference, I wanted to point out that Snapfire does have a mech, and but this time around didn't go for mech, so he's opting to go for a different item build. Right back to, like, it's flat. If he has mech there, I think he maybe manages to get close and
black hole,
potentially lands a black hole. Yeah, Kunkka, mid lane.
Is that an X mark? Can't quite see what's going on there, but doesn't connect the boat onto Nisha. As Boxy has gone in with his hookshot cogs, will get taken out by the trample of Antares, and now the pulverize. I'm just aiming on this Pango, who's pretty tanky with that shield crash defensiveness, and Roll, you're right, it is back up. Kiyotaka trying to place himself to get pushed to the low ground, job well done. Defended by Uragi and Solo, but even in the pig pole mode, he will get sliced and diced by Nisha's Roll. Trying to get on top of the Primal Beast is a different matter, though. A tanky Antares will slip away from the grasp of Liquid, while Zai keeps the pressure on, shoving the wave in towards the tier 1 mid.
Players got so much better playing against Pango. Like, you see him moving instantly near the edge to get bounced down, and it happens, but still, like, the chase potential from Team Liquid is way too good. Like, you have hookshot, you have Nature's Prophet potentially deeping in. Mickey has been pretty silent, I would say, farming on this NP. Has that Maelstrom finished, and using a casual Wrath of Nature to help his team out.
They're chasing Insania. He's hidden himself, tucked away in the trees. They catch a glimpse of him now, though, and that will be the end of the Treant. Tombstone was used for that as well.
Solo's not afraid to drop it. This is like 6 times so far he used the Tombstone. A lot of the times the Tombstone died, feeding some extra gold to Team Liquid.
Yeah. This time, though, not going to be that way. And Kiyotaka holding out in that mid lane. He'll know that Liquid are all around surrounding him. So BKB after the Blade Mail is his option of choice.
Ooh, this is big. Nisha picking up double damage on Pango with the Diffusal Blade finished. Team Liquid doesn't have much tower damage if Mickey decides not to join some of these fights, so they like need to take the kill first. Hookshot from Boxy will catch him mid-onslaught.
Yeah, this is the pairing you were talking about in the draft, right? Didn't even need the Mortimer's Kisses, just Snapfire and Clockwork pairing up beautifully, and now that second wave of damage comes with the Kisses onto Solo. 2 supports annihilated by Liquid, reclaiming a bit of control in that northern jungle, and then Mickey very swiftly TPing back down to continue farming the Ancients that he was working on.
Snapfire very active. I mean, Zai has been involved in every single kill from Team Liquid so far. 9 out of 9.
Yeah, you're right.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, getting really involved in the thick of it there.
Team Liquid will go for these pickoffs like every single time something is available, whether that's Rolling Thunder or Mortimer's Kisses. They want to have BKB on Mickey. This is where Mickey's gonna start joining some of these fights. Let's see, smoke from Hellraisers.
Where are they off to? Up towards top. Liquid have brought 3 members down bottom. Nisha's cleared the jungle. Boxy scouting and dewarding. And Mickey taking out the lane itself. So the point of contact here looks like it might be Zai, but he's felt something coming. He left the Wolves on 1 HP and decided this is not a safe place to be.
It has to be demoralizing seeing that the Wolves moved. You can't find them. They're low HP. Some creeps are missing. Anisha uses that DD. Had to use it.
Yeah. Zai J on the floor. Cookie on the creep. Send the range creep in onto the Primal Beast. And Pango going to roll in onto Antares to finish him off inside the cogs. I don't know about this, HR. They want to try and use the black hole. They've got Mech on Enigma now. Miero's running forward. Nisha, they're closing in on him. They've got a stun, but there's a little roll up. Balling away to safety. Dodges the X mark, and away he goes. The overgrowth, Insania, stops them in their tracks. And a beautiful swash, still trying to keep HR away from them. And job well done by Liquid. Get in, get out with a kill they've got, and make sure there are no casualties.
Yeah, getting that roll up, getting saved by the cookie.
Boxy.
Sai?
Boxy's got a catch. They found the Kunkka. Can they kill him off, though? Nisha has a swash in a second, and that's the TP from Mickey. I forgot there was a Nature's Prophet in this game. He's been farming away beautifully, but the black hole there after the torrent comes. Miero catches two, but Mickey's still on the outskirts, pummeling them with the damage, and Zai will join in to help out. Good sunder from Uragi, and Mickey dropping lower. HR, they didn't realize Boxy was going to come back with the hook shot, though. Mickey's going to TP out with the help of his Sprout, and they kill Miero off. Boxy and Mickey both survive.
And he'll TP back home. It looked good. It looked promising, but like the damage from Snapfire, 2.5k damage in that fight. Like we talked about the combo, Clockwork plus Snapfire. They can always go for the kills. Pre-BKB, any of the heroes are gonna die from to this overwhelming damage.
Yeah, and it looked like a decent black hole, but it was just centimeters away from catching all three of them there on that staircase. Miero kicking himself. Was really hoping for that Prophet to be caught inside. 5k lead for Liquid now, and going for yet another smoke. Hook shot in 10. No kisses for 45 though. They will show their hand a little bit by using Cookie in the mid lane. Let's see if HR can read the map and understand where this angle of attack is coming from. Oh, TB. Completely caught unawares. No Sunder even available, so down he goes.
They might find Miero as well. He got scouted by a rocket. Ooh, so close.
Nisha's still going to close the gap on him, though. No TP on this Enigma, but he's actually slipped through the trees. Oh, he's out of there.
Liquid's like, yeah, we don't want to kill Enigma again. We just want to
let
it be.
No black hole, no cares. Kill tower instead. Why kill heroes when you can go after objectives?
Radiant's top tower is under
Hunter's gonna get the hell out of that bottom lane. Now Mickey's shown his face. And we're starting to get into that period of the game where BKBs are coming up very quickly. Mickey has his on the Nature's Prophet. Terrorblade not going for it as fast as maybe we expected when that draft ended.
He's gonna struggle if he doesn't get a BKB like we talked about, Manta style, casual Dragonlance of course on Terrorblade, but he might need to swap Scotty and just get a BKB, because if he gets caught inside of the cogs and Mortimer's kisses, he's gonna die.
Oh, Antares. He thought he was being cheeky and sneaky with an onslaught and a full staff trying to drift around, but meets his demise as Liquid show the three heroes camped in that mid lane.
This opens up the Roche for Team Liquid. They do have enough sustain from Living Armor. You have Nature's Call as well, and Zai aggressively cooking in. I did mention like the two options that Sapphire can go for in this game. The offlane one, like either Force Staff or the Aghanim Scepter. After picking up the shard, it's going to be the Aghanim Scepter. So good way to save people. Like from Kuka's combo, from Primal Beast charging in. And it's also another way to start a fight. Hook shot.
Hello, Boxy's in on solo, and the kisses follow all the way in. Undying, about to die to get off his tombstone in time, so Boxy will be quickly taken apart by the Terrorblade. Zai still wants in here, and a Rolling Thunder from Nisha, but a good full staff to the high ground. Sunder there as well, so Uragi gets all of his health back from Antares. Liquid realizing this isn't a fight they really want to continue as Hellraiser set it up on their terms. But if Kiyotaka sticks around...
This is a difficult kill to get.
Yeah. Trying to go on Zai. Now Nisha with Zai pushing them back, making sure there is no ability to break through. Another X mark. This time wanting Insania. Antares and Miero getting scouted by Zai and Nisha, and they tried to force him, but that's not going to work out. Instead, onto Mickey they head. He's got himself that static charge, and Aegis as well. Overgrowth on Enigma, the black hole comes, but the damage is just unavailable. nowhere to be seen. Hellraiser scattering to the wind now. Liquid, they are charging forward. The trumpets blare and the movement comes in. Kiyotaka has to defensively BKB. Oh, Boxy tried a cheeky hook shot, but Antares a little bit too far to the left for his liking. And Primal Beast going to use everything he can to scurry away.
Antares aggressively forced in Enigmas, and yeah, now he's in a lot of trouble. Let's see if he can get out of it. Force Staff? Where's the hook shot? 20 seconds. Nisha will finish him off with another swashbuckle. Rest of the team just playing on a different side of the map, taking the tower. Mickey now TP stop. He was thinking about getting this Hurricane Pike earlier on, decided to go for Mjolnir. More damage. Like you put that on either Bangor or Clockwork, who goes in. And I mean, looking at the items, double Aghanim Scepter is going to come out on Liquid relatively soon. Both their position 3 and position 4 going to have it.
Yeah, it's another one of these Liquid drafts, just like watching the Primal Beast get chased there, understanding that Liquid can be anywhere on the map, anywhere in a fight at any moment in time. The ability for any of these heroes to gap close, catch, kill is just tremendous. What have you got there? What have you spotted? What is that? Phase Boots on Undying?
Phase Boots Undying. It's a very greedy build. It's like, yeah, maybe for a core Undying, but as position 5, it's a big no-no.
I don't think I've ever been allowed to do that. But Solo's the captain. He can get away with things that lesser position 5 players cannot. We'll see how it pans out for him. And of course, in that last fight, Liquid did lose the Aegis, so no longer having that protection on the Prophet. We'll have to be a little... Oh, Boxy. He's found the Kunkka. BKB TP from Kiyotaka might be required here, because they're bringing numbers on top of the Kunkka now. Zai is backstabbing, keeping the rest out. Torrent. Solo's killed off. The Torrent's there, and a TP out from Kiyotaka is successful. Mickey gives him the tip, because he deserved it.
Yeah, that was nicely done. Torrent onto Insania, so he can't use the Overgrowth. Understands that hookshot was already used, so he can BKB TP out.
That was a good attempt by Liquid, though. They were spreading that fight 2 different ways. Zai was bullying away the Enigma and the rest of Hellraisers. Thankfully, though, for them, Kiyotaka did get away from danger. How's Boxy doing, by the way? I saw him with Aghanim Scepter queued
Almost
up.
Has it.
Yeah, pretty close to it. Does get torrented now into the Midnight Pulse and dragged back with a tidal wave of Kiyotaka. Finished off, but that was Metamorphosis used by Yuragi. Not a feel-good moment for Hellraisers.
Yeah, they can't really do much with it. He can go back to farming. They already killed the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, but seems like they're gonna smoke. Nisha, let's see. He does have a roll-up available, so they need to surprise him with something. Some kind of a stun. It needs to be Primal Beast charging in, but then again, like, if you hear it, and look at the positioning from Insania. He's already there, has that gem picked up. We see a lot more early gems being picked up, like especially when you start winning, if you feel like you can get away with that, to put a lot of pressure on the enemy. Like, just in terms of vision, they don't have any invis heroes by any means, no Shadow Blade or nothing, but just to be able to control the whole map, wait for the second Roche, because it's so valuable.
Yeah, and knowing that the ability here for Hellraisers, if they get the catch a glimpse of a core hero, they can blink black hole them and maybe kill them off. Just getting rid of that opportunity. Very wise move by Insania. And there's the Aghanim Scepter for Boxy completed. So we'll have these rocket flares flying out and scouting the Primal Beast for now. Getting closed in on as well by Nisha with his haste runes. Ooh, quickly slain. And moving in towards their next target of Solo. So both supports killed off. Now let's see if Boxy can... He's not the one with the gem, is he? No, we'll see if they get that Observer Ward that was placed in the Dire Ancients.
Next Roche, potentially 2.5 minutes. Like Team Liquid, I don't think they need to wait for any of that. They can just keep playing aggressive every single time someone shows on the side lane. Like, you have hookshot to initiate from the distance. You mentioned the Aghanim Scepter on Clockwork, so Enigma is going to have a really hard time blinking it. Like, it just provides so much vision.
And blink cancel, right? Like triple rocket flare. That's a great item. A lot of pings from HR onto Yuragi, and now he's scouted. the root from Insania. Nisha's there with the control of the Rolling Thunder. Can you sunder anybody? You're just being demolished by Liquid. Yuragi dead for 45. And Liquid's still looking for, it's always that +1. Next target, where do we go from here? Find a kill on Solo. Yeah, cherry on top of the ice cream sundae. Thank you very much.
Gobble up, Clockwork, spit him out, Mortimer's Kisses on top of that. It's just way too much damage. There is only one BKB on Hellraisers. That's the one that Kunkka has. Terrorblade still not going for one. Enigma maybe eventually, but then again, you're playing into Basher from Pango, the Overgrowth, hook shot, way too many BKB piercing abilities. Like even in the previous game, Team Liquid was pretty stacked on those.
It just feels so abusive, honestly. The way that Liquid play the map, where does Hellraisers go? You want to push out a wave? No, there's 3 heroes there. You want to push out another wave? There's 2 heroes over there. There's not an inch on the map here where HR feel at all comfortable showing their faces. We've even seen Kunkka starting now to do, X mark, walk to a wave, clear it, X mark back. There's even him with his Blade Mail BKB isn't happy about the way this game's gone. 9-25 and a 14,000 net worth lead. Hitting level 20 on the Nature's Prophet, so we've got the Sprout Leashes talent available now as well.
Very good talent. 2 out of 10. Just kidding. Garrett gave me a look like, what the hell are you talking about?
2?
It's a BKB piercing ability. It just goes through Magic Immunity. Not sure why. I mean, the patch is coming out. We have the date for it now, and the spit out.
Oh, nearly landed on 3 of them, that did. And these rocket flares are so irritating.
It's so much damage on the ground. You have this Snapfire, the Gobble Up, spit out, Mortimer's Kisses, Rocket Solo, like swashbuckle from a distance. It's just like, very difficult to find into this kind of a lineup.
Yeah, I don't know if it was what you meant, but you talked about the magic damage against the Terrorblade. I didn't really consider the ability just to clear illusions as well, right?
Yeah, that's also a big part. Like, we haven't seen TB illusions go past River pretty much. They always get cleared.
And Zai making the most of that jungle, while Antares feeling the wrath of Nisha. Interesting TP from Mickey, expecting him to go left, but instead it's Boxy that closes in on the Primal Beast. And an unstoppable streak. Imparable for Nisha. My Dota 2 clients in Spanish, so I'm getting to see all the localization. It's beautiful.
Nisha's the only core on side of Liquid who died twice. Mickey 0 deaths, Zai as well. It's just way difficult. Team Liquid is on another level when it comes down to execution.
Yeah, they're getting hemmed in, herded towards their base.
Smoke inside of the base. They feel like this game's slipping away. They do have an observer ward on the high ground, which is being picked out by Team Liquid as we speak. They want to take a fight underneath the ward potentially, maybe get the gem from Insania.
They need a quick jump and catch. The tombstone's on the high ground, well placed. Cookie forward, the stun catches the TB. The hook shot in for Boxy. Can they finish them off? Oh, where's the rest of Liquid? They're going to get the pulverizer on Insania in the back. As Nisha thinking about his angle of attack. Antares going to charge forward, but both supports on Liquid are down. Trading out for Solo, and Liquid realizing this isn't a fight they want to continue anymore unless Nisha gets the connection on Kunkka, but the black hole is there. Miero stops him in his tracks. Cookie will not save you from this, my son. He'll roll off to safety though, but the TB's long-range damage takes out the Pango.
Mickey still thinking about taking the fight, has a BKB available.
He's got quite a lot of damage as well. Kills off Miero. Zai standing his ground with Greaves still available, thinking about going for Yuragi as well.
Let's have a Blink Dagger. He wants to get a creep, maybe gobble it up, spit it out if he catches a glimpse of Terrorblade. But Yuragi managed to pick up that gem in the previous fight. It was a good call from Hellraisers to try to go for that fight while they still had vision on the high ground. Killing 2 heroes, and yeah, as you said, Pango, he gets black holed immediately, and Cookie's not gonna save you from that.
Yeah. It really felt like, Hellraiser's starting to turtle up, make sure their base is defended.
It's been a while since I heard that word, turtle.
Yeah, but
Turtle Dota.
Yeah, but Liquid, they're these border collies. They're the sheepdogs, herding the little sheepy turtles back into their base. They're the ones in control. I don't know who's doing the whistling on Liquid's side. Probably Blitz, making sure that they're all doing their job perfectly in unison.
And since there's no meta, no black hole, they're gonna go inside the Roche pit. Who's holding onto Shard. Aegis went into Mika's hands.
Is that the first Roche?
They gave it to... No, they gave it to Boxy. Boxy is holding on to Jetpack. Very cool
Jetpack,
ability.
yeah.
And yeah, look at what Boxy's buying. Double Null Talisman. 30 minutes into the game, he wants to be able to amplify his rock flare damage.
Is that why?
Yeah. He just wants to have as much as possible.
Oh, bye-bye, Miero.
If I'm not mistaken, you kill the whole creep wave when it, like, just 2 rockets is enough.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Smart play. Kiyotaka had to BKB up. They've already lost their Enigma and their Undying. And this BKB going to get Kiyotaka up to high ground. But that also means Liquid are knocking on your door. Starting to break up the staircase and onto your tier 3s.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We've seen one of the weirdest GGs in the previous game where like literally nothing is happening and Hellraisers, they just decide to call it. I think one of the supports died. This time around they do have Terrorblade, they do have Enigma, so comebackable if they make a mistake outside of Team Liquid, but so far Liquid, yeah, they have been playing on point. Like they're not overextending, holding on to Aegis for like 3.5 minutes. Another big item about to be picked up on NP. Full Satanic done.
Very crisp stuff. A smoke out from Hellraisers, wanting to try and catch Liquid unaware. They see Boxy and find Nisha. The Torrent after pulverizing the black hole from Miero, but the damage from Mickey on the outskirts of the fight. He's gonna try and stand his ground, but Aegis already claimed up. Has BKB to swap in from backpack as Yuragi batters into Zai. Hellraisers, a great job in fighting back in their own jungle yet again. Mickey, oh, can he do this? 1v the world. Mickey stands his ground and destroys them all. Down you go, Kunkka into Davy Jones's locker he heads. It looked decent for HR, but Mickey just showing that with that Aegis he is one step above.
After he respawned, pops the BKB, Mjolnir on top of him, Satanic. It's just way too much. 7,000 damage, half the damage that Hellraisers did in the previous fight. And now off to Barracks. So without meta, without Black Hole, it looked a decent fight for Hellraisers, but yeah, Mick is just way too farmed. Like he has 10,000 more net worth than the enemy carry.
I didn't catch Mickey's name during Div 1 DPC. Has he always had the kimchi at the end, or is that a shout out to Matu?
Yeah, he did have it.
Okay. Well, still pressing forward. Hurricane Pike, kill off Miero. Mickey just shredding through hero after hero at this point.
Insania also had Jerry in his name.
Yeah, the Jerex,
is.
yeah. Yeah, beautiful. What's their next move? Take control of the rest of the map, it looks like.
NP's level 25, 34 minutes into the game. That's like, not 25, level 26.
Antares does get the pulverize, but Boxy's back in with his hook shot. Backup is coming because the TP from Mickey in behind HR, catching them off guard. The blade mail's decent from the Kunkka, reflecting the damage on the Nature's Prophet, but Mickey has BKB Satanic. Good luck, Yuragi. Try and kill off this Prophet. Oh, he's doing a good job. Nisha back towards him with the Rolling Thunder as well. Kiyotaka BKB is on 1 HP. The boat buff wearing off, and Nisha will escape. Oh, he wants back in. Escape, I said. Absolutely wrong. The swashbuckle doesn't finish him off, though. Nearly had him, but Nisha needs the help of the overgrowth. Insania stops the Primal Beast in his tracks.
They got a big kill. This is the first time they managed to kill Zai. Primal Beast getting more than 1,000 gold from that kill.
Oh, huge. Yeah, some big money. A Blink Dagger on Kunkka now. So AC after that BKB, Blink Dagger now. Bit of maneuverability for them, and that's what, going to get on top of the Prophet?
Yeah, it's also one way to like set things up with the tidal wave, close the gap, push them inside the base, because seems like they're gonna be defending the base. This was the first usage of the BKB on Yuragi, and now he needs some kind of a damage. Scotty done, BKB, like we mentioned, never mind, hold that thought.
Oh, it's just exactly what you said. Blink forward, get a catch, use the tidal wave, make sure the Treant's gone for 40 seconds, so a little bit of respite here for HR to reclaim some spots on the map.
Precious bounty.
And Boxy now, the one holding gem, trying to limit the vision from HR as best he can. Still waiting for that BKB from Miero. And, you know, again, just coming back to the itemization. I feel, oh my god, Boxy! He's found the perfect line.
In and out.
Miero blown up by the lava globs of Morty.
Boxy does not want to risk anything. Uses hook shot, jet
Yuragi?
out.
Ooh. That's spooky.
Here's a BKB. Boxy scouting things out inside a pit. Roche may respawn in 2 minutes. Not keeping the, like, they're having way too much fun, it seems, not keeping the track of what's happening.
Another good cookie. Let's see if they've got the follow through. Nisha's there with a Rolling Thunder, roll up and turn around, spin it on a dime. Kiyotaka with his BKB and Antares moves on to Zai. Solo aggressively pressing forward, but it's a difficult chance for Yuragi to get anything done. Has to Manta up, half health remaining, and he gets blown into oblivion. The TB disappears, and he's gone for a full-on minute.
They spit out
Mickey can
Mickey.
keep on going. And this might honestly just be game over. Does he have any? He's nowhere near
No,
buyback.
he doesn't have buyback. He used the BKB to TP out, joins the fight. Team Liquid understands, you know, that they can't really save him. Black Hole
Straight onto the
Mickey.
Prophet, trying to kill off the one big target, but he doesn't give a damn. GG called, and that's it. Game 2 done, series over. Team Liquid well-deserved victors, and absolutely no surprises.
Yeah, I think everybody kind of expected this result. Team Liquid just looking as crisp as they did in the DPC in the Western European region. Hellraisers, they might need to go back to drawing board. Like the first game, forget about it. Like you can't really draft like that, especially against Team Liquid. The second game, I'd say much more competitive. First 10-15 minutes of the game were relatively close, but Team Liquid just staying one step ahead, knowing how to move around the map and understanding the timings. Mickey was farming a lot. They were playing with 4 heroes pretty much. He was using Rapid Nature, and then once he gets the BKB, starts joining the fights. Like they take one really good fight near the river, transition that into Roche, and Team Liquid, like,
smooth,
very clean.
Super clean. There you have it. Victory for Liquid here in the group stage. A very good start for them. Hellraisers potentially a rough ride ahead, but this is one of the best teams at the tournament by all metrics. So definitely back to the drawing board for Hellraisers, but not it's not lights out. You've got room to improve. Definitely look forward to the future games for them.
For sure. I mean, they need to just find their playstyle. They're also playing with the stand-in. They got they replaced the Hawk. They've been playing with him for quite some time. So maybe also a bit of a different dynamic into a team, playing with a different carry. But yeah, it's only the first series for them, so there's still a lot of room to work with. But for Team Liquid, as expected, this team just looks so damn good.
Absolutely spot on stuff. And that will round things up for our day of casting. We're done for now, so I believe Trent and Lyrical will be hopping on to take you through the rest of today's group stage matches here on Stream B. So until tomorrow, we'll see you then. Welcome back to the Lima Major. The group stage continues, and I've replaced Lacoste. Alvo going to be joining me here as we get ourselves into this next best of two. Team Spirit taking on Gaming Gladiators.
What Gareth means to say is I've replaced Richie. Okay.
Our best buddies replaced.
We have Team Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators, a very exciting matchup here. One of the most hype ones of the day, because they're both second seeds in the respective regions. You have Team Spirit, who has demonstrated a really high level until now. Gaming Gladiators suffering a little bit against some of the teams, but managing to pull through. That Talon particularly was a surprise to many. That Talon manages to win game 2 against them. So this is a real proving ground for them.
Wild series. Like, we had some super long games, incredible team fights through that. You know, it's like a 65-minute game too. It was superb. Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit, I covered a bunch of Eastern Europe DPC. They didn't look superb, but it kind of felt like they were in that proving grounds of, you know, fighting against multiple incredible teams and fitting Lal into this new roster, new player into the roster, right?
Yeah, I think that it takes some time, obviously, when you have such a strong player, you could say, strong Tokyo, to fit that identity a little bit more. Laurel, definitely a less experienced player, but Team Spirit has seemed to adapt it, and at least what we've seen for the major for them looks really good. Gaming Gladiators, I didn't think had such a big transition period. I feel like Quinn slotted in right away. Yeah, and we'll see how they manage to do in this particular draft. The Lina ban for Gaming Gladiators. Here's a stat, Sir Gareth. Before this major, Gaming Gladiators had never lost with Lina. They've never won against Lina either. But in this major, they've already lost with Lina.
So stat out the window is gone.
Yes, exactly. And here's the Team Spirit answer to most of the ranged cores, and actually one of the biggest openings this major, which is the Rubik Magnus. Incredibly strong lane, easy to play if you know how to play the Magnus, and of course Collapse does. And these two heroes have such good base stats. People are figuring out how to abuse the lane with them.
And it's twofold as well, right? You think back to the TI that they won, and the whole conversation through that true site about Rubik and Magnus, and that, you know, Jinkyu Rubik, we don't let him have it against this Magnus. And like you said, against ranged cores, Nature's Prophet, one of the replacements for Lina when she is banned out, looking pretty solid. Yeah, I just remembered, it's a reunion for us, isn't it?
Yes,
getting back to the old days, we were casting, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago?
Yeah, exactly. It was also 4 or 5 series a day. Now we get a little bit less. You're on your third, though, so, you know, we'll see. But it's very exciting. I do like this opener by Team Spirit. I think originally the only idea was to run this against, like, Lina, not necessarily as a counter. But I think as they've been playing it, they probably just felt good in it. And now they're running it more and more often. I'm interested by the Gaming Gladiators Undying idea. Usually very good against these Blink Dagger initiators like Magnus because of the Tombstone, of course. We'll see if you can actually kick him out of lane. I don't know if the stats of NP plus Undying are enough to beat this combo.
Yeah, I guess he's going to be that lane bully no matter what happens. He's going to give Nature's Prophet a good, farming time in the first 5-6 minutes, and that's what it feels like Nature's Prophet needs, is that quick tread Maelstrom to allow him to TP and dogpile on the fights that move into Tier 1 towers. And with the Team Spirit Magnus, it's Collapse Magnus. I think you can just never forget that this man is just maddening when he's on this Magnus. Like, really so incredibly skillful. He just comes out of nowhere. Suddenly, you got Magnus on top of you being skewered, telekinesis dragged 2,000 range away from your team.
The fact that he actually beat a Ricky earlier to me shows that this guy still got it. Because to me, Ricky's probably one of the best Magnus counters in general, right? Like, you have the smoke screen to lay out, so it's hard for him to get his combo off. Essentially, if you're Magnus, you have to BKB before going in, which means you require that whole BKB to be bought before you're useful. The Sleeping Dart is a nuisance for any hero that wants to stand in front of his team, like Magnus for sure. So I do really like that fact that Team Spirit is showing this much confidence. I want to see where the rest of their lineup goes. This doesn't really show me anything about the draft. I think Gaming Gladiators is a clearer idea, perhaps, than Nature's Prophet Undying.
Yeah, much more kind of locked into that lane, safe lane, Prophet, and that position 5 Undying. Maybe Prophet moves into 3, but I think the carry's been where he's looked the most solid. And Team Spirit is going back to that LoL conversation again. I think during the first 3 or 4 series of Div 1 for them, they were putting him on Dragonite Pango, like every game. So he was on these very basic heroes, right? Very simple, straightforward to execute. You have a teamfight ulti or a pushing ulti, you have a stun, you have a way to go move forward and frontline for your team. And then they started to develop LoL, right? Move him onto the Ember Spirit and heroes like this, where he's starting to really, flourish and show that he's got more depth to his playstyle, and he's able to play more active and interesting heroes to really open up Team Spirit's drafting ability as well.
Yeah, I think it's quite a change to go from Toronto Tokyo, who is by far like these flashy mid laners, to someone
skilled, yeah.
to someone like Laurel, who yes, he was really good with the Spirit Heroes before, but I don't think it was because of his flashiness, more of his consistency. A hero I used to love watching him when he was in Div 2 and EU was Void Spirit, not because he was like, oh, he would avoid every spell, but because he was really good at counting. Okay, always have one escape, always know how far I can take it, you know, and those small things, like ask Carl, it doesn't always work. It's actually kind of hard to always keep in your mind. Can I get away with this to simulate? Is the cooldown of this just enough? He's those kind of mid laners, and I think it's deviated Team Spirit style into definitely a more consistent one when it comes to the mid game.
Yeah, it's like the difference between a player who knows the limits and the player that pushes the limits, right?
Yes, and
It's
he
like-
knows his limits.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Carl is pushing the limits. Oh, Carl, you're off the cliff.
You've
Oh,
got
no.
There's the line. Oh, dear.
And Taro Tokyo was like that too, which is why his +5 is so good, right? Because he would push the limits, fall off the cliff, but as +5, oh, he made space. Oh, he's so
initiated.
good. Pylite dies clapping somewhere else.
He's done his job.
Yeah, indeed.
What about these bands then? Ursa, Husker, Slark, nasty heroes.
Yep.
Is there anything in particular that they're targeted towards?
I mean, Husker is the let's not get Quinn. Like Leshrac and Husker are both like this Quinn guy. Let's not let him have a free game, right? I do also want to point out Gaming Gladiators, the Marcy, right? Even though Magnus is technically the offlaner, they could still always give Marcy to collapse and flex the Madness perhaps in the mid lane. They actually have that capability, and they want to prevent this combo of Marcy Rubik, which has been the terror of many places. Even as a
Marcy
4-5.
Magnus.
Yes.
Because we've seen this Marcy position 1 Battle Fury build coming
It's
up from a
true.
number of regions, right? So Empower kind of allows you to go straight BKB Basher, and then you've got the cleave, yeah.
I think that's like a point, actually. Yatoro definitely can play that. A huge, diverse hero pool. I mean, it's the fear of playing against Tier 1 teams. You can't really guess.
Man, every time I watch Team Spirit, like, you know, Trent and I were casting it, we're just thinking, what is the next hero he's going to play?
Yeah.
He played a different hero in every one of his games. No, that's not technically true. He played, what, like 10 games, 7 different heroes, and then 3 Ursas. So he only repeated 1 hero. And it's like, is this an Ursa game?
It was
We'll
Ursa.
take Ursa, yeah.
And then for a while, he was hell-bent on this Troll Warlord thing. Luckily, he's off that train now.
Yeah, not a fan of that hero.
What do you think of the Clockwork now? Like, you already have an Undying, so now you, combine with 2 melee supports, right? Also both strength-based, kind of similar on what they do. And usually you don't see Clock 4 these days either.
They want to go ranged calls in both of their lanes. So it keeps the Prophet flexible.
Okay, sure. That's
so
a
they
good
allow
point.
Prophet to go 1 or 3, and then
Yeah, you definitely do not banned. I'm actually checking. I'm surprised about that. 'cause
yeah,
that hero seems pretty
I did a
broken.
double take as well. I looked across and was like, Death Prophet? Yeah.
The Phoenix seems like an immediate counter to these heroes, though. Like, heroes that can't hit the egg, Nature's Prophet can, but doesn't really matter. And the heroes that don't deal well with Sunray. There's a classic Laurel pick. There's Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit. That's his bread and butter back when he was playing and dominating pubs. And I think Team Spirit is now finally able to release him. We've also seen a lot more Storm this major than I was expecting. He's kind of picked back up as the major went on.
Yeah, even in the first series, we had Quinn playing it. It looked, you know, pretty solid.
Yeah.
Very good against these, again, ranged hero counters, right? Having the ability to get on top of Lina, Nature's Prophet, especially once we get past 30 minutes when the BKBs are down to 6 seconds. So it looks very good there. But Puck, of course, the natural answer. Now you've got the ability to not only lock down with the coil, but the Waning Rift and Octarine Core build has been incredibly prominent. And I've realized that you're already rubbing off on me, and I'm doing the hand signals, Albo. We're getting into things.
The worst part about it is, we're talking about Casper Richie. He goes, why are you hitting me in the face? Every time there's a big team fight, it always happens. That Puck for Gaming Gladiators, like you were mentioning, just the Quinn special of, I will win the bin lane, I will win the game for you, right? He's always been this kind of player. His laning is, I would argue, one of the best laners out there in general. Like, I know he's just
top 1
NA.
for a reason, right?
Yeah, he was, yeah. And he top 1 in NA means you either carry your team or you're done, right? And so I do like when they give him a favorable lane, make his early game easy, and then combine it well with the rest of the Gaming Gladiators, where Nature's Prophet is still kept as a flex, of course, because Ace, also a massive Nature's Prophet fan.
Yeah, and it also feels quite often, especially when you have an Undying on your team, you need a hero that can pivot into side lanes, because Undying's not going to rotate, right? He's not a roaming hero. He's a lane sitter. He'll be there for the first 6 minutes or so, maybe guard a rune. Clockwork can rotate, but he is also very good at pulling waves and making sure that he's bullying the opponents rather than making that move into mid as a ganker, right? Compared to Rubik, can move mid, telekinesis, set up a kill. These two melee heroes, much more stay in the lanes, and Puck will be the one to move there once Puck's level 6, 7 or so.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think the final pick for Gaming Gladiators? Where do you think you're going? I mean, Team Spirit is banning the carries. I also agree. I feel Nature's Prophet carry against a Storm Spirit you're putting yourself in a difficult position. Magnus, Storm Spirit, a lot of repositioning.
Yeah. See, I like the Lifestealer ban. That's probably the one that I would go to initially.
Okay.
Bloodseeker was the one that came to mind second, because Duraccio Bloodseeker has
True.
been incredible recently, but...
I like that
kind
idea,
of
actually.
Like it. Like Waning Rift plus Bloodright plus Coil, you've got Cogs, you've got lots of ways to trap Storm and Silence, lots of ways to scout in trees to disrupt a Magnus initiation, but I still think you can struggle against a Supernova RP.
That's true. The team fight is always going to be lacking. I think it's difficult to make it with any melee carry here. But what are your options if you go range? Troll, no. You have like Medusa, not great either here. I guess you could Weaver. That's an old Duracho pick as well.
Wow, that's a throwback.
Yeah, I hear he seems pretty bad right now, but honestly it doesn't seem like the worst Weaver game.
And what about Spirit for, I guess calling Yato a hero is just rolling a D100, right? What's it gonna be?
Yeah, what looks good? So they banned Monkey King terribly. That also might tell us what they're thinking about.
You said he was playing PA earlier, right? PA Magnus?
Yes, but that was against Alina. I don't know if they want to repeat it here. It doesn't feel as good in this game, though. If they're really confident of Nature's Prophet positioning, you could go PA. Seems like a free game that way.
I think that's why I like the flex so much from Gaming Gladiators keeping the Prophet open, is because if it is a PA,
Ooh.
Interesting. Like so he's not going to get completely demolished by the Puck Initiation, doesn't really care too much about Nature's Prophet. Very fast off-the-mark hero with the Armlet BKB build.
I think this denies the ranged core too much. Like, between Magnus, Storm Spirit, and Chaos Knight, everyone can jump on your ranged core.
Yeah.
The only hero that could do that is kind of Dusa that can tank it, but then you're having Medusa, so why? I'm still sold on your Bloodseeker. I know it's a difficult team fight to take, but I actually like the Bloodseeker a fair amount here for Gaming Gladiators. You deal with the Magnus pretty decently. You have the attack speed buff for the Phoenix. You have good combo, a little bit more team fight on that hero. Your laning seems kind of okay, actually.
Yeah, it's like, it feels like Pudge should be good for Gaming Gladiators, but then not against the Phoenix, the Magnus. You're not going to be dealing with the Supernova in the team fight that much.
The Phoenix is the real, like, that is such a good pick here.
It's like, do you go even more, do you go like a Sniper? Because we're thinking about ranged heroes, but Sniper is like a double ranged hero, right?
Yeah, he must be so ranged, that, especially because you have Concussive Grenade as well.
But he's still going to get caught out by the potential, Rubik, Mag, Storm Spirit, catch. Troll.
Oh god, it is Troll.
Okay,
it is Troll. Okay, look, I will say, this is actually a good Troll game, right? It actually does look nice.
That's what they all say, Arvo.
It is a garbage hero. I hate this hero.
10th pick Troll, it's a pretty good... that's Lacoste catchphrase. Like, that's a pretty good Troll game, and then 30 minutes later,
It is a good Troll game, though. You can't deny it. Like, you deal with Phoenix Egg. You're actually good against Magnus and lane. CK's pretty bad against you because you can Whirling Axes as he reality rifts you, right? So you blind all the illusions.
Net against the Storm.
I actually even like the Ags build this game. That's how... you dispel the Empower. Yeah, because you dispel the Empower debuff. You have a lower cooldown on the Whirling Axes as well.
Fiery Spirits.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's still Troll. I just can't... Like, this hero just seems so useless every time I watch it. Even Team Spirit don't win with it.
I still struggle to see... Or I struggle to understand, like, the pacing of Troll as well, because we've seen so many different item builds from him. Battle Fury, Maelstrom to go the Yasha Basha build and go into BKB to try and be active. Because Gaming Gladiators don't look bad going late game. They've got pretty good tower push, decent team fight, but... Team Spirit just have that overwhelming Team Spirit draft.
Yeah, look, I'm much more sold on the Team Spirit draft, honestly. I mean, not only the Troll, but I feel like the double melee support I'm not entirely sold on. I don't know what Clock really does with farm, to be honest. I don't love him as a 4 position right now. One of the good things, I guess, is it gets more experience, so getting that leash talent is going to be very important here against Storm Spirit, but I'm kind of dreaming a little bit.
Yeah, it's like, is this an Ags game for Clockwork? Is it an Ags rush? We saw that from Boxy earlier.
I think you have to, right, if you're 4. Otherwise, what's the point of the farm? I mean, what are you doing with Vision, though, when there's 3 people that jump you? That's the other concern, but I guess Rocket Flare could potentially stop Blink Daggers, but Storm doesn't care. Chaos Knight might just Reality Rift you, right?
And kill you in a couple of hits.
Yeah, exactly. I would be favoring Spirit a little bit with this draft.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but my Dota's in Spanish, and I've been enjoying it greatly, watching, like, the mega...
So I'm feeling a little bit offended.
Just learn some English, Arvo. Come on.
That's actually what happens every time I enter the building. I go, estoy aquí, you know, I'll start speak Spanish to people, and they go, oh, sir, no speak. I give a English talent vibe now, Gareth. You guys have corrupted me. That's my.
I'm so sorry.
Nice smoke to start off with, it seems. Quinn detects it.
Oh, interesting warding. Up on the high ground near the mid lane.
Alright, so Quinn was scared to make sure they couldn't check the ward, right? That's the idea, like you stand there to make sure that they can't do the tower...
Yeah, you orb forward, you ward faster, make sure they can't scout the ward or anything. And they were trying to send Treants as well, so Ace has sent his Treants mid to see where that Radiant Vision is, but so that's why that ward is up on the high ground then. They've put that there so the Treants can't scout it, and it's unlikely to be de-warded. So both of the rune spots have been scouted by Spirit, and they'll be able to see any potential moves, you know, from the Clockwork, or if Undying and Clock are starting to wave drag, they'll keep tabs on them nicely. Oh, hell yeah. CK with the Wraith Band queued up. He's got his slippers and his circlet. Tiara and Zapatillas de Agilidad. What, do you do the soft G or the hard G? Is it Agilidad?
Agilidad.
Oh, it's Agilidad, thank you.
Agilidad, yeah. Tofu? No, okay, he's gonna be fine. I am curious, this Wraith Band man, right? When was it? Do you remember the moment where everyone decided is the best thing in the entire world? Because at first it made sense. Okay, strength offlaners, you're buying it, armor plus HP, effective HP, amazing. But now I just see it on anyone. It doesn't matter who it is.
I think it was when DP started to become super popular as a Season 3. Is Maposhka okay? He's got the backup of Yatoro. Throw a stun into the back of Tofu's head. Good body blocks. Okay. Yeah, he should be fine. Fire Spirits are annoying, but unlikely to die here, I think.
I
think it was like DP offlane needed the armor, and everyone's like, yeah, buy a Wraith Band, then buy a Greaves, and then you're unkillable.
That is actually factually correct, though. You are unkillable once you get the single Wraith Band Greaves.
Can't touch her.
I was surprised that DP actually completely passed this game. I guess, I mean, a lot of the picks are pretty strong against DP. Putting her out of position usually screws her. That's why Yule Scepter was so important. Now you don't buy that.
It was kind of interesting in Eastern Europe. I think Team Spirit was one of the first teams we noticed just ignore DP. They kind of figured out how to play against her. Not like, you know, you're 5-manning to defend your tier 1 at 6 minutes, making sure that the first and second EXO don't get objectives makes DP kind of neutered, honestly. Yeah. She is so reliant on that early tempo and opening the map for her team that if you use an EXO for a kill on a support, that's good for the support.
That is true, actually. That playstyle, I guess, can be also imitated by the MP Alpha in the running here. Like you can actually, I've seen a lot of Cuckoo, for example, and I see this a lot, where you go full auras. Your first item actually is Ags. That's what they like doing because it helps you farm and gives you team fight at the same time. And then you go full auras, and you just like an offlane DP essentially.
Yeah, super nice against the Storm, right? We might see that from Ace this game. See what direction he goes. But also the fact that, you know, if you can't push the safe lane tower because you're against the CK Phoenix, you can just think about going mid. You know, wait for that, even the 5-minute catapult to come. 6 minutes, you TP there, maybe get a kill, but at least bully the enemy mid laner out, and then push tier 1. Got so many options.
What lane do you think we should be watching, guys? What lane do you think is the most important one here?
I like watching Yatoro, honestly, because he's always the guy that gets first blood.
Is that just a personal preference then? Okay, I see.
He's just so good, isn't he?
Is this a strong lane though? Like Phoenix Chaos Knight versus...
No, not really.
Okay. Okay, double checking. I mean, I
think Clockwork's got a pretty good time here to like bully them back, but if Prophet like oversteps, they could kill him.
Okay.
I think it's the top lane, honestly. You've got Rubik Centaur, Undying. You know, he's gonna be bullying them back, but if he gets skewered lifted on the tower, he can easily die. As mid lane, Larl, he's got Fairy Fire and Bottle, dodges the orb. Let's see if Quinn jumps to it to steal it.
Oh no, he does.
To go for it. Wants to keep chipping away at the Storm Spirit instead. Will allow the Water Rune to get bottled up, dodges ahead, and then he can go down to the bottom rune for himself.
It's these small decisions by mid laners that matter so much, and I would love to know what his decision was to not. I mean, the courier was coming with a bottle, right? So obviously it was a disadvantage, but it feels like stealing that Water Rune would have been important. I guess he still gets the other one.
Yeah, I think it's the positioning thing, right? When if you jump to that, you get the Water Rune, but then Storm blocks you from lane.
Yeah,
So he's going to drop a Remnant, you can't walk back there, then Storm gets the other rune, and potentially just keeps you out of the lane for a little bit.
Sure, that's true, right? There's always the consideration that it's all about buffing yourself up, not really denying the enemy anymore in the mid lane. Because the mid lane is just...
It's like, do I gain more than he loses? Nah, not really.
That's true. That's true. I think this mid lane particularly is what's going to decide the matchup. I don't think Storm can get online fast enough because it's a Storm, right? Versus a Puck. So as long as Quinn trades evenly, I feel like there's a lot he can do this game.
Doing a tremendous amount of damage already. Keeping Lol on his toes. And Water Rune.
Look at these. Sorry, I just joined this.
I was just like waving at me, hand signaling something. I don't know.
Top lane, a lot of harassment towards Celery, but he's managed to keep the Troll well, and honestly, Troll always trades well in lanes. The only problem is the creep equilibrium has not really gone their way. They haven't been able to stop Mira at all. As in the mid lane, the trade continues, but Laurel will be able to survive this.
Everyone's running so low on resources, though. Quinn's out of mana, Lol's out of HP and mana. They kind of want one of their supports to die and just TP mid to refill their bottle at this point. Okay, they're going to get a Water Rune in 10 seconds, but even that's not going to keep them in contention in this mid lane. Keep fighting like they are. Lol with the Vortex, chipping away at Quinn. And a good move from Mira there, so guard the top Water Rune. See if they get the bottom one. It's Miposhka that steals the southern rune, and Mira takes the top one, so mid lane is getting nothing from it. Empty bottles, empty hands, and sad times for everyone involved. Does Miposhka have dive? Does he want to jump forward? Doesn't look like he's going to go for it.
This is like in the top lane now, they have an opportunity if they want to take advantage of the Rubik that's going for the courier. They just realized this, but Collapse is maybe a bit too strong. They also don't have any kill potential with just 2 points of decay. Celery is really, really committing to this build as much as he can. Try to harass Collapse out of lane. Duracho walking back to his tower himself. Now Collapse chasing after Celery. There's a forward skewer. Interesting, as in the mid lane, they're also seeing an engagement here, hoping to go for Quinn. Quinn is burning up, and Quinn will die to the auto attacks from Laurel, getting the first blood. In the top lane, Celery used the tombstone to escape.
Yeah, see, that's one of the difficulties, right? Undying and Clockwork, they don't want to move out of their lanes, they're lane sitters. So the fact that they can't really come in and help means they're stuck there, and that opens up the ability for Team Spirit to get that kill. As Yatoro, getting blasted by the battery assault, gets out of danger ever so barely. Tofu should have enough in the tank here to slip out of the grasp of Miposhka, so he'll be fine in the end.
Already a strong lead by Team Spirit with a 1k just because of the laning stage, and now well went, and of course that first blood taken from the Storm Spirit. Laurel taking the advantage here, and Quinn won't be getting the lead that he was hoping for, or the rotation he was hoping for either. Let's have a Dream Coil now. This is the time to fight. The Dream Coil, leashed up is the Storm. Unfortunately, there are no friends to help on Quinn, so they knew his Power Spike. He's going to burn back up. Luckily, as an Ilzorb took it away, and a Waiting Rift too, but he will be taking a lot of damage. Team Spirit knew this Power Spike was coming, and they prepared for it.
Yeah, backup arrives. Yeah, around that 6-minute mark, you can have these two supports that can quite easily flow into the mid lane. Tofu will refill the bottle of Quinn at the very least, but that's going to give a lot of control now to Yatoro to start winning that bot lane up against Ace's Nature's Prophet, who has taken a pretty hefty lead in the CS department. 34 and 17 so far for him. So Treads, Blightstone, Wand, still nothing queued up yet. Definitely curious to see if he gets a bit greedy and goes into that, Maelstrom carry build, or if it will be that utility axe build.
I also want to find out, actually. Ace is very diverse in his builds, I think. The fact that he's played carry and offlane before means he's actually can deviate easily, especially on the Zoo heroes. So I'm curious as to what he's going to decide to prioritize this time.
He says Zoo heroes, he immediately split his tree in like 3 different directions.
As he can hear me, of course.
It's the Meepo effect, right? The classic Meepo player.
I mean, he was a Meepo player as well, right? He was a Nagasiren player. Like, this man, Lycan, he went back when Lycan was a carry. He can now play it offlane. So I do like seeing him on the MP, but...
Lol, this time. Vortex. The damage onto Quinn. Doesn't look like the Puck can finish the job. And now the zip back in. Lol's going for the solo kill and gets the job done. Oh, that... knowing his limits. We talked about it.
Yeah. That's a schooling, though. That Arcane Rune, of course, really did matter, but the earlier kill onto Quinn, the failed attempt at killing Laurel the second time because of the supports, and then now the kill. It feels like Quinn is kind of playing solo versus 3. This is very classically when you would rage quit and go, nobody helping me mid, why no gank? But honestly, this is going to determine the pace of the game for Team Spirit because they can now play around Laurel, and Quinn's just a little bit delayed in his Witchblade timing.
Yeah, and it means that Quinn has to go back to lane. No coil for 30 seconds means
Exactly.
he's straight back down. He's going to get immediately Vortex, damage dealt by Lal. Incredibly annoying game for Quinn, especially when these supports keep coming in. Mira grab the haste rune under the nose of the Undying. Tofu in behind, but Lal that ball lightning to get over the top of the clockwork. And you can see here, with all this action really moving in towards that mid lane, Yatoro caught up with the Nature's Prophet with ease. 48 last hits now for both of them. It's gonna be a tough one for Gaming Gladiators, I feel, to get the levels on their supports. You really need that clockwork to hit level 6 because he is the be-all and end-all of their team fight. Initiation, vision. Tofu has such an important job this game on the clockwork.
That was my doubt from the get-go, Gareth,
Yeah.
you know? Can these two traditional, like these very sacrificial 5s, can they have the impact that a 4 is required to have? Like, where do they find the farm, you know? They did both get buffed in farming capabilities, interestingly enough. The DK, now the Battery Assault, both dealing double damage to creeps. Seems to be the motif from Valve recently. But it is true that Gaming Gladiators don't really have much recovery besides getting more kills, and that's why Quinn needed to be enabled. So that's why a smoke gank is from Gaming Gladiators, hoping to at least stop collapse. Seems like it would be possible if they get a Dream Coil off.
They should be able to get in on
Oh, they
top
got a
of
root.
him. They got the root.
Yeah, now he's
Skewer the troll across, but it's Seller and Tofu here. Quinn will arrive to try and secure the kill and gets it in the end as well. And this is a troll going Battle Fury, so they need every little bit they can get. He's looking for that later game scaling.
Radiant structures.
Sure, I agree with that. I think going Axe first, a little bit of a troll, not the hero, just it's just bad. I didn't mean to make a pun, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I apologize, Gareth. Don't look at me that way. But I do like the Axe build, I just don't think it's good enough to boost your farm. But mid lane, Storm is leashed. He got hit by the Wrath of Nature as well, and Nar will finally die. This time he did not know his limits. The Phoenix did though, as he flies away from the Sprout, burning the trees along the way, and Gaming Gladiators will have to let that one go. But this is enabling Quinn a little bit more, and we're starting to see the rotations we were hoping from earlier. Also, Arcane Rune for Puck.
I was kind of hoping to see them push it, because there's a catapult wave coming. They brought 4 heroes mid. They're not going to shove tier 1. It's full HP and a little bit scary. But this is the moment right now where there's no Supernova on Phoenix. There's no Storm for 10 seconds. He's coming back up shortly. But maybe an opportunity there gone awry for Game Gladiators. And just the fact here, the Spirit, they're allowed to play all 3 lanes where it feels like Gaming Gladiators are being sucked into this maelstrom of danger in the mid lane. And we're getting closer to really pivotal items. Blink on Collapse, super important. We've got the Armlet coming out on the CK, so his Power Spike is arriving on the Courier right now. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Team Spirit, when they get level 6 on Phoenix, go for a smoke play, get that team fight going, push a tower, claim some objectives. They feel like they're the stronger ones right now.
I'm going to try to take a fight top Gaming Gladiators. They've realized this might be their strongest lane, with the Clockwork now joined them. There's a Puck behind them. Quinn is just trying to get whatever kills he can find. Hookshot is available, but this time, Team Spirit won't make the same mistake. Earlier, it seems like Collapse would have died regardless of if the Puck was there or not, and now he's realizing, even if the Puck is here, I will not die.
Miposhka is so close to level 6. He's farming a camp right now. He's like 1 creep away. They would have loved to have this, to allow him to TP top and maybe bait them in or skewer them into that top tier 1, but yeah, a little bit of calm, I've got to say, favors Gaming Gladiators to really get themselves back into this game. No, it no longer feels like a scramble, right? They're back on even footing somewhat.
Yeah, this is the moment that you start pushing. If you're Team Spirit, once you get the level 6 on Phoenix, you threaten towers, you go, right, fight me, good luck.
GG gonna take this opportunity to smoke into the bottom jungle. Yatoro has 1,720 HP with Strength, Treads, and Armor, but he's toggled off, and the hookshot comes in. They get the catch and the kill. Really well executed. That window is pretty tight for them to catch the CK, but they do it tremendously well.
That was a really clever rotation. Quinn had already kind of showed himself a little bit top, so it was hard to tell if he was farming nearby or if he just went and rotated completely. They used the smoke extra movement speed to be able to catch bottom in time, and they also went from an awkward angle that they weren't expecting. So very, very good smoke from Gaming Gladiators. And once again, it's all around the Quinn Puck right now.
Yeah, he's the playmaker.
And Nature's Prophet, by the way, if we can just point him out, Ace is going for the Axe build we're talking about, which allows him to become the playmaker once that comes online. They only need 800 more gold in Gaming Gladiators. Their options will spread.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Smoke from Spirit now, trying to replicate what Gaming Gladiators just did. Duratio, a potential target here, but a tough nut to crack. Battle Trance is available for him, and Quinn sat right behind the troll, ready to strike and fight back when that smoke breaks. Now Lal is spotted. I'll just stick around and farm some camps instead. Very, very patient from Spirit, feeling that they don't want to push the issue right now. Instead, just soft pushing top with Collapse, playing in the enemy jungle, baiting Duratio into a fight here. Nobody giving in though. The temptation looked pretty great for both teams to have a bit of a scrap, but of course with stacks in the jungle, Duratio get back to farming his Battle Fury up.
Oh, Maposhka is being attacked down bottom by Tofu, but Tofu went way too far, and he's gonna be killed by that. Even if they got him Poshka low, he had Supernova, so it's kind of impossible there.
The temptation, man, I tell you.
Are you a clockwork? You
Everyone's
gotta get
itching for a
kills.
kill.
And meanwhile, Duratio's just itching for his Battle Fury, which is why he realizes there's no point in chasing this Rubik around. Oh, no, he got skewered.
Oh, you're right, up on top, Duratio. That's the steal. Decay for the Rubik. Not great. Yeah, Quinn was poking mid, tried to go on the CK, and then took 70% of his HP in a couple of hits and realized that's not a fight he wants to take. But the DD rune and a hook shot in. Coil did snap, and the cogs are good. Catch out the Chaos Knight, and Lal trying to fight back and avenge his fallen brother. Oh my god, the 20 HP ball lightning back to safety, while Celery's killed Collapse on the other side of the map.
That was an odd push by Team Spirit. I wasn't expecting Yatoro to push that far in, and now in the mid lane they continue the assault. They want to get Phoenix. He's been silenced. A little bit more damage to the Rocket Flare, and Poshka will seemingly get away as they waiting Rift the puck himself. He's burning up, but he is luckily out of there in time as Ace comes to protect his brother with 1,000 treants, and his axe now newly built. This includes a root and a lowered cooldown.
Yeah, feels like Spirit taking their foot off the pedal just a little bit too much. You know, they've got this Blink RP, they've got the CK armlet, but being a little bit tentative with their moves into the enemy side of the map. This is giving Gaming Gladiators, you've been saying it, the Quinn puck. Such a tremendous performance from him after a sad laning phase as they do catch Ace. Really well done there with Lal starting that initiation, allowing Collapse to be the second wave.
And it's gonna be their tower that falls in first as Laurel. He wants to go for more. Celery is the target, but Quinn will protect him for now. There's a Dream Coil and they know it. They missed the winning Rift, which is why Laurel will keep his distance there.
That's more like it. Good deny though from Quinn. Radiant Ops ward over towards the Dire Ancients does expire, so Spirit lacking in the vision department as they go on the storm again. All but the catapult's in the way, doesn't seem like it matters. Tofu able to take down the Storm Spirit, and now Mira, next one on the menu. A jump forward from the puck into that orb, and Quinn hunting for a little bit more. Skewer out from Collapse gives him the safety he needed. Well, this is all space for Duratio's troll. Not only has he finished Battle Fury, but he's pushing bottom tier 1. A skewer mid. Celery dragged it towards tower, but it's a tanky Undying. Verger's Dale on the ground as well, and Collapse is being dived by Quinn. This puck just doesn't stop. Incredibly annoying. The nuisance gets caught. The big LP is there. 2 ultis required, but every spell worth the kill.
That was definitely worth the kill. Finally putting a stop to the menace that is Quinn. And I mean, look, if you look at Team Spirit as well, they get the kill on Clockwork, sorry. If you look at them, they have the same amount of initiations, just taking longer to get online. The Storm and Magnus will eventually become equal threats to Quinn. So as long as you stave off the aggression from this early game, you are fine. They're not actually that worried about the early game. They just needed to make sure that they don't keep on losing heroes to this North American prodigy.
What's the matter? You said it fine. That was a perfectly normal sentence.
Why'd you laugh then?
Because you started doing hand movements again.
Gareth does not believe in Quinn Callahan. It's okay.
What do you mean?
Right. It's
Quinn
just
he's our boy.
Quinao?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Because you've done South America for so long. He did South America back when Brazil was still relevant. That's how you know he still says Quinao.
Thank you very much.
And
I
maybe
think they saw Mira. Yeah, they definitely did catch a glimpse of him. The Wrath of Nature.
it was actually the creeps
Oh,
that were
was it?
chasing after him. They're like, I guess we'll kill him.
Find the Rubik.
What time is it? It's killing time.
Dyrachyo very safely tucked away in his trees. Well on his way to BKB, so another big timing coming up for Gaming Gladiators.
Quid, he wants to cut a lane, but they might cut his face.
Oh.
Chaos Bolt, Electric Vortex as well, and wow, the Phantasm was enough damage. I think he got 2 crits off that Phantasm.
That's some big damage from Yatoro. Oh, what Echo say? It's his time to shine, and then we go again. Collapse and Lol pairing up to find the Undying. Mech is up for that position 5 Undying though. He's got a fair amount of farm.
Yes, well, fair amount. Unfortunately, it seems like he's more positioned for Undying, because Tofu's also in the underfarmed category, right? One of the difficulties we talked about this duo, they just kind of need to scrounge up whatever farm they can find. Luckily, Dyrachyo at least is doing pretty well. The Battle Fury is already up, and Ace is farming the map like crazy, which Axe tends to do. You don't really get a choice whether you farm or not when you buy this item.
The creeps are mine. I like this as well. I was wondering earlier on about the Maelstrom or the Ags, and Ace is like, why not both? Go for Gleipnir after the Ags. Have roots for days.
It does make the farm that a troll can get, like, the difficulty when you have a dual core like this is that one of your cores genuinely cannot help but taking the easy farm, as long as it's visible on the map, right? That's its mechanism. And that will sometimes make it difficult for troll, especially when some map gets taken away from you. Whereas Team Spirit can easily delegate farming camps and roles, with CK and Storm being their dual core, without having to worry about this uncontrollable aspect of it.
Smoke tongue for Spirit. Or just a hookshot in from Tofu. Big damage from Quinn. They're going to blow up both of them. Collapse and Miposhka slaying Mira into the grave as well. Well, that just ended as quickly as it started.
Yeah, that was a really good smoke positioning as well, taking advantage of the massive amounts of vision that Clockwork and Nature's Prophet both give you. And now they can take a tower in the mid lane as well, and this opens up the map to them, which allows them to get even more kills. Meanwhile, Dyrachyo doing nothing but farming, and that's what you want.
Exactly, right? This is the plan. You go late game, you buy the Battle Fury, you've got Nature's Prophet. Puck is a supreme late game hero as well. The talents, the build up, that Octarine core ability, items, the ability to spam out spell after spell, which is incredible. And you see Tofu dying pretty simply to Yatoro. Big bad CK. So far it's been quite a struggle for Team Spirit to reclaim areas on the map. They've got no real traction. They need that teamfight win that gives them space to get the wards, get another teamfight win, because in the back of every player's mind 20 minutes in is Roshan. You start thinking about that Aegis, especially I think a Spirit here with Storm on their lineup.
Yeah, both have decent Roshan taking potential, right? CK's Reality Rift, you have a little minus armor, the other team has Troll, one of the few things he still does well, besides losing games.
Oh, they're smoking in there.
Oh, look at that, Troll. And double damage, too.
Well, yeah, he's just been farming all game. Why not farm the biggest creep on the map?
That's a great idea, of course, yeah. Puck, meanwhile, is disturbing the Storm Spirit. Can they kill him? That is going to be a nice RP into Supernova. 2 are stunned, 2 are dead, Gareth. Quinn gets away, pretending like he was never part of it. They did get away with an Aegis.
They did. That's the important thing, right? Troll now has 5 minutes of peacetime. He's going to be contending with Dyrachyo. And Quinn just continually poking and prodding in that mid lane. Oh, collapse.
That was almost very good. It could still be good.
Trying to catch this puck out. Little ballerina that could is Quinn, pirouetting and dodging everything. Trying to jump back towards Team Spirit. They bullet them away, so not only does the puck survive, but potentially here, Dyrachyo gets a kill on the way out. And that phase shift gives Mira just enough space.
Dyrachyo realizing that at the end of the day, he can only really run at them, and if they don't stay and fight, there's not much he can accomplish. He needs Nature's Prophet, Wrath of Nature, to actually get to stay and fight. They have used all their ultimates right now in this fight, so it would be a good opportunity for Gaming Gladiators to force something. I don't know if they have any smokes available.
Everyone's just been smoking into each other non-stop.
I don't think so. Actually, they don't have it. So then the only option left is kind of farming or maybe forcing an objective, but I don't think they're the team to do that. If the enemy team just waits out a little bit, you get Supernova RP ready, you're just putting yourselves in their trap.
It doesn't feel like any objectives are worth their time either, right? All of the really important tier ones are gone. Don't want to start cracking tier 2s just yet unless you get that team fight victory first. So it's, I think maybe more about setting the trap, you know, having Ace sit on a lane somewhere with Clockwork and Puck behind him, get that Storm to ball lightning onto the Prophet, and then make that turnaround play. Of course, you've got the important job for the supports is de-warding and keeping the vision up. Looks like bottom jungles where Celery's going to be planting himself, while top jungle invaded by Team Spirit for now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, Blink Dagger now on the CK Yadoro. Between that and Mage Slayer, she's deviating. He's not just a damage dealer anymore, he's also kind of an initiator to a degree. Considering how good a team fight they have, it doesn't really matter if they have enough damage to burst to, as long as they can just catch up to you. Play around your ultimates. This is classic Eastern European Dota, to be honest. This is the team fight Dota that they're always known for. It's a beautiful ballet.
You go back to Dota 1, you know, the old BTS days, Blink Daggers on every single hero.
It is the most broken item in Dota.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
tower
one
is
of.
under attack.
I don't know.
Force Staff is the other one.
BKB?
I guess, yeah. Force Staff, BKB, Blink, I think are quintessential Imba items.
They are Dota items, yeah.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Okay, who has ever told you, man, it's really that Mage Slayer, that's the broken item.
The branches, dude. You can't forget the branches.
Well, Smoke from Team Spirit, they want to force a fight, but they lack the vision for it. It is actually Gaming Gladiators who's completely bored their jungle, and they might be the ones who get the leg up on this fight. In fact, Team Spirit acknowledge this, and they go back up to their high ground, respecting their opponents. Well done.
Get a terrain advantage.
Don't overcommit against a troll with an Aegis. He has now 3 lives. At least one of them is bound to do something.
Especially when you don't have the vision, right? You want that surprise factor, but you need the vision on the troll, because you know you can kill him twice, as long as he doesn't get Battle Trance off. And you've got the disables and the damage to do it, but you need that vision to make sure that he doesn't know you're coming.
Very good point.
And that's why he's going status resistance, right? He's going for this Sanjanyasha, which is an item that I feel we've not seen a lot of in the past year or so. But it seems pretty good here against the RP, the CK, the Storm. Make sure the troll will always be able to press the buttons. Press BKB, press Battle Trance.
That was actually the most successful troll build forever, right? The Sanjanyasha Satanic. The status resistance build back when Satanic used to give you that. As they managed to root the Storm, there's the hookshot as well, the cog pushback, but Laurel's too quick with the BKB activation, and there's no cog pushback at all, which means he gets away. They want to continue this initiation with an RP. They get the Clockwork, finding a Duracho who's fighting in the middle of 4.
1 minute on Aegis.
Duracho is still chasing after them. He just wants to waste the Aegis here as the Battle Trance activates it instead with a BKB. He's going to get a support here. Now committing to Collapse. Collapse, who's pretty low on HP, but plays in the trees and allows himself to get the safety as Duracho retreats instead. Dreamcall has been wasted in the backlines. Collapse tried to fish someone. He couldn't. And instead, it's going to be both teams disengaging. Team Spirit considering whether to go again, but deciding to eventually let them go.
Yeah, I missed the shockwave on the troll, which is a little unfortunate. Maybe could have dragged him back, spend that Aegis life, and of course with Battle Trance already haven't been expended, maybe would have killed him twice. Not too bad, 1-for-1 trade in the end. Gaming Gladiators still going to feel pretty comfortable the fact that they forced a team fight, forced big ultis out of Spirit, and they were fighting on the Radiant side of the map. So they've got the ability now to filter back and claim all of the farm by tracking back into their own jungle and having that out efficiency in terms of farming for themselves. Now you're looking, staring down the barrel of a gun that's incredibly scary. You've got an Aegis Prophet who has become a carry, right? He is a hero that can race up that net worth board, and he's in 3rd place. In fact, 3 of the top 4 Dire heroes, and a pretty big gap now starting to appear between Collapse and the rest of those core heroes. Collapse Magnus having a rough old time in terms of picking up items. Blink, Force, Ether Lens going back into the BKB. A lot more focused on utility than farming and right-clicking. We know how well he can do with this Magnus. Both teams buying the smokes. So important to get that element of surprise, the drop on your opponents. And you're so heavily reliant on the big team fight cooldowns.
Gaming Gladiators, will they just wait now until the next roach and just proceed? Yeah.
I think so.
There's nothing that's holding. Oh, they just got Ags on Tofu as well. More ways to avoid fights now with the infinite rocket flares, which is what this Ag is used for these days. I love it, by the way. They designed this axe like it does something on every skill, but it's just rocket flare. It's just rocket flare. I even forget what it's supposed to do on the other things.
I genuinely don't know. I cannot remember. I can read it to you in Spanish though. If you'd
No, I
like.
know battery assault becomes a AOE. That's one of the ones.
It affects every hero. Right?
Yeah. And then pew 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 pew. That's the thing. I think it does something to attack speed or status resistance. Well, oh, that's the power cogs actually. Read it in Spanish. What does it do in power cogs?
No, I need this, right? Oh dear. Well, first of all, I need to know what power cogs is in Spanish.
Dire's middle tower.
Engranajes electrificados.
It's pretty good. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Okay, now I need to find it in the toolkit.
No, it's okay. It's okay, guys. It's gonna take too long. I think the game will be over by then. Maybe if you read the whole tooltip, by the time that you end, production will be fixed. Laurel.
Only you could get away with saying that, man.
We're gonna
fire yourself, boy.
I can't hire myself either. Celery is just discovered a smoke, I believe. Collapse got discovered by this Glimmer-caped Undying. And as a result, Team Spirit didn't get the fight they were looking for, which was the fight that was hopefully going to get them back into the game. They want to play before this Aegis on the Troll again. But Gaming Gladiators, they're not shying away from this.
Can they spot the vision? Can they take down that high ground ward before the fight starts? Celery trying to scout, gets the ward placed down. Tombstone thinking about it. Both teams killing off the observers. So everyone going into this fight blind, and they realize quickly that's not where they want to be camping around as Team Spirit. Even Gaming Gladiators shifting down to farm agents, get that little bit of space on the map themselves, while Roshan only seconds away from respawning. Going to be scattered out by the multitude of rocket flares thrown out by Tofu.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Quinn with the Lincoln's completed now as well. That's a big item. A lot of safety in these fights.
No more telekinesis now. I mean, no more telekinesis to surprise him, mind you.
No vortex, telekinesis.
Yeah.
Very, very handy.
Second Roche now.
Another sneak.
I think Duracha will take it way too quickly, even if Poshka's nearby.
Well, that sentry.
Poshka might die for this?
He
No.
might.
No.
And Quinn doesn't draw to the orb. But Roshan down, Aegis claimed.
Oh, he took Shard? The Troll took Shard, huh?
Rampage.
Yeah, that...
Exterminio.
That is, I guess, correct. That is more like extermination.
Oh yeah, I like that. Extermination.
I guess that's how we Spanish do say rampage.
Well, like actually, like if you kill 5 heroes, it's...
Yeah, I mean, technically, I guess if you kill 5 heroes, it sounds like they're cleaning a house with cockroaches. That's what exterminio sounds like. But I'll take. It really is like literally an exterminator. Hey, boss, you had a hero problem here. I got rid of all of them for you.
Well, these trolls everywhere.
A troll that's about to finish Satanic Gareth, by the way, if I'm not mistaken.
Monstrous, man. 21,000 net worth.
Thank you,
30
SVG.
minutes in, he's huge. So why?
The monstrous. It's a catchphrase. Didn't you
Oh, is
know?
it?
You
No,
know?
I didn't
He has
realize
3
that.
words in his vocabulary: monstrous, abomination. That's it.
And?
Actually, 3.
Well, this is a Dota 2 major powered by Valve, right? So you can't pass 2.
Not legally, exactly. Paladin Sword, though, picked up by Team Spirit, huh? Is a good way to... Oh, I actually thought Yadaro would take it because he's going for this build, but he went for Bloodthorn instead, so... More similar to how Nuggets are playing these days, right? This kind of like catch-based illusion hero.
Assassination.
Yeah, exactly. Just bursting someone down, because Bloodthorn works great with illusions, of course.
I'm curious to see how they deal with the plus Lincolns then. Is he going to pair with Mira, try and pop the Lincolns with telekinesis, then Bloodthorn? Or if they have something else in mind, like Collapse has a Force Staff that can potentially do it as well. And there are ways to play around it, but I just feel like all those ways are going to be counteracted by Quinn's fast fingers.
That's true. It's a little bit tough, right? I guess if 2 people jump at the same time, you can still get, like I said, the Collapse blink into Force Staff could work.
Oh, Troll
is
getting
dead.
obliterated. It looks like first life's gone. Rash the major bouncing, rooting. Quinn's in, trying to catch up to Yatoro and Mira. Hook shot flies across, sees Collapse, blocks the Magnus out of the fight. Team Spirit disengaging, scattering off to the left-hand side as Mira and Lal might get caught up by Duracchio's Troll. And Ace, let's see if he can get in there with a Sprout. No, looks like everybody's out of there.
Quinn, he's still hunting after Mira, and in fact with the Dream Coil, he'll get it.
Oh, so he does.
Only a Rubik kill though, so not that big a deal for Gaming Gladiators. The loss of the Aegis seems more significant here, to be honest. And now we're back to the same thing, Gareth. Wait for the next Roche until you fight again.
Yeah, it just still feels like one of those games where if Gaming Gladiators have Aegis, it's kind of a foregone conclusion. They're going to walk towards your base, you're going to spend all of your big ultis, and they'll outfight you. They'll outmaneuver you. But if they don't have Aegis, that's where Team Spirit can just whack them with a big combo.
Yeah.
Apologies to headphones users if you heard me slapping my hands together.
It's true. Without Aegis, Troll, if you allow me to use a Peruvian reference, is just the Chronicle of a Death foretold, right? There's just no chance. The man is a walking dead man because they have too much catch and they have no save on Gaming Gladiators. No real good 4-staff builders either.
It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, or what it...
Oh, it's a book by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. It's like the book of Peruvian literature.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. About a man who gets killed on the day of his wedding. And you know that because he's wearing a red shirt instead of a white one on the day of his wedding. Yeah, and red means blood.
I see.
Yeah. Sorry, I spoiled the book. spoiled the book from the 1900s. I can tell.
The only thing I've read in the past 10 years is the back of a shampoo bottle.
I'm glad you did read that one. Was it just one out of the many
Do
you
you not
use?
get bored when you poop and you forgot your phone?
I don't have shampoo near me when I do that. My shampoo is in my shower, right? So my arms
Is your
don't
toilet
reach.
not in the bathroom where the shower is?
I have a massive toilet. Where are you, in abject poverty?
I live in Europe where rooms are small.
I live in Malaysia. I have 2 bathrooms, Gareth. Do you understand?
Yeah, okay. Chill out, man.
That's SCA
Bougie Alvo over
SCA
here.
pride. That's Gleipnir in the top lane, so Mira is going to have a hard time TPing here. Ace, calculate a little bit. You can use Gleipnir without vision, which is why it's so useful. And you have a Sprout in a second as well. He has Sprout Leash. That's going to be dead Mira.
Sprout Leash talent. Another Sprout as well.
That should be illegal, Gareth. Why can you get Sprout on Sprout?
I don't know.
Wait, what? How did you get a Sprout on Sprout? 8-second cooldown, 6-second duration? That makes no sense.
Maybe I'm crazy. That's entirely possible. He had an arcane room.
Read more shampoo bottles. They try to use the Gleipnir here, but I don't think they caught anyone. They had enough to spells. Yadoro, though, he splits. Phantasm. Smoke up to the high ground, but they do have vision, so that's why they're confident here. Can they catch someone? Oh, can it be the puck? Is he going to jump to that orb? Quinn? No, he knows not to. Well, he's a difficult first kill. Storm just reveals himself immediately. He's out of there, leaving Celery behind. Celery, happy to die for his team, sets a ward down. He actually discovers a smoke, and thanks to Glimmer Cape plus the Ogre Seal Totem, he will live.
Very nice. And just extending the game even further, waiting for that next Roshan that we know they really do require. Just keeping this Nature's Prophet and Troll farming the entirety of the map. And top lane starting to become a problem for Team Spirit. They need to contend with that. They cannot keep tabs on Duraccio as he just clears through creep camp after creep camp.
Radiant's courier has been
And now, Gaming Gladiators planting themselves in the enemy Aegis. Getting a lot of value out of this map. We really need Spirit to get themselves together, find that big team fight they need. Collapses BKB might be the way. Queuing up the Shard and Refresher next. Just needs. It always feels like Team Spirit get an item, and then you look at Gaming Gladiators and think they need another item now. They need something else to break through this.
But it does feel to me like Team Spirit has a little bit of a...
RP.
Oh?
Collapse has found the Troll, but he's got BKB Battle Trance, turns and fights, Tombstone's down, and Collapse hits the ground. And Yatoro getting stunned up and caught out. He's been rooted and nearly killed. Oh, he turns though, big damage as Law jumps in. Duraccio heals. The Satanic keeps in running. And Gaming Gladiators with 3 monumental kills might just end this game.
Gareth, I said it was a good troll game. One time it has to happen.
One time.
But, I mean, they've been playing this game magnificently. I don't think Team Spirit has much to blame. I was going to tell you, I think their biggest problem is vision. They just don't know when they can actually engage, so they had to take the first chance they got, and they got surprised here, as the puck also goes for a Dream Coil play here. Doesn't quite kill anyone, but it's okay, just to protect the Rax Breaker, sorry.
They can't go straight up to mid lane. Needs the tier 2 first, but it looks like that's not a tall order. Quick objective take, and back up to barracks we go. 25 seconds with no CK. honestly, it hasn't felt like Yataro's had a foothold in this game at all. He's 3-3-0, hasn't really been that involved. Chaos 9 has had a torrid time. Roshan, what are we, 20 seconds minimum? Waiting for that golden timer to show its face.
The rest of Team Spirit, they know they have to kind of try to fight this Roche. 20 seconds is what they're going to bank on, perhaps. Quinn, there's the waning rift. They already got rid of the Phoenix. No, he barely survives. Rocket Flare starting to rain down. That's Miposhka down. As they go for Duracho next. Activates BKB. Goodbye, Storm. Ceases to exist as Yatoro is also rooted. Duracho will get yet another kill. And only Collapse is capable of making it out for now. Instead, they try to finish off Miposhka a second time. Going for the Rax, or the tier 3 rather, instead.
Yeah, they were trying to scan Roshan, thinking, hey, Gaming Gladiators going to go get that Aegis, we better stop them. Collapse shows his face, and the follow through from Gaming Gladiators, proving to be just far too strong. And Quinn toying with the backline, diving tier 4s, looking for the angle, and they take yet another lane of barracks. A full minute for Roshan to spawn, and that's going to be a full minute for Gaming Gladiators to take out this third lane, and look to claim their prize that awaits them in the pit. Oh, the scouting rocket flares allows Quinn to jump. Telekinesis is there, and a waning rift too, but GG's called. Collapse. He says he's had enough. He can't carry this game with Magnus, and Gaming Gladiator is going to fountain dive to finish this game off with a flourish.
Huge for Gaming Gladiators. I would say one of the biggest obstacles, particularly for this team in this group, was Team Spirit getting just a single win. Even if you tie against them, it already puts you in a pretty good spot of avoiding that bottom 3 relegation, right? And right now, in the first day, it's all about making sure you're at least making it to playoffs.
Just don't lose all of your games. Get
Exactly.
a couple of wins here and there.
Yeah, keep the morale up, right? I mean, look, everyone's doing it. Everyone's tying. Everyone said, oh, yeah, this region's better than the other one. You know what? They were wrong. C is tying everyone. Execration.
1-2-0, right? TSM got 2-0'd by Spirit.
Yes, indeed. So, once again, it's just North America. But I think Gaming Gladiators will be pretty satisfied with this victory. Team Spirit, they played well, but that troll pick was actually surprisingly good. And it's ironic that Yatoro got beat by his supposedly favorite hero.
Surprising for who? Not for you. You called it. You said
Well,
it was a good troll game.
It's situational irony, right?
Okay.
That's what we're going for.
The audience knew it was surprising, but...
Exactly. I do, yeah. So now we'll wait for game number 2 to begin.
Are you replacing me now?
I think so. Yes, Gareth, you want to say goodbye? Your last words to the stream?
Yeah, goodbye, everybody. What do you mean?
Your last words?
Last words?
Last words?
Jeez. Yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll be back with Lacoste, but Lavost, I'll see you later, I think. Bye.
Bye. Hello guys, welcome to the Lima Major group stage. I am hot swapping partners left, right, and center, so now we have Purge here in the seat. How do you feel, Purge?
I thought I was your first today. Did you lie to me?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
It was Richie the Gare. Well, actually, Richie didn't even get to sit on that seat, so.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm glad that
the
you're
third of the
here
day.
now.
Thank you.
You're a fantastic Purge. You were my
Thank
first
you.
option all along.
Yeah, I believe you. I feel very special right now, and I'm happy to be here and watch some games. It's been a little chaotic today, been all over the place, but panel was fun. I got to sit in your spot. I got a better chair though. You had a crap chair.
I think that chair was fantastic. I don't know.
Ooh, I don't know. I heard Sheep complain about it. I got to sit in some like camping chair. It's like a lot lower to the ground, so I was like able to like put my legs wherever I wanted to. It's just mega comfy. So yeah, but I haven't like really looked at too many specific games because there's always like 4 screens up. I told you about this yesterday, but it's like if there's like 3 games at the same time, I just have trouble following it all. It's like too much shit happening.
I understand. That's why we
like,
have
the
only
focus.
one screen right now. Right?
Yeah.
This is perfect. This is a situation where we love to see the draft on screen so people can enjoy this single screen situation with us.
And it helps that when all the heroes are the same color too.
It's true, right?
Doesn't confuse my mind too much, especially after at the set. The set's just like tons of color shit going on all the time.
That is the Chicha major, but unfortunately for Dota, the colors are always a little bit more, well, monochromatic. Let's say.
Until they pick their heroes, then shit gets wild again.
Well, we'll see what they do. For now, Gaming Gladiators, as we can see it now, there we go. Up on screen, they have Undying and Rubik, and T-Spirit they've picked up Nature's Prophet. So last game, in case you missed it, we did have Nature's Prophet picked up by Gaming Gladiators. That was actually their opening. They went for Nature's Prophet and Undying.
Okay.
And T-Spirit have been doing an opening which has success against Lina, but did not have success last game, which is the Rubik Magnus opening, right? Double repositioning. It worked really well against the Ricky. It has a couple of nice little stuns, good team fight. But last game against Nature's Prophet, it didn't feel. Against Gaming Gladiators, didn't feel as strong because they last picked a troll, and then it felt like that combo was a little bit more useless.
Okay, I followed some of that. My Dota's crashed, I think. That's fine. I'll look at your screen. So big deal. There we go. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
We have a Spirit Breaker now for Spirit.
Yeah, did you see that EG was picking it quite a lot? I think they played at least 2 games so far.
Who was it?
EG.
EG was
sorry, Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, Shopify Rebellion, right. Yeah,
Whoops.
I've been doing this. I've been calling EG Beast Coast this whole tournament as well. So it's
Really?
Just,
Okay,
just
yeah.
this-
I said Spotify at least once too. So.
Oh, I heard
it's all over the place, dude.
It's unfortunate because they got a free promotion from branding that team.
They
so
did,
similar, right?
yes.
But Spirit Breaker picked up. I have seen. I haven't seen those games where they picked it up, but do you know if it has a good success rate?
I mean, I think EG did end up 2-0. Yeah, they beat Bet Boom in both matches.
Shopify Rebellion once again.
Did I do it again? Oh my god. That's alright. It's gonna happen. It's gonna last at least a month or 2. Minimum. Yeah, Shopify Rebellion did 2-0 Bet Boom, which is incredible considering that Bet Boom is one of the teams coming into the tournament that's like amazing on paper. So it seemed like they mostly used it. They did some roaming early. They paired it with a Enigma, so some offlaner that's like semi-independent. Prophet could be that offlaner, and then he gets to apply pressure a little bit pre-6, and then later on in the game it gives you some split push counters. So in the first game that we watched, they didn't have very much tower push. It was like carry Bloodseeker, mid Zeus, and the game went pretty long, but eventually they found some picks, won some team fights, that kind of stuff. So maybe it is the 4 that kind of comes out of nowhere when everyone thinks like, there's not very many good 4s, but yeah, finding team fights and shutting down split push and making sure that you can actually cross the map is pretty helpful.
The fact that he scales really well into the late game with how game lengths have been, especially for some regions, right, also feels pretty useful. There are a few supports that do as well as Spirit Breaker does in the late game. I feel like this hero is endlessly useful compared to some of the more popular ones. Gaming Gladiators, for example, last game, there's a moment where Undying is just there to break smokes. There's nothing else he's really useful for. Rubik also fills a similar category here as well. I am surprised though, because Gaming Gladiators tend to have pretty strong starts with the drafts, and 2 supports. Not the strongest. They like flexing a lot because Ace is a very varied hero pool. To some degree, I would even argue that Duracho also does because he's flexing along with Ace, and having Rubik and Undying not the most powerful of openings.
Yeah, I mean, there's some vulnerabilities into it. Like, I think one of the nastiest things that happens if you do pick Rubik early is your opponents just, like, don't give you any good abilities, and Nature's Prophet's a good example of that. Stealing his abilities for Rubik, almost never get anything too great. Spirit Breaker can be okay, but yeah, I think that's the one downside of the Rubik Open, but his base stats are still good that I just feel like he's going to do fine, and Undying also secures one of your lanes pretty well. So I think it's okay, especially when you know that he'll be survivable enough as the Undying. So, and then it's a team fight, there's some gank, and then they can pivot later. I think it's okay.
Okay. I mean, I do agree with that, actually. I actually have seen a lot more Rubik's these days played about the stats that he brings in the lane than actually the spell steal itself. Like, when they pick it, it's just, oh, I have a Marcy in lane, for example, like Sidekick plus Rubik, and all of a sudden I can trade incredibly. Or, oh, this hero is a good mech carrier, and my offlaner is not going to build a mech. Rubik will be able to fulfill that role, right? Especially in SCA. I've seen Rubik's in games where there's really nothing to steal, like, that's of note. And it's just the idea is the lane is so good, Fate Bolt is an incredible ability, and the Shard is also very high value.
Yeah, he's wearing a cape and he's got like 7 armor as well, so that part really helps.
Yeah, well, I think his base armor is like 4, right? This is the
Bro, it's like 6 or something.
Are you sure? Wow, that is. I don't. Why is it
it's
so much?
Really high because he just got buffed so many times. Because he's like one of those heroes that just wasn't that strong for a long time through all of these like dual lane heroes, and like his level 1 ability is like just okay, it's just a nuke. So it's like okay, it's a decent nuke, but like he doesn't like stun while nuking, therefore like crush dual lanes, you know? Telekinesis is kind of a shit skill other than the fact that you like get extra attacks on somebody. So if you compare him to some like Snapfire dual lane, shit hero, so you have to buff him, buff his base stats, buff his base stats, buff his base, and all of a sudden it's like, holy shit, this guy's got 7 armor. It's like 6.5, I swear. It's really high for this like ranged hero.
Check. You have a computer in front
My
of you.
Dota's fucking...
No, not the Dota. Check the... you have internet.
Oh, I guess that's true.
Let's go to Dotapedia, right?
I guess.
He's just afraid of being wrong. Show me that number. Show me that number. The center picked up by Gaming Gladiators has been the response. At least I've seen a lot in SCA for.
Since you just press the old phase shift button, dodge those stuns, that can be really nice. The anti-mobility is good too, that you can use against what Phoenix, Marcy, Spiritbreaker, like all of those heroes are going to want to jump around in the fight, so Dreamcoil will definitely help with that. Also, just silencing the backline, stopping Sunray is going to do a lot team fight wise, so I think it has good potential. I know Puck is not always seen as the strongest hero, but it can win in the right lineup, so picking it this late I think is cool. But is it going to be the Marcy carry that everybody's been talking about? All these analysts were gushing about Marcy carry.
I don't think it's that great, to be honest. Like, I think that I've seen the hero in a couple of situations, right? I think it's been picked across all regions, and it feels fine, but I don't know why people gush about it necessarily. It feels good when you have a range support, for example, like Phoenix, where the lane is garbage, but you can sidekick it, and all of a sudden it feels pretty decent to trade with Phoenix. But I don't know why. I don't know if gush would be the right word. I feel like every time Marcy carry works is because you have a second win condition in any other lane, like Nature's Prophet, for example, and that's the real carry. And Marcy's more of a decoy than anything else.
I mean, I think it's just one of those things where like you hear some rumors and like you just have this like hunch guess before the tournament starts without scrim knowledge, and you're like, I think it's going to be this hero. It's like the same as like predicting the most picked hero for TI. You can get kind of close, but you're almost always wrong, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe they just saw her have some nice value in compare to like Ursa, like, oh, she's kind of like Ursa. She's good at killing these like tanky Lina type stuff. But it's like the game just changes so rapidly during a major when all these teams from different regions bring their best ideas. So maybe less likely. But with an SB and a Phoenix, it's a core Marcy. Just maybe more likely going to be a 3. But we'll see what happens in terms of the carry pick. That'll change it up.
I'm not a big fan though of the Marcy plus Spiritbreaker lane, if that's what they said to run. Like usually I feel like Marcy is one of the few. I don't mind double melees in the alpha. I think it works in many cases. but Marcy plus another melee, unless it's Tusk, it feels a little bit of a waste of the sidekick, which you usually take a couple points in the lane. You don't really harass as much. It also feels like double melee strength heroes against Undying. You're asking for trouble. So if that's the case, I don't love it. I actually would like to see Marcy carry here more so. Nature's Prophet off lane, you put Marcy with the Phoenix, Nature's Prophet with the Spirit Breaker, seems like a better laning stage in general. Even if you just build each as like an off lane to carry, I don't really care personally. Like you can build Nature's Prophet as a Maelstrom carry in the off lane, it's fine.
Yeah, that can work. And the Gleipnir will be really good against Puck and a couple of the heroes, so they have good potential. They have tons of beef on their team, that's one upside, because right now, I mean, other than like dropping Tomb and Centaur being tanky, it's a little bit scary for Gaming Gladiators to get ran at, but as long as they get the Tomb down, they should be relatively good. But
Yeah.
I could definitely see a situation where Team Spirit just like constantly runs at Gaming Gladiators.
Right.
With all their oomph.
I wonder what Team Spirit wants to pick up as their last mid laner. They're not really missing much, honestly. It feels like it's a very solid draft to begin with. You have good fast heroes, you have strong Phoenix to give you the team fight that you require, a solid win condition if you need to. Maybe a hero that can deal with Puck nicely. They've already getting rid of the Ember, which is probably the best pick against the Puck. So Team Spirit is just thinking about it now. What to do? I also don't think it matters that much, to be honest with you. I think their draft already is a very defined draft.
Yeah, I guess that's fine. I mean, Prophet's already so good at hitting the Tomb that like they don't necessarily have to do some range carry, but they're going to do
Ooh.
a Zeus instead.
This is a classic Laurel pick, actually. Back when he was coming up in EU,
Yeah.
this is one of the heroes he was known for. I was talking with Gareth about this, but Laurel was one of those mid laners that really was different to me, because most mid laners are all about flashy plays and all about look how far I can go, look how many solo kills I can get. And Laurel was actually the opposite. It's look how well and consistently I can perform. He really knows his limits, and he knows where that line is, and he rarely crosses it, which means that in a lost game, most likely Laurel will lose. But with a team as good as Team Spirit, right, what you want is a mid laner that you can trust. And that's where Zeus comes in. Zeus, the DKs, those are the heroes he excels in the most. So I'm actually very excited about this game.
Yeah, and they protect themselves a bit against illusion heroes with this last pick, knowing it was going to be a carry, so maybe just really hedging those bets a bit. Adding burst damage onto all their run at you is perfect as well, because that's like usually the archetype that Zeus needs, or any other like squishy but I do a lot of damage heroes. So he sits in the back. It is going to be a Marcy carry. Yatora's playing it. So Marcy carry, offlane Nature's Prophet, Spirit Breaker, Phoenix supports. No surprise there. So Prophet versus Naga with an SB to back him up.
It
still works.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great as a lane, right? What do you really do against the Naga with their high armor? Talk about armor, right? Naga is
you ganker.
Yeah, I guess if
With the
Zeus. Yeah, I don't think that's
it's mostly about clearing the illusions, right? Like if you have some like easy-ish hero to clear illusions, you're okay, and Zeus can definitely accomplish that. The other heroes, not so much. Almost none of the other heroes really deal with illusions, so Zeus is. It's good that they have that to cover it. Otherwise, I would feel like late game the Naga's just gonna split push so much they can't do anything. But deal with the illusions. Marcy can kill any hero 1v1, basically, assuming there isn't like other heroes dealing with it. So she can definitely out carry against a Naga.
You have a fair amount of ways to deal with a Marcy though, and like you jump in, right? You're hoping to burst someone down with the Aura. Then you have the Song of Siren, you have the Stampede.
Yeah, Stampede's good.
Dream Coil as well. Even the shard, Rubik Shard can be a big nuisance for the Marcy. Like, it's not. I'm actually liking the Gaming Gladiators lineup a fair amount.
Yeah, it's definitely good, and Puck's pretty good against Zeus too. Most of the time, you coil him, and he's like, "Okay, I'm dead. See ya."
Yep.
Throw my 3 spells before I die.
Also, don't you like the Naga, the way she's being built now? Like when you rush the Bloodthorn and the Axes, the whole idea of like I'm building catch seems much better against Zeus than the more illusion-based Naga that used to be.
And that's definitely true. Like their catch is just without a doubt better. I mean, Spirit Breaker charge is obviously very effective in most cases, but being able to like blink in stun or blink silence Dream Coil into a team fight is going to be good with Stampede, with Tombstone. Like it's definitely very straightforward for the Gladiators to run in. So, but both teams are kind of similar in terms of their jump. They both have really good jump.
So you're not siding with any particular draft then, Purge?
I'm siding with this Wraith Band on the Spirit Breaker, this Antifaz Espectral. Did I say that right?
Yeah, Antifaz Espectral.
Antifaz?
Oh, sorry, that's my Spanish. I guess in your Peruvian's Antifaz.
Okay, that was my guess. I've never seen items in a different language before. Oh, this one, Tango.
Yes, that's true. It's actually a word that everyone's tango.
It's like dance, right?
Yeah, it is. That's why it's named after. Because you have to eat the rose after you finish the tango dance. You know that? Though you put a rose in your mouth, right? And if you don't eat it, then you're not really finishing it properly.
I don't know if you're fucking with me or
That's
not.
where Argentinians get their accent from. It's from all the roses they eat. That's why it sounds so sweet.
Wow. Incredible lore. Thank you for sharing that with us. That's what we're here for.
If you're watching, Ruda, thank you so much for your culture. Well, so you're not siding with either team. You think the draws are pretty equal here?
I mean, there's upper sides for both sides. I guess the Dire side looks, the Gaming Gladiators lineup looks way more consistent for sure in terms of what it can output in terms of consistency. But Marcy carry, maybe it can do it. He is going to go the Battle Fury build. I mean, he's going to have some cleave damage to deal with the illusions if the micro is bad. In terms of
the
lane
micro's
against,
bad. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, unlikely they're going to clump. They're not going to clump up too much, but you can definitely kill the Naga in the right circumstances. And having Zeus against it, I feel like, is pretty good too. So I'm going to say Team Spirit, but Puck can go hard if Quinn has a really solid performance.
How's the lane of Puck versus Zeus generally?
They are both going to hit creeps. Laurel is not going to get hit by Orb too much. Quinn is not going to get hit by too much damage, but I feel like Puck has kill potential, certainly, if Zeus makes a lot of mistakes, and when there's rotations, the 6 timing is really important too. But I don't really see the kills. It's not going to happen on Puck, I feel like, unless he makes mistakes, because how does he ever get disabled by anything? He'd have to be, like, bursted, whereas Laurel can die if support tanks, so that's one of the downsides. And instantly he gets hit by the first orb.
I was gonna say, also, you can really harass the Puck early before he gets that face shift, right? It's kind of a nuisance. Has no region until he gets that bottle, but these days mid lane, the first 2 minutes, do they even matter? It's just all about how many lasts you can get.
Yeah, as long as you get your bottle, you're completely fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Puck, unlike Rubik, has not 7 on here. So.
That's... you truly are the greatest analyst here. How much armor does he have if it's not 7?
5.3 with 3 Iron Branches, so it's a little off. Definitely a lot though.
It is a lot of armor. 5.3 is a lot of armor, but Spellbreaker does have greater bash. It's magical damage purge, so they've planned through this armor the whole time.
That's true. It's going to do 15% velocidad de movimiento como dano, of course.
Yes.
It means 15% damage per movement, something. And
that's it. No, it's 50. It's the same skill. You think it changes in Spanish? 50% of your movement speed is damage.
Oh, is Dano damage?
Daño is damage.
Daño, okay.
Yeah.
Duh, the Enya.
Yeah, the Enya, yeah.
My Spanish from 7th grade is really paying off this event, let me tell you.
All the Peruvians watching this stream right now are really proud of you, Purge.
Thank you. So yeah, it's like 45 magic damage per bash. It's okay.
He did go for that first. This used to be, remember when that was like the big debate of Spirit Breaker? Do you go charge, do you go bash? Because do you want to have a good lane or not? No, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, not a big deal.
What do you like? What do you think of this lane composition as well? Running in the Undying bottom as opposed to the Rubik. Do you think that's better against the Marcy?
I mean, she's the strength hero. Centaur is classically the offlaner that you would pick against these low base damage heroes. So Undying makes her low base damage.
Sure.
And then you just have this like big damage advantage. So it's kind of cool. He's tanky.
Yeah, I see your point. Yeah. Do you think the Psychic is nullified by the Centaur Retaliate a little bit? Like, you don't want to harass as much as a support when you have the Retaliate to worry about?
Well, he's opted for Double Edge this game, which is a bit interesting. But in some ways, I would say Lifesteal is a bit of a counter in that way. But Ace is opting for Double Edge, maybe just to increase his kill potential.
Sure.
Like, I don't know, if you get like a fast Vanguard and you max out Retaliate, like sure you're gonna reflect some more damage, but he's got so much sustain and he's gonna get a Ring of Health. I just don't think it's worth it in some ways. And I feel like I saw another Centaur earlier today where he did the same thing. He just skipped to Retaliate early. It's more important to get these last hits.
Okay. I mean, I understand that. I just kind of like as well, if you go for this build to have something that can help and combine with oh, he went for the kills, or for the creep straight up. I like it when you combine it with something that actually has kill potential. Undying kind of walks around and is a nuisance, but if you get a kill, it's because enemy team made a mistake. It's not because Undying did anything to accomplish it.
Yeah, but he is accomplishing the inferior last hit, and that's still going to be the goal here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. Do you think more points in Soul Rip for Celery? Last time he went Max DK build.
Yeah, I saw somebody else who else did this. I think when I saw Fly playing Undying earlier today, he did the same thing. Max Decay, got the Decay talent.
Yeah.
Almost everything, so...
Is it just a better way to build it right now, or because the last game made it seem sensible, but...
It seems pretty valuable. I mean, it's just lots of damage right now, so... and it scales decently. Like, you know, it's they don't get like tons of regen advantage from it like they used to. So, and if you max out like Tomb or something, it's just like, okay, you get that one good Tomb fight, but for the rest of the time, your hero's just very mediocre. So
that's fair.
Plus you get like lane push too if you do end up in a lane pushing. So there's lots of upsides to it for sure.
It does seem like right now the meta is also the lane push is very favored, right? The information that you get from shoving out lanes, having a 5 that can't do that feels like a huge downfall for a team.
Yeah, especially because it just keeps your core off the map a little bit more often, so you have better opportunity to not give information to your opponents if you don't have to. So always was one of the undying issues that you had no AoE, but now with all these decay changes, yeah, there's some flexibility, which is cool. But
You also... Sorry, go ahead.
He almost dies, went back to heal, so he's going to come back with even more nasty decays.
It's crazy. I can't believe the Undying actually went back to heal as opposed to just killing himself on the
Yes. I think it was because he was found in the jungle by Miposhka, so
That makes sense.
There's no safety that way.
You want the fun fact Gaming Gladiators, Tofu when he first joined the team, when he first joined Celery, right? He didn't think that dying in lane was ever good, and so Celery did a crash course of how to die in lane for the first 6 months they were together. Explaining how sometimes it's good to like die to TP mid. That's by the way in the top lane. There is a little bit of a fight going on. Collapse has been body blocked by Tofu. And look at Tofu, he's committing for this. That is the armor coming into play. Tower can't beat Tofu, Mira can't beat Tofu. He's gonna try to get away, but with the charge and the magic damage, they'll get through that cape. Because it's not made out of glimmer.
He really did tank those tower hits and it didn't look like a big deal. Quite powerful.
There was no need to tank him though. There was one moment where I think he tanked 1 or 2 extra ones, but that was fine.
That's okay. Just showing his
you know, he's learning to die, right? You can TP mid, there we go, and now he refills Quinn's bottle. You see, it's all okay. Well, not if you do that way, but it could have been a really good play.
It could have, but Quinn's like, bro, I need to cover this rune. It's more important, and it's gonna pay off big here.
Honestly, yeah, he was right. That's why you listen to Quinn.
Quinn knows, man. And now Tofu's like, why?
This is the make sure your mid laner doesn't tilt teleport, right?
I mean, it was important, right? He dies like right before the 6-minute mark. The first power rune's coming up, and by being there, it makes sure that Quinn doesn't just die to some like 2-man gank or get pressured too much. So definitely worth the moment there.
It's those are the situations where I actually think dying is good. Like if you're giving the kill, Collapse is already dead. He's getting no experience off it. Sure, Spirit Breaker should get that kill regardless, but you can take advantage of it much more than staying in lane. As they go for another attempt top, by the way. They're trying to body block Collapse, but unfortunately Naga does have a pretty thin model, which is difficult to body block with, which is why Collapse is capable of getting away.
Lost a lot of health though. That's kind of like the advantage of, I guess he could always do the teleport switch here, but
yeah, Fate Bolt, not enough. Not enough. There's the snare. No Boltos yet. Fate Bolt. He's gonna steal it. Yeah, he died to something. Not sure what, but he died to something.
They just hit him with their little fish daggers.
Yeah, Miposhka also gets killed in the bottom lane. Surprising that happens, actually, but I guess Centaur does just create his own opportunity. Non-dying is not necessarily needed.
Yeah, that was
Top. Oh, they have the Stampede now. Collapse. Doesn't matter if you're thin. If you're fast, then Collapse will be falling to this lean runner that is the Racho.
Toro bottom too.
Yatoro bottom. Ace also being gone on. Ace will get the kill with double edge. Phoenix is TPing here. I don't know if that's going to work out. As in the top lane, Mira is getting some help from Laurel. And that is not going to turn into anything until Quinn rotates. It's a Dream Cold ready. He's coming for Mira, who's only level 3. This Spirit Breaker is unfortunately not strong enough to tank a whole Quinn gank. Now bottom, Ace is being Sun-Rayed. Can this Charred Cow die? No. The tankiness and the Ring of Health will save him.
What a value Stampede though. Ooh, he gets the kill on Ace as he's retreating.
Oh, it was the Zeus ult, right?
But amazing value from the Stampede that they both got the push top on Collapse to kill him, and they took that moment to also fight and engage on Yutoro. So it's like there weren't even support TPs, even though there probably could have been.
Those are one of the most satisfying plays in Dota. Even though it's small, it doesn't actually matter as much. It's the being able to get full value out of your first ultimate.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. Especially when you're playing like Brewmaster or something, you're like, oh, I have this teamfight ultimate, you get 2 kills out of it, you're like, oh my god,
That's
my mid-game is so different.
That is exactly what it feels like to play Brewmaster. Your first ultimate feels like the most important part of the game, and afterwards it's just Cyclone.
Yeah.
Getting that kill bottom allows also Ace to get Vanguard. He's only 2 creeps away, and then he's going to take over the lane. Not much you can do against a Centaur with Vanguard, honestly.
Kind of cool that his build is a little different, though. I mean, the 2 points in double edge, doble filo.
Yeah. Filo.
And he went phase boots. Most centaurs actually just stay brown boots. They get vanguard, they go blink afterwards because it's about the timing. But this is more about like winning the lane here. He knows that he's going to have semi-comparable damage to the Marcy. He can harass enough with double edge if he really wants to. And now with more retaliate points, he can't just get beat on by Marcy. So this is actually going to, in some ways, blow Tutor out of the lane, which is catastrophic.
Oh, Miposhka also got him. No Stream Cold, plus a nice little Zero per Waning Rift. Too much damage for him to deal with. Down bottom, Ace, he now feels like a threat because they could easily rotate towards him. Tofu is going to start that journey. Yatoro keeping himself in the trees, making sure he can't get gone on as. Tofu, make sure there's no reinforcements nearby. This is free game for Ace. He uses the Stampede. Yatoro the target. Quinn joins as well with a double damage. That's going to be a dead Marcy as they even cancel the charge with telekinesis. They steal the charge away from Tofu, becoming the better Spirit Breaker, and Mira will fall to one last double edge. Quinn on the low, but utilizing the trees to escape as one illusory orb. Unfortunately, would not let him get away because the wrath of nature will find him, and that global potential will condemn Tofu and Quinn. Ace at least able to survive this.
Okay, so they got some nice response kills. Either way, it's not looking so good. Like the Centaur going this build and having this kill advantage just puts him at this like contestation point against Marcy, who isn't a good jungler. That's why the Battle Fury is so important if you play this hero as a carry, because otherwise you're just not clearing creep waves fast enough. So if he can't stay in his lane until he gets close to finishing Battle Fury, it's going to really mess up his net worth trajectory in this game. So right off the bat, Gaming Gladiators in a really good position, utilizing the Centaur and the Undying.
And
look at Marcy's net worth, actually. Look at that, 3,700.
Well, you're right.
It's really far down, and compared to Naga, who has the most last hits in the game right now. So yeah, sometimes having these like amazing offlaners at CSing, it makes a huge difference.
And now when Centaur takes over your tier 1 bottom, you won't even have the option of the jungle at all, right? Even when you get the Battle Fury.
He's probably going to take it by himself without like other heroes, because he's just going to cut the creep wave, pull it into a small camp. So he's like maximizing farm and pressuring the tower and opening resources for his Rubik to tank ganks with his 15,000 armor.
Yeah, that is the biggest point of this game, right? As Tofu, he has reached 7 armor. It's pretty impressive, as the Arcane Boots himself as well. Quinn has been solo de-pushing the mid lane as well, making sure that they can't even get to that tower, which has allowed Gaming Gladiators to play around this whole area of the enemy jungle, even without the tier 1 being taken. Oh, they're actually rotating instead? Why doesn't Ace just stay bottom and take the tier 1?
I mean, he is. What do you mean?
No, I mean like he was. Oh, I guess he's back. Okay, sure.
All he has to do is kill the creep wave, the tower dies. That's the Centaur way, dude.
Sure.
You just skill retaliate, you get a vanguard, you kill the creep wave. It's over. Power pressure.
Tofu. Okay, they go on in, but he has the telekinesis into the hoof stop. Not bad, Miposhka. On troll, but luckily they have enough burst damage to finish off Tofu and save Miposhka. Ace keeps the Stampede just in case here. They could try to go for a kill and always retreat, but they realize there's too many heroes from Team Spirit around the area.
Yep, and now we head bottom again. Another creep wave to snag. And tower's now at 400 health. He doesn't even have to be close to it. That's the value of this backlaning thing.
Oh, so you don't rush down the tower because they can kill you. That's the reason, right? Like you kill the creep wave behind it, so they can't TP to you.
Yeah,
easily.
Exactly. Yep, it's harder for them to go and defend that area. That's why they prevented creep waves from being pulled from anywhere other than that location. Because the farther away it is from the tower, that means that people don't know that you're about to go pull it somewhere. They're just not going to get there in time. So
I see.
So you just stand behind the tower, you take the creep wave, you aggro the creep wave, you drag it somewhere safer, and then you kill it.
So is this ward they put that Tofu put down in the bottom lane also because of this like reasoning to give Centaur full freedom to do these plays?
Makes sense, yeah. To see teams like pressure the area basically, mostly for nighttime it's more effective, but yeah, most likely that. See where the creep waves are coming, you can be most efficient and things like that.
Gaming Gladiator, they're taking over the triangle, taking advantage of this Stampede, and they kill off Miposhka and Laurel immediately as Yatoro is now stuck here. He's gonna try to get rid of the Undying, but he just doesn't have enough damage.
Dude, Tofu did so much damage in that fight. Still had 4 points in Lightning Bolt here.
Wow.
He did 1,300 damage, 2 Lightning Bolts and 1 Fate Bolt. That's it. He did 1,300 damage. He almost matched Push.
catching Mira as well, who's still silenced. There's still no points in Bulldoze, by the way. Using that extra healing, that's not going to save him. Fate Bolt from Tofu and the Lightning Bolt. It's just... Rubik has 1,000,000 armor, 1,000,000 damage. How do you stop this hero?
I mean, it's the best, one of the best skills to steal at this point in the game. It's a huge nuke at 350, amplifies up to like 400 damage, and it's a 6-second cooldown. So he's just like this, like, he was like a level 6 hero in that fight. He steals Lightning Bolt, and now he's like a level 10 hero, effectively, in terms of damage output. He's like a level 10 hero without his ulti, so it's just like the best spell to have here. And keep in mind, they picked him first phase, and they just lucked out. Oh, I got a good ability, sick. Almost anything he steals from Zeus is going to feel good.
I know Zeus is used to go for maxing Arc Lightning and Heavenly Jump. What's the logic, do you think, behind the Lightning Bolt this game?
I mean,
because he's maxing Lightning Bolt instead.
He went like 4-1-1, I think, and then he maxed Lightning Bolt second.
Right, that's why I'm asking. Like, you don't put many points in Heavenly Jump? Like,
Heavenly Jump? Nah, because, like, it was a little bit more broken before, I guess, and maybe it was like a mana thing that like people didn't rush Kaya as quickly, so they thought like, I don't have the mana to spam Lightning Bolt, I'll passively pick these. But if you don't max Lightning Bolt second, if you get all this extra Heavenly Jump, it just really hurts your mid-game power.
Sure, so you don't play that Zeus where you just zap creeps for a while, don't do anything, and then eventually you become a late-game powerhouse. That's not the idea behind the hero.
Yeah, you need some mid-game impact to gank side lanes. If you only have Arc Lightning, you can do some stuff, but it's like not even close to the same. Here's Stampede.
Yeah, they find Yadaro first. They stun him out as he tries to rebound himself to safety. And there's going to be a little bit of a turnaround, killing off Duracho, takes Zeus's damage. In fact, Zeus is still alive, but Laurel finally finished off by Quinn, who also catches Mira thanks to that extra vision. Tofu is the one that kills off Yadaro, stealing that Spirit Breaker ultimate. Ace comes in with a host stomp, Collapse in trouble, Silence, Collapse. Can he run away? Of course not. He's an old man with a stick. It's going to be Gaming Gladiators getting a team wipe in this top lane, losing their carry, sure, losing their whole safe lane, in fact, but they're going to be okay with this as Tofu's still alive.
They died really fast too. Those first two heroes, tons of magic damage coming through to clean up the illusions, but yeah, the cleanup afterwards is great. There's the typical offlaner is the king of the world game, almost 9,000 net worth here for Ace, and he's almost got a pipe finished. Blink, Phase, Pipe, the Vanguard. Just so far.
Yeah, how do you put a stop to the Centaur, honestly? Until, I guess, eventually Phoenix gets enough levels that the Sunray's a threat? Because Marcy's useless against him.
Until he gets, like, 1 or 2 items, I think. Normally it'd be like, yeah, Marcy just has to press ulti and he dies, but he is so farmed that it's a little bit of a different story. I mean, he could definitely die to Marcy by all means. If he doesn't get Stampede off, he can die to Marcy. Marcy will kill him.
Okay.
But, yeah, he's going to protect his team so much with this fast pipe against the Zeus. That'll make a really big difference, especially with Naga Siren. Illusions are so much more effective with the damage block. Because before this gank happens, bottom. Damage block is applied before you amplify damage based on them being an illusion. So the HP that you get on illusion against magic damage is way high with pipe. It's really effective. It's one of the things that Tundra used to abuse TI, basically.
Right. There's a Supernova command down bottom, but we have an illusion rune on the puck, which guarantees that he can dispel those fiery spirits, and of course the help of his teammates.
Good timing for that. Alright, so good map position.
Wait, top Ace.
9,000.
They have another strike, but they consider it, they cancel it. Mira. He's gonna try to run away. Instead, the Stampede will catch him. Mira. He can't even get another strike off. He tries against the puck, but it's just impossible.
Oh my god. Spirit Breaker versus Puck or Ember. It's just not a good time, dude. You're like, please. Take me out of my misery.
Especially without the Bulldoze. Like, once you get enough points in Bulldoze, at least you just run away from them, right?
Yeah,
but right now, you just fodder.
Yeah. You have to cast it, otherwise you definitely die. But if you run, you also
collapse. Did you see? He's playing Pikmin right now. He's sending oil to Treants. He's playing like it's a Broodmother. They don't know why Collapse would be behind them, so they're never gonna guess that he's here. He might actually snipe a courier here. No, he decides to stay quiet. Kramer, just watch Collapse for a little bit. Yeah. Oh my god, he found a camp. Look at the efficiency. He gets tipped by Duracho because they know he's around there.
It's annoying, but he's just in this position because his lane wasn't safe enough. I mean,
exactly.
they lost their tower. The off-lane tower is gone.
He got the courier though. Look at that. Collapse, what a Chad.
It was a support courier though, so it's only worth like 65 gold. But
each though, imagine the value on that pro. It was 325 gold total.
Want those highly leveled couriers, that's where you get that good shit, dude.
Quinn He's just gonna go on the Phoenix. He could have got a more valuable target, but you might as well kill my Poshka unless you get rebounded on. And Quinn disappears. Rooted is Yanaro, who's just fighting back against Duracho. Duracho can't even sing. The Wrath of Nature gets rid of him. That's Tofu. He stole the spirits, but that's not enough damage, and the rebound will make sure that he goes down. Celery in a similar position, just being hunted down by 3 heroes. I take back what I said. This Marcy, this is simple Battle Fury. She is stronger than the whole of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, Unleash is insanely good. It just does so much damage. So yeah, he just turns that on, he gets that cleave damage, and at this point, if you're able to engage onto the Naga while she's just used Mirror Image, it's like, okay, fight's won. Excellent stuff there. He'll go BKB afterwards, and he'll buy his other items, whatever he needs for the game. But most importantly, what was crucial is that he jumps in and lands his rebound to stun the puck, which guarantees puck dies to Zeus, and really just changes the outcome of that fight. Now they're going in mid. Wow, that was just really just over.
Yep. That's the. It's just Spear. I mean, it's just a 4, right? Little Spur Breaker dying. The same as Miposhka, they keep baiting these things out. As long as you're not catching out the Marcy and she keeps finding farm, I don't think they're that concerned.
But this Spear Breaker is 1-7 and 3. That's rough. Hey, it's just the reality of this guy. There's a lot of magic damage on enemy squads. So you can really use
Oh, Celery got found very interestingly in the bottom lane. I guess he was. No, he wasn't shoving ways. Maybe he was warding around that area.
Probably just like the typical like TP to tower, walk into the jungle to go get something done, found Nature's Prophet.
Right.
Shit got out of hand. He's got a Quelling Blade, so he probably thought he was gonna be fine, but yeah.
Alright, he's got a Quelling Blade. I can deal with the Sprout guys, don't worry.
He's got a little armor from the mech, but...
Collapse has the Ags. It's so difficult to outrun.
Yeah.
This makes Wrath of Nature pretty much always off.
Oh. Yep.
Oh wow, and this combo with this Spurbeck plus Wrath of Nature as well. Works for a surprise root. Tofu instead, he's been sprouted. He has no Quelling Blade, but he does have a lot of armor. They just can't deal with Tofu, finally. They get this Rubik down. The rebound almost perfect, but it sets up for initiation for Duracho. Never mind, it's full on retreat. This Siren is not interested in luring anyone in.
Yeah, nicely done by Laurel. He uses the Yules offensively against the puck. I actually really like Yules on Zeus. I bought it a little bit more in the past, but it's just so good because your abilities are low cooldown, right? If you get gone on, you can protect yourself. If you nuke somebody a bunch, you can Yules them afterwards, and by the time they come down, your abilities are almost off cooldown again. And in this case, he just uses it to protect himself, or to protect the egg that would have died to puck otherwise. So gives them a little bit of space there while protecting each other. Yeah, they lose Supernova, but it's not really that many resources.
Duracho, okay, at least he avoids the charge. He even gets the silence off, but he was not capable of dodging the lightning bolt there.
That was just really sick by Spirit. They basically disengage from the fight. They instantly smoke 2 heroes bottom. I think they smoked. They got bottom, and then when they go on Prophet, they're ready for it. So that was just really, really sick reading of the map and what Gaming Gladiators would do next.
It also seems like the map feels so small for Gaming Gladiators due to the global potential of Spirit with Nature's Prophet, Spirit Breaker, and Zeus, right? There isn't many places you can seemingly run to. So as soon as these guys get online, it feels like Gaming Gladiators need to force fights like they're doing right now, fighting Collapse down bottom, and killing him quickly.
Dude, Ace just does so much damage. And he's got the Nether Shawl now, too. So he's only got 4 armor, which is way less than Rubik had when he was given birth by his mother, but...
by Ags, right?
Yeah, but he's got so much magic resistance at this point that, yeah, easy to double edge, get that spell amp, yeah. Ace still the top net worth hero in this game.
And he's been having the most impact, because every time Duracho goes anywhere, he just gets blasted. The poor man can't really survive. Really high armor, but against Azusa means nothing.
Yeah.
We talked about all this illusion clear, but it's just the main hero that's getting cleared.
Yeah. Once he gets Mage Slayer and Hard, it'll be a little easier, but he'll get there eventually. He just has to be a bit worried about how he gets approached by ganks right now, that's all.
You still like the Mage Slayer build this game for the Naga?
Yeah, Mage Slayer on Naga is pretty much always solid because the Orchid helps a lot, so Mage Slayer is going to eventually be a follow-up on that. Getting extra crit is nice. And it's pretty easy to like set up a kill. You know, Ensnare plus Silence is basically a stun, so go for it.
Yeah, no, I agree. But the Heart is a good midway point, right, to make sure you can tank anything, not just the magical damage, and then your Mage Slayer just gives you the cherry on top.
Yep, exactly. Ace almost gets caught in the mid lane there.
Oh, he did actually with Wrath of Nature.
Bought his own 4-staff.
He did. Ace. This is the really angry Yadara walking at him, but his BKB's about to run out, so he has to rebound himself to safety.
I mean, that's Ace basically saying, like, I need a solution against Marcy, and it is get my ass away from her when she initiates. And the 4-staff did it. It's weird and atypical, but you can't say it's bad like, on Centaur. Like, maybe there's some other items you'd prefer to buy, Lotus, some armor thing, but he just disengages, Yatora doesn't expect it, and they lose BKB, and now Game Gladiators is like, okay, that's Roche, sick.
I actually love 4-staff on Centaur because you have that little trick where you can cancel the hope stomp animation, so you can actually, like, you can hope stomp while you slide. And if you know how to do that consistently, you can, it's essentially like an auto stun. You can do that same thing with Slithering Crush as well.
Like, is the stun's not like bigger AoE or anything?
No, it's just that, like, essentially, you're moving while you're stunning. So you avoid the animation of him raising his hoof, and he just, like, stuns while sliding.
Okay, so it's, like, harder to
avoid, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah.
I see, I'll have to watch for this.
Misery used to do this a lot in the with Starter, actually. When he used to play Starter 4, I remember he used to go 4-staff all the time, and he used to do this slide crush, and it was, sorry, that was terrible. I apologize to our viewers. I know claps don't do well.
They don't?
No, not with these. not with our production today.
Well, that's too bad, because I'm a natural clapper, dude. When I gotta clap, I gotta clap. I can't hold back.
As a Hispanic, it is part of my contract. I get a couple of claps every day.
Hey, your arms wave around a lot, so sometimes they run into each other. You just accidentally make claps. I get it.
But yeah, I do think this is a nice build. I think mobility and Centaur is going to look nice. And now you go for the more tanky approach. I mean, I'm going to be core, right? He's going to go hard. He's not even thinking about the game. It's just, I'm core now. Hard.
I think it surprisingly kind of works this game. Because normally I just scream, like, where's the armor, bro? But, like, like, Marcy's going to shred him. But if you just have 4-staff, she can't gap close you super easily. So in some ways, like, the 4-staff solves all the problems. It's like, if it's like a PA or something, it's like, bro, you're a moron for not getting a play mill. But for the Marcy, it's like, okay, as long as she doesn't rebound and stun you and kill you in that, like, 1 second, 4-staff is definitely better. And then if he gets hard, then you can buy Shard afterwards and, like, really unlock some carry potential as an offlaner, which is cool.
Yeah,
Phoenix
I see that logic.
a good ward down.
And the damage that is entirely unavoidable is the Zeus, right, which is magical, so Heart helps you against that one particularly.
Definitely will.
And the Sunray, yeah.
And he's already got Pipe Nether Shawl, so it's like Heart is like, he literally just won't have to worry about magic damage anymore.
Yeah. In a way, Ace could be the one that routes the Zeus in every single fight, right? Because they don't really have anyone else that can catch up. I guess Puck. I guess if those two hunt down the Zeus, and then somehow Nagasaran eventually deals with Marcy. You ensnare and ignore. That's the tactic.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah, you're completely right. You just have to wait till her BKB's over, and then you have to kill her with like stuns and silences, which can work, but if she's BKB ulti, good luck.
Yeah, right, we saw it earlier, like, you have insane amount of armor on Naga, and you just shred through Naga. You can't even get close to her when she's ensnared with the Unleash.
Even like the Unleash Pulse is kind of good. It's 150 magic damage and an AoE, so Mirror Image is going to take 350 times that, so 3.5 times that. It's like 400 damage per pulse hit.
Yeah,
so.
it's like
525. So like the illusions are going to get shredded for sure.
Yeah, that's true actually.
He's queuing up a Daedalus and an MKB next is what he wants on Marcy. No Basher here.
Okay.
So a little bit weird, but in the same vein, his team has some disables, and he does need the raw damage. It sounds reasonable. See, base goes in.
Okay, Ace is not trying to go in, but he got gone on, so not really an option anymore. He's
Where the
dead.
fuck is his plate mail?
The Undying also gets saved here by the Rubik for now, but Tofu could be in trouble himself. Thank God he has armor, so he will barely survive. Gets the Fate Bolt off as well. Stole the Psychic on top of Duracho. Still hasn't died. His Celery distracts the rest of the team and sacrifices himself so Gaming Gladiators can live. That's the difference between armor and no armor, my friend.
Yeah, a plate mail definitely would have done. I mean, he disassembled his Vanguard to get the heart, so it was like he got it even quicker, right? It was not an expensive item, relatively, but now he kind of feels like he needs a plate mail. Maybe a Shiva's Lotus Orb, something like that.
I usually gotta wait at least 2 to 5 minutes before you back that. It's almost immediate.
He popped his ulti, he's like, oh shit, this isn't good. And he got like disposed back after he forced forward, I think.
How often, though, to be fair, is that going to happen to him? Like, he was kind of in no man's land, scouting for his team.
Yeah, and he was under a tower. I mean, if in hindsight, the answer is, like, probably should not be in that likely warded area, but it's okay. He's still up there in net worth.
In the case of Gaming Gladiators, actually, when you compare to last game, they're playing last game with like a Clockwork, right, and Nature's Prophet, and we had heaps of vision. And this game is a little bit more difficult, so Ace has to play this more courageous role instead. I think he is going for Lotus Orb now. I see a Ring of Health. I'm hoping Plate Mill.
Well, that was his disassembled Vanguard, so he could sell it depending.
Oh, that's actually a good point. I'm an idiot. Sorry.
But Lotus against Zeus is great, obviously. Reflect Sprout.
If Sprout leashes.
Oh, you're right. It probably. I don't know. I think it wouldn't, because it would become your Sprout, and therefore you don't have the talent. But
oh, that's a good point.
I think is how it works, because it becomes a new spell and it comes from your
Yes,
body,
yes,
not
yes.
his.
That's why if you have Shard, for example, with certain spells that have Shard upgrades, it does.
So yeah, maybe if Centaur has Shard, it would least. This is like, there were a lot of Reddit threads when Lotus Orb first came out, like, how does this work? And it's too nerdy for me. I don't know the answer.
I don't think that's.
No one cares.
You're the one that reads patch notes for 13 hours.
Like, these are like, you have to be like, oh, I would love to open the test client and try all of these various interactions and see how they work.
If you tried to do that, your patch hour time would go from 13 to 2 hours, maybe.
Oh,
because you wouldn't read a line and be like, oh, okay, this doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, it would take way too long. Level 18 on Centaur now. He's going to go Shard next, which makes sense. He's got all this strength. He's prepped for it.
Yep. Okay, honestly, I would rather have a Plate Mail right now, but sure. Kill the Spellbreaker first. Charge on Rubik.
I don't know, but the EHP increases a lot, though. It's like, what, 15% more strength every double edge you hit on a hero?
So you have
kind of
what?
a lot.
What does he have? Like almost 160 strength?
It's like 170, so that's like 17 plus 8, so it's like 25 strength, so 500 HP every double edge he hits on an enemy hero.
Okay, that does sound incredible.
It's pretty
And then you combine that with Plate Mail, and then all of a sudden your effective
so
HP
if he
is
gets Shard,
incredible.
sells his Ring of Health, buys a Plate Mail, and now he's like some like 8,000 HP monster. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
It's really good. I don't know if they have any anti-healing on the Radiant side either, which kind of seems good when two of your opponents have heart.
They have anti-what, right?
Anti-healing.
Oh.
Some Scotty, Shivas, something.
Right.
They don't have any of that. They're just about killing. Raw magic damage, raw physical.
You have Sunray, right, which will scale as the Centaur scales. But you're right, I don't see anything here. No Vessel on the Spellbreaker either.
I just don't. There's not a good opportunity. It's not. They're not making mistakes or anything. It just doesn't really fit into their builds.
Yeah.
Something.
I did want to comment on the Marcy choice of crit over Basher. You think this idea is just like, if I get a crit, the hero's dead, so it doesn't really matter if I get Basher or crit here. Crit's just more effective overall.
I can see that, yeah. And in some ways it protects her. Like, it makes it, she doesn't necessarily have to BKB right away if she can kill somebody in like 1 second.
Sure, true. You also get the lifesteal off the crit.
Yeah, that's a really good point too. Here she is hitting illusions right now. She's not doing amazing against those.
See a charge from Rubik. What is he charging? He is gonna die. Okay. Phoenix dies with him though. Celery with the Stampede is trying to outrun the Marcy, but the Ogre Shield Totem runs out and Celery has just been finished off.
BKB's done too. Alright, so just some
Support's
support
dead,
hits.
BKB.
Yeah. Buyback as well. They're prepping for Roche potentially, but...
Oh, but because of the buyback, of course, Team Spirit feels like they want to fight. But they could still be surprised without that BKB. Or that's the play. They're gonna go straight up for Laurel. He's still silenced. The Sunray plus the Supernova will cover them, as the Song of Sign from Duracho will cover his escape. There is a charging Spirit Breaker, so they still have vision over him. When he TP's back home, so he's gonna be safe.
Okay. Well, decent engagement. I mean, Gaming Gladiator is just accruing this huge net worth advantage. And their split push is just better. This is again the one of the downsides to forcing Marcy as a core. He can farm well with the Battle Fury, but not always the best options. Let's see if Claps. Oh, no Basher to stop him. So yeah, they canceled the TP. But yeah, Marcy's just never gonna farm as fast as a hero like Naga Siren, a natural carry. So yeah, maybe she has insane kill potential with the Marcy, but yeah, if the game just continues like this, we're gonna see Naga get 6 slotted pretty soon. And maybe if they hit that timing before Marcy gets close to 6 slot, they just beat her easily.
Yadaro That's been bottom now with a telekinesis. Do they have enough damage? Activates BKB, tries to lifesteal, but realizes he can't lifesteal enough as Duracho's armor will save him here. Mira, the next target, is going to die. Nether Strike stolen by the Rubik. And with a Phoenix rooted, can they get him for dinner? We'll see. Duracho has no attack speed and also no will to really pursue him. And ultimately, it's all about, do you want to do it? It's not really if you can.
See that in Spanish, Nimbus is Nimbo.
I mean, what?
Yes, N-I-M-B-O.
Okay, that can't be correct.
What does that mean?
No, I mean like...
Does that translate to anything?
No, it's because Nimbus is Latin. Right, so why would why would they translate?
It said Nimbo, which sounds like a funny word.
Okay, yeah, like when we say like a Nimbus, Cumulus Nimbus, right, which is like what a kind of cloud, we say that with Nimbo. Yeah, I suppose.
Oh, okay.
But I wouldn't translate Latin. You threw me off with these things. Now I'm going back to school to think of like how weather works.
I mean, it's like
you're the weatherman. Why are you teaching me about clouds?
I just think it's interesting because there's all these words that I've never seen before on this like game that has had the same words for so long.
There's how I cast in Spanish all the time. Song?
Hitting the Nimbo. See?
Something about it sounds like an insult purge.
Yes, it sounds like bimbo.
Okay, sure.
But Nimbo.
Yeah, let's go with that, yeah. Okay, so that push doesn't work out. Smoke by Team Spirit immediately. They have... What tools do they have at their disposal? The BKBs, yes, the ultimates as well. Gaming Gladiators might be a little bit too confident in getting this Roche. It's not going to fall fast enough. There's no Troll Warlord anymore. Charge immediately. Go and try to kill the Centaur. And he almost gets destroyed, but Yatoro has to switch targets. Going for Duracho instead. There's a Stampede trying to cover him. And in fact, they actually baited him out. Yatoro, he did not expect that. He didn't have the BKB ready, and he's going to die for it. Mira also falls. Lara up in the air, down on the ground. Now underground.
The wild thing was he was BKB'd, but the Rubik stole Nether Strike and stunned him through BKB.
That was what it was.
He gets stunned and bursted in that moment. So that was Tofu crushing that fight.
That was incredible.
Holy shit.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that pointer.
No problem.
Incredible.
Because he ran and he starts hitting the Naga, and you're like, oh shit, Naga's definitely losing this fight. He just lost like a third of his HP in one combo here against his Daedalus. But bam, that BKB piercing stun, he did not expect that at all. He thought he was going to...
On Ace also coming in clutch, right? That was the initial of the fight. The switching targets to Duracho just because Ace can actually get away and activate Stampede. He almost...
I didn't even see how he died so fast, but ooh, they catch him here. Did they put a ward down?
Yeah,
they did. Yeah.
They did?
This little ward by Tofu. The power of Rubik, you can ward from like actually, if you hover his mouse over his central ward, it's crazy how far you can ward. He puts that ward down while he's approaching high ground. That's what allows them to jump the Phoenix. And now they definitely get this Rax. 2 looking likely. Their 26k gold advantage.
Yeah.
Standard draft, standard lineup. Ace had an excellent lane, and they turned that into this like compound advantage, super fast pipe. Just really made Laurel feel less effective, even though they got some play on the map.
Sometimes just about good old Dota, you know? You don't have to overcomplicate things.
Yeah.
You're right. It's just about standard drafting here. Stop with this Marcy carry nonsense, you know? Just bring back the old carries.
I mean, it can work. It obviously does like the most physical damage of any hero.
But did it work this game? No.
It did not work this game, no. But the lane was rough, right? They laned Undying against it with a Centaur. Both very strong laners, way above average laners. They beat her in the lane. The times they dove her, it was the same time they dove somewhere else on the maps. There weren't even like support TPs. So there was just like a lot of things that went wrong here for Yatoro.
I'm to go for the top tower. If you're gaming Gladiators, you're looking to really put the nail in the coffin in this match. Team Spirit, they still have chances to get one last good team fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm not really sure what angle they hit. The best hero to kill would be Fuck, but I mean he's got Aegis now because they're feeling so safe on the Naga Siren, and he's got the Linkins, and he's got an Octarine. So like the window to kill this guy is going to be really small. He's got an Arcane Rune as well. Did I mention small windows? Freaking Link is going to come up at 7.3 seconds. He gets the block spell, and he's going to break the smoke.
And they're gonna try to kill Tofu first. He ruined them before, but the Waiting Rift might just save him the 4 stuff as well. And Tofu's flying all across the map. Now with the Clipper, they do have vision over him. They're trying to kill off this Rubik, and they finally will accomplish it. Accelerate also falls, but Yadoro got caught in the middle of this. Miposhka dies with him, and a poor Zeus is surrounded by thousands of Nagas. There were as many Nagas there as there's units of Rubik armor. And that will sentence the game. Purge, they have a buyback. It's only going to be on Zeus. Collapse dies. He's the last remnant here as Laurel. He tries to do something. What are you going to do against Quinn? He's chasing you into the base. Know your place, he says. As the tier 3 falls, the racks will fall shortly after. Oh, they're actually giving it a tower. They're going to fountain dive him. Oh no! Oh no! Is this how they lose? They have the song. They have the song. Okay. It's fine. They're good. Duracho, go back to the objectives.
This is not a puck hitting buildings. You're like, bro, what is happening? Where is my team?
Oh no, they might. Okay.
This
no.
actually was kind of, I don't know. Maybe they should have just hit buildings the whole freaking time. They're all alive now.
It's true. I mean, they're already up against Mega Creep, so they have one last hurrah, making this game a little bit more interesting. The Supernova, there's the last team fight for them. Can they break it in time? Yule Center will control the Nagasari, and they don't have enough attack speed to break the egg. Oh, the Martha style there, trying to dodge. A spell didn't work in his favor, and instead they couldn't break the egg. In comes Ace, though, killing off Floral in time. That's a dieback for him as Miposhka is trying to finish off Duracho. They help him, they just profit as well. Duracho's being chased after, but the healing Soul Rip keeps him alive. And that will sentence Mir to a surefire death as Quinn gets killed once, but not twice. The GG is called. Gaming Gladiators will 2-0 them, Purge.
Okay. Really well played by Gaming Gladiators. I mean, the laning stage really just set them up so well for this. And then their mid game was just getting a lot of net worth on the Nagasari and split pushing waves and Team Spirit. Like, all their lanes actually went poor. Their offlaner, Collapse, basically had to ditch his lane relatively quick as well. Just the lanes worked out so good for Gladiators.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was a really solid performance by Gaming Gladiators. I think that Centaur pick was really, to me, the ace in the hole for them, right?
Wow.
Yeah. Yes. As that Stampede nullified the Marcia, as you mentioned a lot, you don't need to really itemize against her besides the laning stage, as long as you can just avoid her. And they managed to successfully do that every single fight.
Yeah, and she looked really good in that last skirmish that they had. Like, she was doing huge chunks of damage. She would attack like 5 times, move a little bit, attack 5 times, move a little bit. But as soon as the BKB ended and she got bloodthorned, it was like over. She just exploded against the Naga Siren. And that's probably because he had the extra minus armor talent. A rare case where a Naga hits 25. It's like -7 more armor when you Riptide, so that was like -15 armor.
Yep.
That's why she died. She has 0 armor items. BKB ends instantly dead with the Bloodthorn. So, very cool game by Gaming Gladiators. A little bit atypical, opening with 2 supports, but at the end of the draft, looked really good.
Yeah, it did. And Gaming Gladiators with this puts themselves in a pretty solid position in this group. They've had, I mean, yes, they started with a tie against Talon, which many would consider maybe one of the weaker parts of this group. But now, with a recovery against Team Spirit, they set themselves in a solid position of probably avoiding that elimination, which is what everyone tries to do the first day. Make sure you don't get eliminated, right? So, Gaming Gladiators in a good position. Team Spirit, though, because they come from, actually, no, they also had a... No, they were the only 2-0, I believe, earlier against TSM. So Team Spirit's still safe. They did, I think they 2-0 TSM earlier, if I'm not mistaken, and they even beat the Lina Ricky combo. So I don't think that they're in such a bad position.
Yeah,
themselves.
Gladiators now 3-1. Team Spirit's 2-2.
Yeah.
So yeah, rough
so
for
with
them,
this,
but that's okay.
With this, we're going to take a small break. We do have the next match coming up soon, so stay tuned. And of course, if you want to just watch the other matches, there's tons of matches going on, and there's also. There's tons of matches going on, though, which I recommend you watch, or the hub stream. So, away you go. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome. We are here with the last series of the day, or one of the many last series of the day. Last series for us, BetBoom versus Team Liquid. Purge and I will be casting. Purge is actually staying for the full series. He did better than Gareth.
Did Gareth only do one game?
Yeah.
That
You kicked him out.
lazy- Did I? I guess I did, yeah.
I mean, he did do 2 series before that one game.
Oh, so that was like his
Yes.
5th game. Okay,
That was his
okay.
5th game, yes.
Well, I sat very comfortably on that panel earlier, much like you, for
That's true.
an hour and a half. It was really casual. Felt
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
Were you with Tsunami?
I was. Yeah, he was there. And then Shiver slit his throat and took his seat.
That is what you usually do with Tsunami. There's no other way of taking his hosting spot.
Mm.
That's why I had to become a caster again.
Someone killed you.
No, I mean, I saw a Tsunami on that chair and he said...
I see. You're like, okay, I'm not needed here anymore. Whoever you're going on, pull them into a bad position and then rot chase them afterwards, instead of like it be like they're frostbited, you're walking up to rot for half of the frostbite. It's like you just get everything you want out of it.
Okay, I see.
And now
Is
they
there
can
any
beat this
point to
brute.
the Aura or the Crystal Nova, or that's just addendums?
Yeah, sure. Like she's a great laner, but quite hook.
And the Pudge has been the answer to the Brood Mama that I've seen a lot, right? Like the
Yeah.
people. But I mean, is it just the flesh sheep against the spiders, or what? Is there more to it?
Yeah, that part sounds pretty good too. But I feel like the yeah, the AoE and the AoE damage as well. So you have AoE, free AoE basically, free in that it costs you health. But yeah, with Flesh Sheep, so you can harass that way. You have pretty high base damage, so Last Hidian's probably still not that bad against Brood. You do a lot of damage that isn't just shut down by Silk and Bola. So that is that what it's called? I can't
Yeah, Silk and Bola. Yeah.
What's it called?
We'll
in
find out
Spanish,
what it's
though?
called in Spanish. I have
You don't
no
know?
clue. Bola de seda, I suppose.
Okay, alright, we'll see. We'll see if you're right. But yeah, so you do damage without worrying about evasion too much. You have slow and chase. If you had 6 at a good timing, you could also do ulti setup kills. So I just feel like there's lots of cool things that work for it. But yeah, I guess the Flesh Sheep against the spiders is really cool, because normally you just get kicked out by Brood when she hits 6 anyways. So being able to like turn on your Flesh Heap and just take 0 damage for 15 seconds sounds pretty appealing.
Yeah, it is pretty nice. I also feel like all these Rubik shenanigans we talked about the high armor hero that harassed you consistently, I think Pudge is pretty solid against. I mean, obviously the base damage gets reduced by a lot by the Fate Bolt, which is a nuisance, but you don't really get the constant harassment of a Rubik that's unkillable. So it does feel like this lane could weather the storm pretty nicely.
And if you hook him, he's in big trouble.
Yes, he is. The Tusk now gets picked for Team Liquid. They love... I mean, this hero is favorite of the second phase because you can flex him really easily, right? Especially when you... so when your second pick, this pick is always the worst one, right? Where you don't really want to reveal much, but you're also about to get to your best phase ever, which is the 2 last picks. Oh my god. So getting the Tusk that can be flexed between mid and 4 is always really nice. Even an offlane can be played.
Yeah, Niche has been succeeding very well with the hero. Boxy's obviously incredible at it as well, so very safe pick for Team Liquid here. As long as this is clearly just one of their anti-brood strats that they're going to be using today. Definitely one of the heroes that was certainly figured out by like every team is. If you go to the major without like, what do I do against brood strat, then yeah, you deserve to lose. So against Morphling,
That's so rough. You deserve to lose.
Yeah, for sure. I think Clockwork is cool for BetBoom. Having this like constant stun interruption basically means Pudge ulti is never going to be good.
Yep.
In almost any case, which is nice. It against CM is pretty solid too. Morphling is a carry to carry matchup. Weird to talk about some like physical carry versus Pudge, but this one seems okay. I guess you don't really want to turn into Pudge too often.
Wasn't it good because
But-
Pudge buys Ags usually in this matchup, and the heal reduction really screws over Morphling?
I guess, but it's only like 25%, and like a lot of those times Morphlings can be like BKB'd, so it's more like I feel like it's fine because Morphling just does tons of physical damage with some lifesteal, so I feel like he can actually kill Pudge. But I don't know if I've watched the matchup very often. It's not often you see. Usually when you see Pudge carry, it's against Illusion Heroes. So this is a little different, but in the same vein, it kind of works because it's picked to deal with the Brood.
Okay. I'm interested, by the way, in the... I was going to mention that I was looking at the BetBoom draft, and when you think of a team that on paper is the highest skilled team, right, these superstars of EU, this feels like the perfect kind of heroes for this team. Like, these are all very high impact heroes in their respective positions, from Clockwork to Broodmother to Morphling to Rubik, and it does feel like this is like the quintessential BetBoom draft. Whereas Team Liquid is kind of the opposite. It's actually much more team-oriented style of drafting.
Yeah, it's a bit weirder for sure. But I don't know. I like it. It's a little bit different than.
You mean
some
the
of the other
BetBoom
stuff.
is weirder?
No, the Liquid one's weirder. Like
okay.
BetBoom's draft is like super standard.
Very standard. Yeah.
Looks very standard, and they protected the Clockwork with the Rubik pick themselves. They don't have to worry about that hard counter. So I don't know. I'm into it. Death Prophet could still flex potentially if they want. Could be Tusk 4, could be DP3, could be DP2, depending on what they want to play. But kind of player preference. Last pick goes to BetBoom. Now they're banning out some strong mid heroes.
No, last pick goes to Liquid.
I meant that, but I didn't say it. Sorry about that.
I believe you. I know. That's why I'm just clarifying
to
for the audience.
Ban the Pango. Is Bat banned yet? It is not. I don't know if Bat actually would be that good. Kind of bad against Pudge because he would block at least a chunk of the damage source during.
Are you thinking about BetBoom picks here?
Yeah. I was trying to think who the second hero that Liquid's going to ban is going to be.
I mean, so if you're banning, usually when you have, you don't have the last pick, right? These heroes are to protect your last pick, right? So Shadow Fiend, Zeus, like what kind of heroes would suffer against them? I'm almost like these two heroes. You ban these two heroes. I'm actually thinking Void Spirit, but I don't know why you would pick that right now.
There's like Ember as well as like one of the other meta heroes, but it just doesn't feel that good. Like they definitely need more damage. That's why the SF and the Zeus ban makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because a lot of mid set tempo, they don't have like a huge amount of single target damage, but that's kind of what you need this game if it's a Death Prophet and a Pudge. So.
Okay.
So that's why like Zeus and SF kind of makes sense.
You can't get away with no Storm. No, that would be a bad. It's a little bit too slow, right? If you go for Storm.
It's kind of dangerous against like CM, Tusk, DP. I feel
so
like.
GPK Storm is almost a meme sometimes.
Yeah.
That was the first hero here about Shadow Amulet on. Fun fact.
Is that lore accurate?
I don't think so. I think it was actually Arc Warden.
Okay.
Yeah, I see what you mean, right? Like you want a tempo hero, you also want someone that, like, I'm thinking Puck, for example, for the lineup is kind of decent. A lot of interrupt, a decent amount of
Might
burst.
be too low damage. I feel like.
What is the highest damage mid hero you could think of here?
Templar, Assassin. Now it's gone. It's not really mid anymore. Something like that. Zeus is straightforward. It's like an obvious like raw damage dealer. Some like Deso Tusk build could hypothetically work, but obviously Tusk's on the enemy team. Not really sure.
I guess you could old Lina. You could do the 9 Lina. Oh no, sorry, it's back. Never mind.
They could do some Coddle's kind of cool, I guess, for Spirit Vessel buy, but it's kind of hit or miss. I feel like against Tusk, it's kind of spooky because if he shards you, you're kind of screwed. But
feels like a waste again for GPK as well to give him a Coddle, to be honest.
Yeah, that's true. I would agree with that.
Okay,
this is a very good damage.
This is just let's pick the highest impact heroes in every position, like the most like pub-based heroes, honestly.
Yeah, it looks pretty solid. I mean, Meteor plus Cold Snap is excellent against all these guys. He can buy Vessel if he wants to. They've got Sunstrike combos to go with Clockwork if they go Exort. So yeah, I like it a lot. Even like Tornado EMP against like Pudge Tusk can be really, really effective. Maybe he has to worry about being rolled on himself a bit, but I like their lineup. It's cool.
Can you Tusk against Invoker mid? Is that an okay matchup? Or not really?
It's probably totally fine. I mean, Tusk could mostly just like nukes to get creep waves anyways. Like, yeah, maybe you're gonna get harassed a bit, but I think he'd be fine no matter what.
Okay.
But truly, I'm not a very good mid player.
Nah, it's important to know your limits.
So, last pick is probably some 4. Is there Snapfire's banned?
Oh, you're really sold on this Tusk mid then for Nisha?
I think so. I mean, I think it's most likely.
Oh,
this is
wow. Oh, he got through
Really
the whole
solid.
game. Huh.
Like his mid tusk is just so good. It like sets tempo around the map. Like it's gonna make it so much easier. Like you just like run to the safe lane, you kill Broodmother that way.
Right.
Give her the snowball, hit her with the shards maybe, and then Pudge catches up, and then you get a kill. Like it does so much. It's like the standard bread and butter for Liquid. And then now you have the lucking out and finding Ricky as your last pick also feels great to set up their kill stuff. Sleeping dart into hook.
Yeah.
Fucking cool. Like
Yeah.
it's like
No.
arrow basically. It's like that arrow combo of value. So it just looks really solid.
So, actual question. You must know this because you're a nerd. When you sleeping dart, can Morphling? Because you know you can activate BKB if you with whatever you do after you wake up the sleeping dart, right? Can you get attribute shift off?
After like being stunned from
Yeah, like when you get sleeping dart, something hits you, right? You know, you have like a small moment where you can activate BKB, for example.
Yeah, I think it depends on the ability. I think arrow you could,
Okay.
but I think
Like hook
most
and
other stuns
dismember,
don't.
could you get away with it?
Hook and dismember probably because there's a separation between when you get hooked and I think there is like a timing that you can like dismember or that
Yeah,
you can.
I thought there was a moment where if you shift Q'd it properly that it was like hook dismember, you can't do anything.
Yeah,
in
I think
between.
you're right, but too nerdy for me. Sorry, bro. I'm nerdy, but like those mechanics things are just like there's
it's okay.
so
I'm
many.
texting
questions and
Aween right now.
answers.
I'm sure
Yeah,
he'll know.
This is a good time for me. Yeah. You know who actually really does like doing that shit is Fogged. Fogged is like, oh, I want to see how this works, and he opens demo mode and he goes, mega nerd.
Every single time that,
That was kinda sus.
I go to any tournament, I go to, you go to the whatever the lunchroom is, and you hear Fogged. There's either two conversations: him talking about interaction that nobody's ever heard of, or man, I swear, Elder Titan is busted this patch.
I don't consider myself the best player. I don't consider myself the best player. I don't consider myself the best player.
Buen trabajo. Does that mean well played?
Yeah, well played. Buen trabajo is like good job, actually. Interesting, it says buen. So,
But I
bien
assume-
jugado is well played.
But I assume it's well played. Like that's what the.
No, that
chat
means
wheel-
bien. Oh, interesting.
You see what I mean? Because this is probably like them saying.
Yeah, but
well
that's
played.
bien jugado, which is well played. Buen trabajo is good
Oh.
job.
Oh, it's probably like any. The
Oh,
English
to your
version
to your
would be-
allies, it's good job, but to your opponents, it's well played. That's interesting. They
Oh.
changed the meaning of it. Do you see how like it's well played here to your allies and to your
Yeah.
opponents anyway, right? In Spanish, there's good job and it's well played.
Oh, so
Interesting.
it, like actually changes.
I guess because if someone told me in a match, I mean, I guess well played is similar, but if someone says buen trabajo, bien jugado, to like a teammate, I immediately think that person's being sarcastic. There's absolutely no chance if my teammate said that to me.
Yeah, like well played.
Yeah.
To your teammate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's not a positive. So yeah, Death Prophet off lane, Nisha playing mid, just basically standard that we expected.
Yeah. So what do you think of the general concept of this draft? Because usually when you see Pudge, you have like two philosophies, right? You either pick him a second core that usually goes in the mid
I
lane
don't
that is
consider
the
myself
actual win
the best
condition
player. I
into
don't
late
consider
game,
myself
or
the
this
best
is more
player.
of the entity style of I'm gonna run you down with everything I have.
I mean, he's going to, but I think it's extremely likely that Nisha goes Deso this game instead of some like Blink build.
It still
just
scales?
To,
I don't
yeah, because
consider myself
they need more
the best
solo kill
player.
potential. Not that Deso's a good build against Morphling typically, because he has so much armor, but
Yeah.
for everybody else in the game, that's probably what they're going to aim to farm. So, yeah, it's going to have some ultra late game problems, but if they can smash their lane and get Pudge into this massive, festering, disgusting flesh heap, as Jenkins would call it, then he would be pretty set, I think. So they just need to do well in the lane, and they should be able to do that with the CM. And then we'll see the classic Nisha snowballed side lanes and kill them repeatedly.
Yeah, I guess Invoker's a really good target for that as well, right? Like just especially early. What build is the Invoker gonna go for this game? Is it Quas Wex, just so you have something to give you space?
He hasn't picked an ability just yet. Quaswex is definitely better for space, but if he wants a little more damage, the Exort could be nice.
30 seconds
I would guess
to
probably Quaswex because of the Tusk. I feel like if he goes Exort, Quas or something, then he's just going to get pressured a lot. Let's see if they get the D-word here.
Nisha? Oh.
Okay, they did get it.
They did. Nice.
I like how Nisha walked up there as well. Like, they don't want to give up that experience loss. Not that it's a lot, but now they all have 12 experience towards their level 2. Could matter.
I mean, for mid lane, it probably does. That small amount does matter, especially in AS.
It's more about the support. It's more like Insane is like, holy shit, I just got like 100 gold.
Oh, Boxy. That was a curious blink strike. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
He blink strike to the DP, but I think he was like pressing his battery assault, so he blink strikes twice, and now he's out of charges completely. Oh, so this is my favorite discussion topic, Purge. I'm sure you'll enjoy this too.
Okay.
Aura Venom or no Aura Venom in the Ricky lane.
I mean, he's got gap close with Blink Strike, so you would argue that Orb of Venom is good because he doesn't need the movement speed as badly.
No, I don't mean generally. I mean in this because I think it actually is a good item sometimes and a bad item sometimes. But I want to know like what's the logic behind getting it in this lane? Yeah.
I don't know. Gives you some space against Clockwork. Like in this moment here, where he runs down Zai. If he just keeps hitting Toronto Tokyo, it might let Zai actually separate from him.
Okay. Even though the choice is just kill Pure instead, right?
Well, he had to do that because he tried to slow Toronto enough, but he wasn't able to get him away from him, so then he changed his mind to go to Pure.
Yeah, it actually worked wonders. I particularly really like Old Venom when Ricky's up against any ranged core, even if it's Morphling, because of the idea that you can like run them down, they don't have the damage block, so you actually get a lot of good trades in. So like Ricky versus Lina, Ricky versus Morph or Drow, I always like the Over Venom.
That makes sense, yeah. I can see that being really solid. I just frankly don't pick Medigos because I'm not a piece of shit, so I wasn't 100% sure what the answer was there.
Well, I watch these games, right, because I'm a prepared caster.
Yeah.
I don't really play the game at all. Too busy ruining his stream to play Dota, sorry.
That's okay, I understand.
GPK did go for Quaswex in the end, by the way. It's because I guess you really can't afford Exort. You were right about the damage, but it's just too slow to go Exort this game.
Yeah, it's just too spooky against some, like, kill hero like Tusk. Like, one rotation, he just dies to every, like, snowball combo. Whereas, like, Tornado and Cold Snap, you can protect yourself really well.
Yeah.
And against Strength Heroes, Mana Burn is always fantastic.
Oh, Zai just died down bottom, actually. Hey.
He did.
He did?
It looks like he did use his,
Spirit
Siphon, but...
Classic, I am God, I have Spirit Siphon, nobody can kill me, I went too far. They did, in fact.
Yeah, and Foxy had pulled the creep wave, it looks like, so it was like he was still lingering around to get some shit done, and it didn't work out. There was that... Did you see that Frostbite hook just now?
Yes,
I didn't see it, but I heard it.
I heard it. Save almost died from it. Not so strong now, huh? 5 armor Rubik. They have a hook in 3 seconds again, by the way.
Nightfall's gonna play aggressive, though.
Yep. Oh, there is the Frostbite hook again. We got to see it this time, Purge.
Not under tower, though. Good try.
I mean, he could only do as much, right? He had to Frostbite him early because he was running him down. Overall, it does seem like the lanes from Liquid look stronger, even if the kill down bottom does hamper them a little bit.
Sania tried to do another Frostbite hook, it would have gotten a kill and save, but he unfortunately pulled the creep wave right in front of him at the same time, otherwise that would have been another kill.
No. A couple of TeamSpeak issues due to the infrastructure in general. Some teams are getting a little bit of lag because of TeamSpeak.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
Why are they using TeamSpeak?
For
not Skype. What's wrong with Skype?
We tried to get them all, but unfortunately one person started sending fake links to other people.
Oh, okay.
And they ruined everyone. Yeah.
And then once one guy clicks on that, everyone gets sent a fake link. And
yeah.
Then everyone loses their Skype account.
Exactly. So
leaks their IP. Then the DDoS. Yeah, good choice. Avoid that.
And the bottom lane, by the way, Pure. He was in trouble for a second, but he waveforms away himself to safety, and it seems like under the tower he is going to be perfectly fine, as the Clockwork does nothing but pretended like it's posturing.
Watches his water homie like, you're going to be okay, I know it.
I mean, he's hit his power spike now with the Battery Assault. The only problem is Clockwork has no power spike against Ricky, because he just doesn't care about you at all.
Yeah, jumps away. Unless he doesn't have a Blink Strike target.
Oh, like now, but unfortunately neutrals are also Blink Strike targets. They might be ethereal like ghosts, but
he still accomplished his job. He forced Boxy to back and not pull a creep wave, basically.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. The other target that Toronto Tokyo has, of course, is Death Prophet, but she's also reached that level 3, so you're in a similar position against her. Top lane, though, is Mickey is struggling a little bit against Spider Bubble. There's the Frostbite. They wanted to get a hook off, but nice to look, and he just stops them. And now Mickey could hook under tower, but there's no point to it because he's already dead.
Yeah, and Sania's trying to body block there. It doesn't work, unfortunately, so tough loss. So yeah, the safe lane's not going quite as well as I expected it to. I mean, they had the Pudge CM. He's got some last at 17, Rootson at 15, so it's basically even. So not necessarily a lane advantage here.
No, that's true. But the kills are starting to pile up from Bepum's side, which are equalizing the lanes a little bit more.
This massive pile of 2 dead bodies.
Okay, look.
More
Starting.
than one, it's a pile. That's how it works.
I said started to pile up. You'll see. Look, another dead body perhaps here. A save. Oh, maybe actually Mickey. He's a very big dead body. Insane tries to body block, and he's not going to succeed. Thus adding to the pile.
Alright. They're winning the lane.
Okay, they even have the psychological strats here. They have the Team Liquid lines.
Just think how much money they're giving the other teams by buying their voice lines. I feel like a lot of pro players have this. They have like 6 supporter packs or something like that. They want the swag, dude. The voice line swag is important.
Isn't that what talent does to each other whenever we release voice lines? Half money comes from fellow talent.
Yeah, but I'd like to think that that's because we like supporting each other, not because we're like trying to use our opponent's voice lines and the chance we run into each other in pubs. You know,
that's definitely why bot slacks that. I don't know about you.
it works, yeah.
Yeah, it does. Tara Tokyo. Okay, so he's just as long as he successfully stops the pull, he's done his job in his lane, right? And I guess he can just leave and do whatever else.
Yeah, sounds about right. I mean, Morphling's pretty survivable. He doesn't have to worry that much about dying to Death Prophet. As long as he's got waveform. He's not going to steal silence this early or anything.
First rune went for the Invoker, which was double damage as well. If Nisha manages to rotate on that rune, that would have been incredible. So
yeah,
it's a pretty lucky draw.
Especially if you could have used it to gank like Root or something like that.
Yes, yes.
Helped offset stuff.
Root's early armor is not super high. She's at 6 right now. It's okay.
It's pretty good, yeah. She's like pretty decent base stat.
Her aggregate is surprisingly high.
It's
yeah, 3.4. It's not bad. Like the upper echelon is 3.7, and then of course Terror Blade's like 4.2. But like,
and if some heroes like primary attribute isn't 4, I'm just like, it sucks. That's what it always feels like.
What about heroes like Venture, Bloodseeker, where they get like massive amounts of every single attribute?
That's true, but it generally just makes up for other weaknesses they have. It's the negative.
I think you look at some stat gains. There was, and Nature's Prophet was it, right? Nature's Prophet is the highest overall stat gain in the game.
Yeah, and he's got insane BAT.
Yep, exactly. Zai in the bottom lane. Yep, that's the target. Immediately waveforms away.
Hard countered by the waveform, dude.
Yes, he is. They can't Spirit Siphon. He can't Battery Assault. Nobody's having fun in this lane, Coach.
Just nobody's gonna die. That's clearly gonna be the case here.
Until Nisha comes by, can Nisha force a kill here?
They're not gonna have any mana. Good luck ganking. Yeah, he's gonna go Falcon Blade after. So probably Falcon Blade Deso is my hunch on Tusk. Oh, they just killed Pure.
Yeah, they did. They caught it with a Crypt Swarm. I can only assume.
Oh, they used Smoke Cloud. Okay.
Oh, okay, they used Smoke Screen. Right.
So the Smoke Screen nuked him, died.
Yep.
Playing too much on the edge. So I've been looking at this Falcon Blade Morphling. It's actually so good on this hero. Because you turn 200 health into agility, and now we're looking at a Ring of Aquila. It's 14 damage, 10 agility, 1.8 mana regen. That's an Aquila. The only hero with Ring of Aquila right now.
GPK. This is gonna be fine. This bottom lane actually where the kill is starting to happen, but Pure. I mean, he's gonna get chased down now. He doesn't have waveform, but unfortunately, it also has infinite amount of agility.
Yep, it's gonna cost him some mana to do this shifting, but really not that bad. It's fine. It's slightly zoned him. He's actually a little bit low. He's only got 300 health, and he doesn't want to have to keep doing this. The fours are just doing weird shit to each other in the jungle right now.
But yeah, Boxer and Tokyo just beating each other constantly. Now he actually doesn't have any blink targets, but he has tricks of the trade, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, Pure kind of struggling. Actually did have to leave the lane from Zai harassing him like this. And Zai very wisely not pushing the creep wave, so holds that relatively defensive. And now it's even more effective that Boxy's messing around in this jungle area, because he's going to be able to actually contest what Pure's doing by just a little bit. They're like double laning the jungle here while Zai gets free farm, so this should be a really good start for Zai.
What do you think of the Death Prophet?
Terrible. Oh no, sorry, go ahead.
Greaves build, they always do these things.
It's
how are you supposed to beat that with your pep in this game?
Anti-healing.
Do you?
Not popular.
Yeah. Do you Scotty on Morphling in this game?
Yeah, eventually they definitely. But it's gonna be good against Pudge as well.
Like when the power spike happens, like if a DP running at you with a Pudge and they have Greaves as well, like what is the plan for them? Just avoid it as much as possible?
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good time to fight for sure. Yeah, because you just need too much anti-healing. It's like you either have to have an A or you need like Enfeeble on Bane or something, but the Greaves just like counters a lot of those things anyways.
Yeah.
You get hit with the anti-healing, you're just like, click! Which is fine, like that the Greaves has been underused for quite a long time because there's a lot of Vlad's things that were effective substitutes, and that meant that Greaves was not the item to buy. So, but those all got nerfed enough, now Greaves is the best, and it just put us in this location.
No, I mean, I understand. I wasn't questioning the game balance with that comment.
It sounded like you. I don't know.
I'm just saying that, like, I think, Mike, as the, dismembers, heals up a little bit. That Sunstrike is very low level, but it's gonna be just enough. Sometimes that's all you need to guarantee a kill. Actually, it is level 2 extra.
This Pudge carry's not working.
No, it's not. But the DP is working offlane, right? And Tusk is doing fine.
Yeah.
So you play around those two heroes?
Yeah, but Brood is very farmed right now, so that's spooky. Just thinking about getting a fast pipe, which should work out really nicely.
Yeah, how do you kill a Spider Link with a fast pipe, actually?
That's true.
You don't even have that much. Like, if Pudge is can't tank his own rot, because he can't right now. Now maybe you can kill the Invoker and help yourselves out. With this, Walrus Punch, Tricks of the Trade, a little bit bonus damage. The Cogs will push Ricky out, but who cares if Invoker's dead?
Nicely done. Yep, there's the Deso build for Nisha being planned up here. Just doing the same thing, nuke the waves, get his last hit up. He's sitting same as the Spider-Man right now. Ooh.
Toronto Tokyo. Yasudo gets caught out in the mid lane. The Ice Shards will try to close him in, but they miss. And Toronto Tokyo is out.
Oh, he's going
but he's going to be a snowball plus punch, a couple hits. He does not want to finish him off. He juked him with the wand, was it?
No, he just juked the. He backed up early because he's like, I'm not going to chase him. I'm going to get him with the Ice Shards. And Toronto Tokyo fucking dodged it, dude.
Wow.
He just went.
Okay, I see.
He just ran tangential. Perpendicular?
In the 90-degree angle?
Yes.
Yeah, perpendicular.
Whoa. Great perpendicular running there. This is the, wow. That tornado was a lot shorter than I expected it to be.
The hardest part of doing those plays is getting the compass out in the middle of the play, right?
It is difficult, yeah.
But Toronto Tokyo, he has fast hands.
The best players, they just, in their mind, they just know how compass works, and they don't even need to do the physical drawing. I mean, I usually pause the game and I get out my Sharpie and I draw on my monitor. That's usually how I do it. But
how many monitors do you go through usually a week?
I just try to make very small lines so I don't have to swap them as often.
Okay, I see. It'd be great for the admin team that we have this picture. That's almost there's almost a Zezlator on Nisha, by the way. So hey, even though the Room Mother has gotten a lot of farm and Pipe is going to be impactful, Nisha will still have the solo kill potential as soon as the Zezlator comes in.
Okay.
So, as long as he stays alive.
Hookshot mid.
Exactly, and he is not going to stay alive for long if he gets hookshotted and subsequently killed off.
He's doing some damage at least. Good for him.
He did some damage, yeah, but he is. They are stuck in the smoke screen. He will eventually to 3 heroes around him.
He got lowered on HP so quickly. It was amazing. Between the hookshot and all these little nukes. I mean, I guess he's got Ice Shards himself, so it's like Fade Bolt, Ice Shards, Battery Assault, plus a big ol' pouch of spiders injected into him.
Yep. And with this, the pipe will be on the right timing, and the Desolator will not. So all of a sudden, Bedlam has how scary Greaves might be. I don't think they have the damage.
Yeah, and Axe on Pudge is like nowhere close here because the lane went very disappointing. He's equal to Invoker's net worth, and there's the fast Spirit Vessel on Invoker. So decent timing here for Betboom. They kind of have everything that they want. The only thing that's slightly lacking is Morphling's network, but he's going to be fine. He'll catch up. There's no Greaves yet for Death Prophet, but she's close. 500 gold or so.
Another hook shot. This is for Nisha yet again. They even steal the illusion room from him. Smoke screen trying to help out Nisha, but oh, he avoided his own Ice Shards. But the tornado is unavoidable because there's no more snowball. He tried to hook it, but a spider blocks it. However, he will be fast enough to go up to that high ground. Body blocks everywhere. Spawn spider doesn't kill him. 150 HP on Nisha. He's being chased by a big spider and 4 small ones. And the Silken Bullet, not enough damage, but the Ice Shards will. And that's a Nisha that's dead, a Zai that's running away, and a poor Ricky who can't really run from 5 heroes at the same time.
Okay.
4, sorry.
Nicely done running them down like that, but...
That was wild. The map is theirs, though. It doesn't feel like there was any time when they had to stop. In fact, this proves it. They have Vessel now, so Mickey could be in trouble. Big Brood Mama's coming. He's in the trees, but he can't escape the spider, nor the meteor apparently, as the soul and frostbite kills him off.
Save zone me, dude. I mean, if we think about his impact this game, it started from the laning stage, and now it's just turning into all these kills. Like, Misha was having such a good game. He was like top net worth matching the Brute, and then they just ganked him successfully twice, utilizing hookshot to begin it. And in some ways, that was like, it's been a really crucial pick. In the laning stage, maybe it was just okay, but in these mid-game moments, it starts the setup. He gets to hook the Tusk. He doesn't get to snowball defensively. He doesn't get to shard defensively. He's just stunned into another stun into tons of nukes, and they just kill him. It's really working out. And then they shard, and they just shard in there. So it's like, even if he tries to snowball and run away, it's not going to work because he's stuck in the cogs.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's the two supports, not just Save, right? Torontoki as well. Like, he's been discovering people left, right, and center. Those hook shots have killed Nisha twice. Yeah. That's the late Desolator. All of a sudden, your only source of damage is magical, so what do? Grease is finally online for Zai, but it doesn't feel as impactful anymore. And Bebum feels very comfortable because this whole time Pure has just been free farming this Morphling.
Yeah, he's accelerated now. Big separation between Mickey and him, like 1,200 gold at this point. So Pudge's ability to abuse the game is just not looking nearly as good, and now it's just looking bad to have this Pudge versus Morphling matchup as the game goes on.
What role can the Pudge fulfill if this happens? Because obviously he's a win more hero, right? So can you deviate in how you play him in this situation?
I mean, he's definitely got to grab his Ags, and then once he goes there, I don't know, BKB, run in, try to do your best. I don't really see hooking happening since the spiders clearly are getting in the way. But
perhaps you could go for like a Blink Dagger instead and play more like the off.
But that's the problem. If you buy Blink Dagger, then your ulti does nothing. You just get like chain disabled when you go in. It's a hard position to be in.
Right.
Ideally,
the BKB first.
Yeah. Ideally, he's probably just gonna have to BKB first, most likely. But they're just gonna have to like frontline with Death Prophet and then ideally save a core. They could do something like that. Death Prophet frontlines, takes a bunch of damage, hook her out to safety, re-engage the fight. That could be a good way to transition the hero. Or he goes like Blink Shard, eats the Death Prophet or whoever else that's in trouble, save them, or Tusk. That could be a way to go perhaps. Ooh, okay. Boxy avoiding the fight there, that was really close.
Yeah. Boxy now has the shard, right, so he's useful. So we are going to see some hooking happening.
Yes.
It's going to be on the Invoker here, and Invoker stuck in no man's land. They're going to try to go for him as a freezing field is happening in the triangle. It is going to be Insania trying to gain some time while they kill the enemy mid laner. GPK is down, and Insania will join him, but he buys back immediately, hoping to chase them out. And the Rubik is put to sleep, but he's going to have a rude awakening with Zai taking his life. Sorry, Mickey taking his life.
Ah, yes, the whole reason you pick Ricky, the dagger. That has now made Pudge effective again.
Yeah. Why did you say there was not going to be any hooking happening? Of course.
I'm down.
Sleeping dart.
The dart really did it. Big difference for sure.
Yeah. Even has the extra 150 wake damage. I always think it's a ridiculous part of this game. Why even add that? It's not even needed.
Because otherwise you do 0 damages. So. That's the problem.
Yeah, right. The only damage you have is Blink Strikes.
Alright, so that makes their mid-game a lot better when their opponents actually do try to pressure tier 2 towers. And now that's going to mean BetBoom is going to say like, okay, well, they've got the shard. We have to worry about these like sleeps into hooks until we get like a Lotus or a Force Staff, which they are going to try to build. But they don't have those right now, so I think they just go passive for a bit. Which seems okay. Invoker's got his Midas finished, so he'll be able to catch up a bit. And as long as they play like spiders near where the Ricky might be, they should be able to protect the hook follow-ups. But this will buy them some much needed time. Ag's finished now on Mickey. And his net worth is all of a sudden just freaking caught up. Like, what the hell? This is insane. 2-4 and 0 and he's the same net worth as Morphling? How does this happen? How does he just have so many items? Or so much net worth? That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised by that as well. But there's a reason why he's the best player in the world. Sorry, he's playing with the best player in the world.
Yeah, yes. I mean, Mickey's way up there, but like, yeah.
He is.
People do like calling Nisha the best.
I mean, not with Ags, it's true that you do accelerate your farm absurdly on this hero. On the Pudge. So that does have a little bit of an impact that he just catches up with a single good fight, and then all of a sudden Ags makes it so that you can push all over the map. And he is going to be going for Blink Dagger first, which you were doubtful about because of the ease with which you cancel.
I just completely forgot about the Ricky dagger. but in which case it's actually better if you think about it. Like, it's the problem with Blink by itself is like, you're talking about like Blink ulting guys or, but now it's like there can be like, some guy gets slept and he blinks to a better position to hook them. So it's like, he gets to guarantee land a hook more or less into a bad position for his opponent. So the blink can be kind of like a defensive. It isn't like him jumping in aggressively into 5 heroes, which isn't good. It's like, you're standing by your tier 2 tower, some guy gets daggered, and now you hook him into like a tree or by a cliff or something like that. So it's the Ricky's really unlocking the value of the punch core here, actually, in a huge way. It's much like the CM did in the laning stage.
You keep talking about that, but we saw like one Frostbite hook and it wasn't even that good, and he died most of the time.
I think the Bad Boom players just laned it really freaking well. That's what
Okay, that's fair enough. I'll give you that. And they played the mid game really well as well. And now they just have to deal with the sleep dart. It does tend to happen that in Dota, players take like what, maybe 1 or 2 engagements to get used to these power spikes. Now they're gonna be much more aware. They have spiders to protect against the hook.
But they still are sizing up for pressuring the tower a bit here. Pure is going for Axe on the Morphling.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. Interesting.
Well, he can turn into the Pudge and steal a bunch of stats. He'll take 20% of their stats and...
Stat resist. Wait, wrong target. And it's going to be the target first with the Walrus Punch. Tokyo will fall rather quickly, freezing field just to make Insania a viable target. Actually, the extra armor is making him hard to kill. They hit him with a Vessel though, plus a Sunstrike, and that'll guarantee with Mickey utilizing his Blink Dagger close to GPK. They try to get close to GPK to finish him off with the Spirit Siphon on top of that. Dismember, GPK won't live, and the snowball continues to fray as Mickey gets saved thanks to Nisha. They wanted to finish up Pure, but they couldn't quite catch up to him. So Liquid let him go, but that fight was incredible for them.
Man, I was so hyped about this like Pudge dual lane. Then they like lost a lot, and my like morale just went in the dumps. But now it's just smashing them still. It's doing so good. Keeps them alive with the Rot. Doesn't even have to lose the Aegis after they took that fight. And all of these engagements are just by that mid tier 2 mid, or the mid tier 2 for Bedboom. So they're putting all this pressure on, but their engagements keep failing. That's tough for them.
So I just wanted to go back to this Morphling Axe, right? We see this item a lot against Agi heroes because the attack speed steal nullifies them.
Incredibly good, yeah.
But against strength heroes, you get status resist, right?
FRZ is that strength acronym in Spanish?
Oh yes, it's
okay.
It's status resist, right? So I mean, I guess you steal the 40%, but I don't know why that's so valuable here for the Morphling.
Well, he would be stunned less, and hypothetically that would mean that Pudge would be stunned for more.
Oh, I guess the Dismember, then against the Dismember, I can see that being useful then. I suppose.
It's not about Dismember, it's like if he has less status resistance and you hit Pudge with a stun, he'll be stunned for more duration.
Okay, and that's the goal here?
I mean, it's one upside. I mean, stealing his stats is okay. It's going to definitely give Morphling a lot of raw HP, which isn't bad. But it's definitely not as directly countering as the other item. Ooh, good hook.
Yeah, everybody's going to fall immediately. And they activate Exorcism actually, so they're committing to this. Oh, wait,
there's a tier 1 here.
I didn't even notice the tier 1 was still alive 23 minutes in.
They engaged at the tier 2, so I was like, oh, surely they've got play. Yeah,
they can take 2 towers at once, I believe.
Looking for anybody else they can find. And now the BKB getting queued up. So yeah, I guess stealing the stats from him is decent. It'd be 20% spell. Is it 25% spell life? Yeah, if he turns into the Death Prophet. That's not terrible either. You get Spirit Siphons and nukes and silence.
Yeah.
That could be an option too.
It doesn't sell me as, like, I see the idea of Ags versus Agi carries because you nullify them as carries, right?
Yeah.
But when I see against strength cores, okay, sure, Pudge is getting stunned a little bit longer. But what stuns do you? It's only on telekinesis because Tornado doesn't get affected by it.
Battery assault. Perma battery assault.
Hook shot as well, I suppose.
I mean, the interval's not going to be enough to stun for the full duration.
That's why I'm surprised. I'm sure there's some logic here. I think it must be because he gains it. I think that's the logic.
Is there an Ags that would be good to steal? Maybe something like that.
I mean, you do steal Rot Ags, right?
Tusk is kind of good. You get tag team, but you don't get the Ags. It's not going to be Ricky, probably. I don't know. I guess it's going to be Pudge. Let's see if they can get another hook. Ooh, bad angle.
Oh, that hook will get the Broodmother. They lack the damage, unfortunately, but finally they'll bring her down, as Nisha does have to sacrifice himself for this kill. Toronto Tokyo still stuck inside his own cogs. Freezing Field has to be stopped, and now it does seem like BetBoom, a good chance. Things are starting to resist. That Morphling is hard to kill, but the hook will bring him back. He's still silenced. Rooted now thanks to the smoke screen. Then he had to be shifted time. He did, just barely getting that extra strength. And Pure will be able to wait for himself to safety. The Sleeping Dart, though, will set up for another hook. Under tower, Dismember as well. They cancel a Dismember, but at the cost of GPK's life. And Save will die for his sins. Here, smoke screen to boom.
We'll just put a tombstone right here that says BetBoom, because this is like, they've died here so many times. It's like they're just bashing their heads against walls.
Yes.
It's like 3 team fights now, this tier 2 fight. And that's what makes this Pudge carry look effective. Like, Liquid is decidedly not taking fights away or by their towers, or away from their towers. And once they do, this sleep into hook shit is so annoying. That was like 2 or 3 amazing hooks. Where normally like in a team fight with a Pudge, you get like 1 of those and you're like, holy shit, that changed the whole fight. They did like 3 times. They just kept re-engaging them.
It's true. That was very impressive. What's impressive is that only 2 of those hooks are actually with Sleeping Dart. One of them was just him being good and like throwing out the hook and avoiding it. Yeah, exactly. The Morphling one particularly, right? But I did see there the impact of the standard resist on the Morphling, because thanks to that he actually got attribute shift off. Because he actually survived the extra silence time from the Death Breath.
I see. I mean, and yeah, Flesh Heap and Rot can be quite decent, and he can hook himself, which is kind of cool. But yeah, maybe just feels Axe is the way. Either way, the stat steal is good, but you're not getting a whole lot of agility out of Pudge, that's for sure. All right, they're getting aggressive again. This time they are wisely avoiding the tier 2 tower. They did lose Nisha in the fight. That was the only downside, of course. Oh, can they hook him?
Zai gets away. Now BetBoom has to, yeah, I guess settle for an outpost. It's not as impressive. And Liquid gets a lot of time just recover nicely here.
Is that BKB on Pudge? I think it is. Coming.
Yeah, it's gonna be BKB done. Okay, now the Dismember is a nuisance. So now if you're Toronto Tokyo, do you have to save hookshot to just cancel a Dismember every time?
Depends who he hooks, I suppose. But yeah, it sounds like a likelihood. If I mean, if you get some like core out of position, Dismember ultis, then yeah, you're gonna have to hookshot into that one. But with healing, that won't feel too good most of the time.
Okay, this is a good fight. They got smoke screen, they couldn't quite get a Walrus Punch, and there's the hook that we were talking about. Nisha does activate BKB, Boxy might be in trouble, tricks in the trade, but gets stunned and silenced right afterwards, so unfortunately, he's not gonna get a chance. Another Tornado as well, catching the Pudge, and Zai still has the Greaves, up to the high ground. They just want to reposition this fight. They buy back on Boxy as well, making sure they're ready. A hook from Pure will miss, Sleeping Dart for punishment, but no actual follow-up.
Okay. Bit of a spooky fight. That nice hook shot from Toronto Tokyo catching 2 heroes, but yeah, they're able to back up. That was the buyback for the Riki coming back into the fight here. Could get some setup. This cast range is pretty good on Sleeping Dart here. And yep, here's the hook on Toronto. Oh! Oh! He messed up. Clicked too short on the hook.
Oh. Take over the enemy jungle a little bit. If you're BetBoom, make sure you keep the high ground. Don't get too close to the tower. It seems like that's the name of the game for them.
Yeah, they want some pickoff, but their lineup isn't like the most direct for it.
True. It has to. It's kind of the clocker that's the only thing that's getting them pickoffs, and he's no longer as strong.
Yeah, like they had this really nice window where their nukes were enough to like get people low to bursting. That like early mid game time. Oop, they got Brood.
Yeah, that was a Sleeping Dart, and with this, they punch the Brood up, and she comes down with broken bones as Clockwork decides to also die, because, you know, if you die with someone, you feel a little better about it.
She died so fast. Wraith Pact on Brood this game.
It's good against Tusk, to be fair.
Oh, okay.
Because he kept breaking.
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah. Definitely good against Tusk. And it's a great stat item, some raw HP that Brood kind of needed. She died so quickly there. Shrine taken, Liquid's going to recontrol their jungle, and now their net worth is still about even. Like, they just need to play these combo setups, and their lineup is scaling fine. So even though there aren't like the most like traditional carry-to-carry fights, it doesn't matter. Because the hooking teams out of position when you're like standing in as 5 just works well enough.
So what is the plan of your bet boom right now? Is there any power specs that you're waiting for that you could potentially play around?
It's got to be all Morphling, right? Like, Brood basically is not going to get any stronger for the rest of the game, except for like a Hex, like adding more Disable. Invoker would love to have a Hex himself. His net worth is not that fantastic, only 11,000 gold, so that makes things harder. But it's got to be the Morphling, surely.
Okay, and if you're Morphling, then what's the power spike for you? I mean, you got BKB now, it's a big one, but is it Scotty perhaps?
Scotty would help. It would definitely help them crush through the Death Prophet. That would be a big gain, but Death Prophet now picking up BKB. Pretty freaking protected. I have
Smoke again. Interesting. Okay, so the Smoke and the BKB on Morphling makes sense.
It just seems like they're getting desperate. I feel like if the net worth is better on like Invoker or like one other hero on Bet Boom side, they would feel better about their ultra late game. But without, or if Morphling was like really far ahead, but he's 0, 1, and 2, and like all these fights that happen, he's not dying, but he's getting close and he's never getting kills. So that's what's kind of hurting them. Their networks aren't as healthy as they need to be to like overpower this non-traditional draft. And Liquid walks straight into Roche. They do spot the Forge Spirit. This could be spotted actually.
Yeah.
Because he had the Cloak of Flames here, doing a little bit of damage to the Forge.
Oh, good point actually. Okay. Now they went back for that, and now they revealed they're actually in the Roche pit. So Liquid no.
They do. Exorcism pops, so we'll see if they can set up and find a way into this fight. But they're gonna know where their opponents are. Oh, Nisha goes in.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find the Clockwork first. Heart of Tokyo. He's not dead yet. The pipe was protecting him for now. They try to chase him down. Silenced up. Instead, the rest of the BKBs are popped here. Hey, he's going to die. Pure with the Alacrity, sending Mickey away. There's no more Dismember, so Pure is kind of free here. Insane tries to get the extra armor. That's not going to help him. They finally put him to sleep, but they just cannot take them right now. Beppu routing Liquid away. Tornado that catches 2 away from him to finish off Nisha, and a dead punch to boot. Liquid are not that strong, that Alacrity. You gotta be a little bit careful with that Morphling.
I mean, it was a great jump. They found the Clockwork, the scary guy that was going to initiate on the enemy team, but the Force Staff kept him alive there and just made it a BKB trade. And at that point, Morphling's going to win that fight. He got Alacrity. He was doing huge amounts of physical damage to the BKB Pudge. And Liquid knew that they had to run for the hills at that point. Now looking for another kill, they grab Ricky here, Sunstrike down, Sucker punches him in the air. I really hope he dies here because, okay, they got him, And finally, Pure getting some kills, picking up 3 in the skirmish. Now his net worth is on top for the first time in the game, and that should open up roads for them, so great fight for Bet.
With this, Boom will be able to take a Roche and maybe finally thwart that impassable tier 2 in the mid lane that they've been struggling with so much. This even comes a little shard for them, so Nightfall might be able to get... Actually, no, it's no longer the good shard.
Do you think this is a good choice? Don't you think tier 2 was a more important resource for Boom based on how this game has been going?
It seems like the Roche is a resource that they actually require with the tier 2. The tier 2 seems more of a we need this now kind of mentality where they just pigeonhole themselves in the position they need to take.
Yeah.
You're a pretty good team at playing around towers, honestly, with Morphling and with Broodmother and Clockwork.
I suppose so. If I were them, I'd be like, spread these spiders out, dude, protect me.
Look, they took the tier 2 fun. Yeah, but if you clump them, though, the computer can't run Dota. That's the strategy here.
Who picks up the...
Every time they unclump, this explodes.
So when you hit him with that AoE, that like Crystal Nova, that you really see how screwed you are. There's like, oh shit, there's 45 spiders there.
It's true.
Phased on top of each other.
Doing Peru Major and a Broodmother meta is cruel, if I'm honest with you.
So I aim and do some split pushing here. Just doesn't want them to... They just can't take a fight now. Like, they've got their cool cheesy strap, but getting a kill on the Morphling twice, that's unlikely to work. And I like Morphling's item build, just straight Daedalus here. I feel like it's not always the common item that he's buying, but Nascati had some potential for the anti-healing, but why not just freaking kill him with the Daedalus? That just sounds smart.
Okay, they might actually run into a smoke, or perhaps it's Liquid who's running into them. As now Mickey, his swimmer's been cancelled. It's the TP BKB. That's not gonna work. A hook shot cancels it immediately. Zai at least has the psychic headband so he can push the Knuckle away, so nobody else will die from Liquid, but that fight was not something Liquid expected. He even tried to get a cheeky hook shot, a hook play, sorry, but that is not gonna work out. And BetBoom is simply taking over the game again as now the Morphling is online. It wasn't even the Scotty purge, it was just the BKB.
The BKB and the status resistance, honestly. Like with this, it's I can't remember what the neutral item is called because it's in Spanish, but the
Titan Sliver.
Titan Sliver, there we go. Thank you. He's at 47 status resistance. Stuns last half as long on him.
Yeah, it's
mega good.
It's okay, yeah. So it was not about stealing; it was about him taking it. Right? That was the whole point.
Yeah, not necessarily about punches. It's just like he's got 50 status resistance.
Nope.
Good times.
I think Boxy will... No, he'll avoid it. And now Sleeping Dart also avoided. Pure. Too quick on the Manta dodge. With Alacrity, these towers should fall, but they do have a cliff to protect them. Or these racks, sorry. We still have 70 more seconds until the Pudge comes back, but there's an Aegis on the Morphin. There's no reason to retreat. Alacrity at least ran out, but Pure still hits like a truck. Or like, a, you know, the dentist water gun.
Dentist water gun? Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know if that has a name.
Yeah, I don't know what the name is, but it's the one where they like, spray water and then they're like,
yeah, the
okay,
thing,
close
like
and then
really
they suck
the
it out
painful thing.
I don't know if they're painful in America, but...
It depends on your dental hygiene. I did live in the UK for 4 years.
Okay, so when you live there, you just have to have bad teeth.
It just automatically happens. They start growing the wrong way, actually.
Something in the water makes your teeth bad.
Okay, so what I asked you this about Bebum earlier. You answered me correctly. Power spike on the Morphling. Yes, you're completely right. Purge. So now what does Liquid do? What is the power spike they're looking for? Try to turn this around.
They need the reverse Morphling power spike.
There it is. I don't think that's what they were looking for. At least they caught the Broodmother here with his hook. But oh, they hooked her away. She has Aeon Disc anyway, so she's fine. I think that was them hooking her away, actually.
It was like a force staff or something.
Oh, okay, I see. That makes sense.
It was on Ogre Seal totem. I'm not sure what did it. But
it did look like an Ogre Seal's
I think he just walked down the cliff, actually. With his phasing.
That could have just been it. Tier 3 falls.
Alright, the traditional carry wins, man. That's what's happening.
Why try weird drafts when you can just, you know, good draft do good?
I mean, I'm impressed that Liquid's... I mean, it's not over yet, but...
It looks pretty over.
It's only 13k world event.
You're right. You're right, but the Morphling is looking scarier and scarier by the second. Got silenced, it could be an opportunity. They gave him Alacrity for no reason. Ooh, the Force Staff! Right on that hook. That was just a flashy play.
When the Frostbite comes out, you know what's coming next. But yeah, I mean, I didn't think Liquid was going to hit that mid-game timing like they did, but yeah, the Sleeping Dart plus Pudge, oh my god, was it good. But now that they're up against the better carry. Missed the hook shot. Here comes the fight now. He's jumping away as the Pudge.
Yeah, Pure has stutters, so he's fine. He still has the Aegis anyway for 6 more seconds. Zai now goes in, Exorcism used, BKB as well, and now they're a little bit afraid. Zai, the true win condition here. But, oh, GPK is not afraid. GPK is actually... Oh, he calculated that perfectly! The BKB runs out at the same time as the tornado hits. With a sucker punch from Rubik, they try to finish off Zai. The Spirit Vessel's taking her down. Instead, the easier target is going to be Insania, who's blown up by a shotgun. Zai has been scouted out in the trees. Another sucker punch to send her to her death. As they are going to go for the final tier 4s, spamming Nisha's line. Little hook here, trying to catch the Morphling, but the Manta style dodge, saving from the silence instead of the BKB. There's still a lot of damage coming out, but Pure's capable of wayfaring himself to safety. And Zai will use his psychic headband with a hook. That was an interesting play here to try to kill off the Morphling. The TP's in the building. It's not going to work out. The snowball will be sufficient with the extra damage at level 15.
Dude, that was wild. Blinks in front of him and then
Psychic
zaps him
headbands.
with his headband
that was
to
great.
push him back so that they had a better chance of landing the hook, which they did. Holy crap.
Oh,
I mean, when Morphling presses BKB, I was like, there's no way they kill this guy from BKB. But then it ran out and they chased him down and then used their noggins in a smart way to get a kill.
GPK will die in the bottom lane though. That was the opposite.
Okay.
They didn't use, nobody used their noggin here, which is why he died.
That's right.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, so it's still a game. 14k gold advantage is a lot, and beating the Morphling's gonna be hard, but especially he's got 3,000 gold, so he's getting close to a new item timing.
Oh, they're hunting down Mickey. Can Safe find him? No. Close though, close.
I think he just buys like Lincolns on Morphling and then they just win. But he could buy some like Scotty or something if he really wants to. But I mean, realistically, he just needs to not get caught by Dart and Hook. And even if he gets hooked, don't let him dismember you. I feel like Lincolns just solves this problem. But could be wrong. They do have Shivas on Pudge now, so 2 sources of anti-regen. That's a 25 and 25, so that'll put him at like probably like 56% of his normal morph advantage. So that's good. If they do get him out of position, yeah, they can kill him.
Yeah, that's true. Nisha continues to scale, maybe when he gets AC, and has to wait till to level 25. I guess the Walrus Punch crit at level 20 is going to help him a little bit to burst down some heroes, but there's nobody that seems really that burstable anymore.
Yeah, his game has been a little bit different as the time has gone on. He basically just needs like BKB and get in there and try not to die right away, but it's scary against the Morphling.
He fulfills a couple of roles this game, which makes it difficult to play.
Yeah.
Like save with the snowball, but also you're the damage dealer, but also you're the initiator.
Yeah. The initiator is Crystal Maiden or Tricky.
It's true, actually.
Pudge completes the initiation. Ooh, good drop there.
I tell you, 4 years ago, the real strat is to play Frostbite into Hook or Sleeping or Ricky into Hook. Call me crazy.
Yeah, be like Pudge core. What? I'm gonna pick out Pudge, put it in the offlane where it sucks just to land this combo. Not worth it. But it works these days. It gets that nice cloak. In case there weren't enough hats in the game. Actually, 20% extra magic resistance on the Pudge, definitely needed here. And the evasion, actually. That's actually probably the most value neutral item I've ever seen for a carry Pudge.
Cloak?
Against a physical damage carry that you're struggling with. Like his EHP just went up like a shitload. It's at least like 700 raw HP for the evasion.
Right. So it went up by 20%.
Magic resistance is going to make his rot feel way better. It's just the perfect item.
Yeah, you're right, actually. I mean, Trickster Cloak in general, it's both that and Elven Tunic that feel like the generally broken items in those tiers.
Yes, it can be.
Free evasion in general, right? It was someone talked about it, like the constant evasion in Dota was always, you see him building Butterfly, you build MKB, so it's like balanced. But if you can just get it randomly and you can't even predict what the other team is going to do, it feels like it's it doubles in strength.
It was like that the PA talent, the Phantom Assassin one, that like blur would go from 50 to 75 and be like, oh, it's only 25 more. It's like, no, that's an extra 50% evasion that you now have to deal with. You just can't hit her.
Yeah, that's true. So now if you haven't committed onto MKB, you're done.
Yep. Or a Maelstrom. Well, there's a couple of ones. Or the Quiver.
Oh, Enchanted Quiver. Yeah, I guess that's the...
There's some evasion solutions.
I mean, they've changed that, right? Like it used to just be MKB, and now ever since they changed that, they had to buff evasion with being a surprise tactic. Okay, last hurrah. Oh, sorry, there's Bevan smoke. Not a last hurrah. There's the nail of the coffin smoke.
If they can catch somebody here.
Radiant are scared.
Holy shit! They really all teleported at the same time here.
They're just leaving boxes behind. His courier is also scouting for them, huh? It's a little cute little hamster.
Yeah, they don't have very good vision on the liquid side, so it's kind of spooky here. Bedboom definitely better positioned. Roche is going to be up in about 10 seconds here. Satanic was the last item for Morphling here, just to allow him some more sustain. Again, still decently countered by the Pudge's anti-healing, and here's the smoke for Liquid. Let's see, Morphling's position is going to break it. I'm sorry, that's up.
Nope.
Goes in.
Side just blinked in. Axes him. Tokyo got hook to... Tokyo is fine. He's going to be safe inside his cogs. Doesn't really matter. Even has a BKB on top of that, so nothing can kill Tokyo right now. The hook is just a save hook for Nisha. They're being routed. Liquid, they lack the damage. Up to the high ground they go. They just need to avoid Zai right now. Mickey trying to keep himself alive with his member. Pure, though, he does get the Lotus Orb just in time to go inside the snowball, and that will save him for a couple more seconds and try to sleep dart him. Pure's still alive. The push went down. Nisha does as well. They just don't have enough burst. Zai might be unkillable, but they need something else. Telekinesis will save Pure. Back to the low ground he goes, as Insania forced himself to safety here. There's the cogs here. Insania in trouble. He is going to go down. And in Nightfall finally decides to deal with a big bad boss that is Zai. They ice shard him inside. This poor Zai, Spirit Vessel can no longer heal. He doesn't have any ghost to save him either, and even has the meteors to kill him.
Well, at the end of this team fight, it's one-sided, but that was a little bit closer than I thought it should have been. Like, I thought Morphling had a chance of going down there. I almost feel like the Satanic was a mistake. Like, it kept him alive, but, like, the Pudge just ulting him set that whole thing up for a couple seconds, so that was scary. But maybe he just feels like, oh, I don't need Linkets. I'm just going to turn into a Pudge. I'm going to have a bunch of status resistance. Stun me, go ahead. You know, maybe it's something like that, but he lives. They win the fight eventually. Tusk Snowball wasn't quite enough to save him, too. Are they going in?
Yeah, they do. They try to find the Pudge, turn him into a little piggy, and that's going to be a lot of ham collected. Goodbye to Mickey. Sleeping Dart stolen by the Rubik, so now it's their time to play as they put the Ricky to sleep. Can they awake him? Nope, yeah, it's the Blink Strike. Never mind! Even inside the fountain, Ricky's not safe. Neither might be Insania, and that is Insania, sorry, as Pure decides to fountain dive for one last bit of BM in perfect Bet Boom fashion. Liquid will be forced to call the GG.
Well, it was a cool try. Can you beat the Brood with the CM Pudge? You probably can in your pubs, but when you're playing against these like top-ranked players in the world, they are so freaking ready for this. I mean, I've seen this in pubs like weeks ago at least, so I'm sure they played it. They know where to position. Just don't give them those opportunities. Always think about where Pudge is going to hook you for. Make sure there's creeps in the way. And if they don't get those kills and you kill them instead, it's a completely different game. Because then it became this mid-game thing where Pudge was like jungling large camps with just a Vanguard, like, please give me an X so I can do something. And then they won those crazy fights, but eventually they didn't win them hard enough.
Yep. It does seem like we talked about the fact that they maybe were lacking a scaling core to combine with the Pudge, right? You talked about the Tusk maybe being that scaling core. Once he fell behind, they didn't seem to have many options. It was all down to the DP, and look, Zai scaled perfectly, but there's just that one moment where you're like, guys, Zai is lasting for 30 minutes. Where is the damage? Who is killing heroes?
Yeah, and I guess it came from generally good disables from the Betboom side. Like, Nisha was using his spells and going on cooldown, popping BKB, but for whatever reason, he was getting worked down and wasn't able to do like multiple rounds of spells. He'd do like one round, pop BKB, then you just get killed. So I don't know, maybe he needed an armor item so that wasn't like pure killing him, but it's kind of hard to say. The fights were pretty chaotic.
Well, with this, we're gonna have game number 1 going way of Betboom, and they recover from an earlier loss as well, as Liquid will do the opposite. They unrecover from an earlier win, and we'll see if game 2 will go the way of Betboom, or if Liquid will be capable of leaving out the series. For now, we'll take a small break. Alpha Plus, Purge, see you guys soon. Welcome back. We're here in the last match of the day, the last series of the day. BetBoom versus Team Liquid. They face off one more time, and Team Liquid is looking for that tie, as BetBoom is looking to get that really juicy 2-0. My name is Al Plus. I'm joined by Purge. We do have a draft that will be on your screens any second now.
Every win is really important here.
That tends to be the case in most
at the
Dota
end of the group
tournaments.
stage, there's just so many times between DPC and this where you're just like, oh, they're just 1 point away from like some miraculous thing happen, upper bracket versus lower bracket, whatever. And Liquid is probably the team that was seen as a favorite coming in, so losing game 1 was a little bit rough for them, but lanes didn't go so well. They had some kind of cool plan. It's like one of those like confidence strats where they're like, yeah, we know this is going to go well, and it didn't quite work.
It's also against one of the best teams. Like,
okay, fair. Yeah.
I mean, look, if this was happening and they were like just being getting destroyed by Knights, I'm with you, or Geek Slate, but they're getting destroyed like by BetBoom. It's understandable. I think this team is another favorite. I think you could argue these two teams could easily go to the finals. Nobody would be surprised by that.
Yeah, that's true. They're going to open with a Treant Protector. Made it through the first phase. They banned out the Rubik, too much armor, of course, and instead they're going to put some armor through Treant into somebody else.
Nice. The armor struts.
It's good. I mean, the cool thing about Tree, honestly, is that he turns any non-agility hero into like some like serious fucking problem in the mid game. Because like when you hit your BKB timing, it doesn't matter what core it is. Leshrac, Lina, Nature's Prophet. You slap the tree armor on him, and that hero's like a fucking monster. Because they have some damage item, they have a BKB, and you just cannot physically kill them with a traditional carry. So it opens that up. I think that's the thing that I didn't appreciate enough about tree armor that people like really got in this patch because of the Lina. It's like, oh, this just makes sense because you pop BKB, you tree armor, and you just can't kill her. Whereas normally it's like an Omni Slash like wrecks those heroes, those like BKB int hero timings. Oh, you're Omni Slash, you're just dead. But armor is like, oh shit, you're a monster. So I don't know. And then it also like protects you against that running you shit because like those int heroes typically are a little vulnerable to getting ran up by like 3 heroes. Overgrowth shuts that shit down. Plus armor, it just like makes these cores so effective. So pairing Tree with the right hero is really impressive to me. That's why we see a Lesh band, very similar thing. But Prophet will be a nice start with the extra armor.
Yeah, I agree with your point. I also think that Tree makes it really hard. He's one of those heroes that really reduces your draft for the enemy team, obviously, because a lot of the carries just struggle against this hero. Like the melee carries that rely on BKB struggle against them. Heroes that rely on physical, or heroes that rely on physical damage struggle against this hero, as you said in the mid game. Eventually you get over him, but that's fine. Even pushers, right? Certain heroes that really need to hit very specific timing. So the hero does narrow down your draft, and it feels like no carry is like, oh, it's perfect because of a dumb support. That should never be the case. You should never have to reconsider your core picks of a dumb support, but he does do that. That's why the hero is in such a strong spot right now. It used to be the case that people used to abuse his lane more because laning used to be much weaker, but I think people now figure out the seed is broken and it's not about just grasp at all.
Yeah, and which is surprising because that TI tree was one of the heroes that for the majority of the tournament just didn't get touched. And people also joke like, oh, it's the same patch as TI. Well, why the fuck is Tree? I mean, Tree got buffed a lot, right? Like his win rate jumped massively when they buffed Leech Seed. It went
It's
up
just
to,
Leech Seed. It's just Leech Seed.
55, yeah. Just that, but it could have just been they didn't skill it. It's
That's true.
Because they buffed the cast range, right?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, and they buffed a little bit of the ticks as well. It deals and heals more damage, I believe, than by 10 or something, which is not much.
Small one, yeah.
But I do think it also is the playstyle. Before, people used to say that Treem was like a bad rotator because he's supposed to stay. Press W.
Yeah, certainly. But teams are only getting like 2 points, 3 points Leech Seed right now, so it's not even like you need it with it. So I don't know. It does feel a little better with the hero personally, but
don't you think in general in the meta there's been this obsession with stats as well? Like people are like talking about Ricky because Rubik has high base armor, confidence, all this idea of like if you can trade well in the lane, good, you're golden. And people have gone into that obsession, and Leech Seed falls into that category of like just raw numbers.
God tier trade, yeah. Yeah, that definitely matters because there's been, you know, the downside to the Dota cycle over like the long term of 10 years. It's like you start seeing these patterns, and like what we talked about with Rubik earlier, it just happens. Some guy like goes under the radar for long enough, and all of a sudden people realize like, holy fuck, all the supports suck, but here's some like carry that's like a god tier support, like Sven, the Sven thing. He's just like, oh, he has 60 damage, he's like 310 movement speed or some shit. It just makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, they'll make it in sometimes, and Leech Seed is definitely. It's an AoE brain sap, so yeah, it has a lot of power.
That's a good way to put it. Hoodwink pick by Bepboom. I mean, I know this is a safe special. Like they absolutely love this pick, but interesting. I wasn't expecting to see this hero much this tournament.
Yeah, some teams do like it. I know EG picks and bans.
Yeah,
sorry,
Matthew loves it. No, it is EG actually.
Rebellion.
EG does it too, though.
Okay, sick. EG and former EG love the Hoodwink. Bandit sometimes. They're gonna go for a Beastmaster instead, so now they've got stuns into arrows. I love this as like a second phase opener. It's a little bit hidden, but now they have this great, fantastic setup. They can also roar disengage against Death Prophet if she pops her ulti and runs in. I think that's cool. If Hoodwink stuns somebody, you toss them Wild Axes in and pray to God that they actually cut it down. That's an option too.
That's true, I guess. If you don't have Quelling Blade for some reason, right? I mean, one thing that is a little bit weak from Beastmaster versus Hoodwink is that you can go 5 Hoodwink and just max Acorn Shot, and that lane is very difficult to play unless you like really spread out boards correctly.
Well, just because it like bounces back and forth.
Yeah, that damn, like you remember, you know who started this build was FNG, and he would just like actually max Acorn Shot as a 5 Hoodwink, and the idea was to harass. And it was just incredible. Like, you actually deal so much damage with this spell if you know how to use it properly.
FNG, though, are you talking about in the past? When he
used it? Like, he was, it was like a 5 player.
I do remember that period when he was, picking Hoodwink a lot. Because, this again, the stats were a little bit cracked. And
it was FNG, it was Alliance FNG back in the day. That was
a couple years ago. But the problem is that nobody maxes the Acorn Shot right now. It's all stuns. So, you're right, like, going level 1 and getting a little Blightstone makes sense. But I'd be surprised to see them do this, but kind of a cool idea for sure.
Yeah, I guess Clockwork is fine now against Beast as well, because Battery Assault now can deal with boars, so you're not as concerned.
I mean, it's definitely going to be profit carry now with the Beastmaster reveal. If you look at the hero bans, it's heroes that run down. Illusion heroes, profit can't deal with those super well. They ban Sniper, grab a Morphling, so they're a little bit concerned about the Sniper mid. It's a Nisha classic, dude.
It's also because if you pick a Morphling, you've now all of a sudden denied the Nature's Prophet win condition. You want to prevent another mid-win condition from rising up, right? So Nature's Prophet can always become like a secondary core. What other options does Liquid have in that sense, right? Like, I like the Sniper pick, honestly. Are there anything else that you can have that can deal the damage Nature's Prophet might be lacking a little bit against Morphling?
Drow Rangers in the that's way it needs to be some like mid potential here because
Zeus was a good idea actually.
yeah, burst damage would have been alright.
Zeus is very good against Hoodwink as well. You just kind of like kill her by accident. Burst damage against Death Prophet and Morphling.
She tries running through the trees and you're like, yeah, I don't care, you're dead.
Boom, yeah, exactly. You have Nimbus as well. He's pretty decent against Clock.
Everybody knows you're not supposed to stand under a tree when it's thundering.
That's true?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
Because the tree falls on you?
No, because the tree's closer to the sky than you are, so it's likely that the tree will get zapped by lightning, reaching the ground, and then possibly travel through your body.
Oh, so you just like touch it. You can't touch a tree.
You're not supposed to be. If it's raining and there's thunder, you're not supposed to stand under like a tree.
Oh.
Ideally, which is counterintuitive because you're like, oh, I want to get out of the rain, right?
You're right.
But it's slightly dangerous.
I've realized I've done lots of. I've been living my life on the edge for years, Purge.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's still true, but
I've never thought of that. I thought wood was.
Well, that shit was like ingrained into us as kids. I feel like I heard that all the time when I was a kid.
In Europe, the natural idea is that there are no natural disasters and your life will never be in peril.
Wait, do you guys have a lot of thunderstorms though?
Not really. I mean, I guess
that's probably the difference. Like we have.
We don't have a lot of trees. Is the thing.
Oh,
I live in a big city.
Way too valuable too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's probably just weather pattern stuff. You know, we have tornadoes occasionally where I live, and thunderstorms are not uncommon. So that's probably why it's like
tornadoes. That's wild.
I mean, they don't. I don't know if I've seen with my eyes. I mean, it happens. It happens. Let's get those two combating. The wind claps together. Two different fronts. There we go. That's.
Yeah, for being a weatherman, you sure suck at weather.
Really bad at weather. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. The two different fronts collide: the cold weather system and the warm weather system, and they start circling each other, and then it creates a freaking tornado, and then it starts picking up cows and stuff.
You know what a tornado does as well? It does a lot of damage, right? Which is exactly what Bet Boom requires. Yeah. No, just full on damage.
No, I don't want to. Let's not pivot this back. Any hurricanes coming out?
They got rid of the Pango as well. I don't mind that. That's a decent scaling hero. If you go for the Fuso Blade, he brings that damage that Liquid is required. It is difficult. When you mentioned that earlier about you need a mid laner that brings damage. I guess Invoker, that was the same answer that Bet Boom came up with last game.
Yeah, Alacrity was actually a big deal in some of those team
fights. It was.
Once the carry gets BKB, you can just be like, okay, I have 80 damage, 80 attack speed. That's an extra item, baby.
It makes the NP have a fair matchup against Morphling as well. Since he's an int carry as well, you don't have the Ags tactics against him, which allows MP to do a little bit better.
That's true. Yeah, he'd lose. I mean, he's got a lot of stats still.
He does have a lot of stats to steal.
A lot of strength, agility, int. Not that the int matters that much, but yeah, his abilities aren't that great to take. They're gonna grab a Kunkka for their mid player.
This makes Plasmax Invoker really difficult to play. I mean, yeah, you Tornado EMP him and you annoy him, but he just Tidebringers you constantly, and he outlasts you every time.
Okay, well, we'll see if that works. They can do like Tornado and Arrow though, so that could be pretty sick. And their map control as a whole is just gonna be so much better. Beastmaster and Moran on the same squad. Like they're gonna have Hawks, they're gonna have invisibilities to invade.
Yeah. Treant Protector protects your towers, so allows you to actually keep that map control as well.
Yeah, maybe he just throws armor on Nisha in the mid lane to try to offset some of that harass.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Armor will go a long way. The downside is that, like, realistically, you're only block. It seems alright, but yeah, it's a little squishy.
I mean, my point is not so much that it's a bad pick. It's like, it's just one of those picks that you throw out there. You go, yeah, sure, I guess Hoodwink will do here.
Yeah. Yeah,
She
like you
fulfills
said.
the basic role.
They didn't see that many heroes. It's good against Prophet. You could argue for sure. Like, he sprouts himself, you're like, sick, dude. You're getting stunned.
Yeah, that's the real counter. He sprouts himself, you bushwhack him.
Or Vision, like, just make your own tree. Now you can see in there. That's probably why they did. It's like mild
Actually,
and decent.
the Vision is a good point, right? Because between Clockwork Rocket Flare and Acorn Shot, all of a sudden, and Death Prophet's being a naturally tanky hero, you actually have a fair amount of Vision game. And that's really useful for a carry like Morphling. Morphling being able to initiate with as much information as possible, it's kind of crucial to the hero. Because you can really play on a knife's edge if you're a good Morphling player.
Or the water's edge.
I don't consider myself the best player.
On the edge of the river.
I don't consider myself the best player. I don't consider myself the best player. I don't consider
Should
myself
look so cool in
the
that
best
picture.
player.
You should look so cool. What is this from, actually? Do you know?
I don't know, it just looks like some Shrek meme.
Yeah, it does. Oh, that is. I thought it was Oscar the Grouch. Like a deformed
Shrek's
version.
popular in the world. Oh shit! Hell yeah!
Wow. Does he know you're casting this game? Did you pay him for
He does
this?
not. He not. He tweeted when it first came out. He said that was his favorite voice line. He still uses it occasionally.
Wow.
Thank you for the $5.
The battle begins.
You guys can still buy Purge's voice line if you send $5 to @PurgeGamers.
I don't know if that works.
No, just have to send you the money. Nightfall will die to Nisha. He did end up going for an Exhort Invoker. There's going to be a little bit of a change here. This is how he's going to deal with a Kunkka.
Okay, so just more damage, I suppose. Yeah, they did use Leech Seeds level 1 to get that, and boots of speed on the tree is the other important thing. So I guess they just feel comfortable because if you have Treant's frontlining you for you basically, and then you have Treant with the boots running behind, like how are you gonna know which one's the real hero tree and which are the summons?
Sure, it's too confusing, right?
Yeah, like good luck clicking on their own. But more in reality, it's like how can you fight him? Like, he's got boots, and normally you're like, oh, he's gonna run out of regen too fast. But now he's just like, he's got these trees backing him up, hitting hard, so.
Yeah, with the leech sheet, it's difficult to deal with him as well because of the area heals. There we go, the area brain sap, as you called it. Oh my god, Nightfall's actually in trouble again.
Yeah, I mean,
so much damage from these punches.
I mean, the hero's slow. 285 movement speed on Death Prophet. So with just trees, he just gets zoned. And insane, he also does harassment, at the same time also completes this connection to the creep wave. So like,
Right here, a TP. Yes, Mickey TP'd forward. He's actually going to find save at this rate. Bushwhack saves him, but the DP's still in a bad position. They're routing her. Leech sheet for a little bit more slow. Nightfall's just trying to go into some sort of trees, but who protects them is the Shrimp Protector. It's the Nature's Prophet. It's the hippie dual lane killing off Nightfall.
Mickey feels so good. He's like, this is for last game, you pieces. Made my Pudge lane look weak. Save did get some experience from that creep wave together, but like not much. Save is only at halfway to level 2. Mickey pits up 2 in a bit. Insania is almost 2. Nightfall has a quarter of a level. Like they are just off to a great start here. Nature's Prophet's a good laner.
Did you know that? Yeah. Did you know he actually has the highest base stats in the game, Purge?
Base stats?
Sorry, not base stats. Stat gain in the game overall.
3.6 agility gain as an int hero.
That's actually more than Brewmother has as an agility hero.
Yes.
Beastmaster in the bottom lane, though. They're going to return the favor here. Oh, the arrow, though! But, unfortunately, that wasn't enough damage. That was very poggers, but not poggers enough. That was a really quick attribute shift, actually.
Love a good pog play. Impure is very good. He definitely proved that over the last season and at TI. Excellent, excellent player.
Yeah. I think everyone did. I think the guy has insane potential. This whole team is just full of talent, honestly.
The only one that had some doubts was the TI winner switching roles. But it's like, but bro, he's a TI winner, so. And he looked a little bit rough some of his first couple of games, and now he's playing excellent.
Frankly, I would disagree. I actually thought, I was very surprised how quickly Toronto Tokyo got out of that role.
Okay.
Like from mid to 5, I thought he was insanely good as a 5 player for someone that's not played that position before. And also, Winter admired him a lot, which is insane for someone who's a 5 player to admire a mid player. Right?
Wow.
Yeah, he was like, this guy is a credible 5. So I started watching his games. I actually think Toronto adapts way too well. I actually think his playstyle was always really suited to this 5 role because he's so sacrificial as a player. Like, he really likes to go in ham, and I think as a 5 player, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, that was definitely something about his TI run that, like, he was a good player, but he didn't seem like the flashiest mid or something. But obviously, he was a core part of their team.
Yeah. Yeah, he was flashy in different ways, I guess. He was very much a top style mid player. Toronto Tokyo. He does die to the Starstorm. That was.
I'm really glad we just talked of how good he was as a fast in the last 2 minutes. That might have been like one of those moments where I don't know if he like meant to like catch him in the battery stall, but when he did, it just looked bad.
Oh, you mean the cogs? Like you meant to push him back?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe he just felt like committed, but good catch top. Insania may go down. He's got a 5-stick.
Pure don't die. Okay, Pure is just baiting the Marana.
That's good. Well, I didn't hit the observer then. That's good. He almost died though.
It's gonna be fine, yeah. And what's nice is that these side lanes actually seem pretty good for Liquid, and because Nisha decided to go for Exort Invoker, they don't have to worry so much about the mid lane, because Quasvex would struggle much more. But the Exort Invokers.
Foxy is enough iron advantages.
Is what? Oh, ooh, what an arrow. They don't have Axes, unfortunately. We do have Mangoes, so 1 more second. Axes, boom. Toronto Tokyo missed him. Another perpendicular.
You can't hit him with these skill shots. He's so ready. He's like, bro, I played mid for so long, and my reflexes can handle this, like, skill shot dodge shit. These arrows from, like, Marana Persona are really hard to see, I feel like.
I agree, actually. It looks like the Ricky sleeping dart.
The arrow's easier to see. He's just landing every frickin' arrow, dude.
Okay.
Dude, Boxy is so good these days.
He upgraded this season.
He hyperbolic time chambered in the last 12 months.
Yeah, I agree. His attitude is, I think, has also improved in LAN in general. I think he's more chill these days. You know, the whole Liquid, like, don't do well in LAN. I think that curse probably has been broken by now.
Gotcha. But he does have, like, 5 iron branches, though. So it kind of makes sense.
I think it's the perfect build. It's the most efficient. Zai. He will die for this Toronto kill, or rather, Toronto will die for the Zai kill.
He was ready for that arrow. Nicely done.
And Pure, he tips his teammate. In good fashion, of course. In kind fashion.
You died for me to get a kill. Hell yeah.
That's a true support right there, huh? Torontoki's just doing what he wanted his supports to do when he was core play. Look, even TP's mid. Dude, this guy's a bro. What the mid player would ever do this kind of play?
Does he have 2 raindrops?
He does have 2 raindrops. That's interesting. Nisha. Because of this rotation by Toronto Tokyo, can this work out? We'll see. He's just stuck in the cogs, but he's fighting back. They do have enough damage there. Mind the tiebreaker will actually get him, and he's going to fall as Toronto Tokyo falls with him. GPK will get rid of the trains by sending them up in the air, even getting a region rune in the process.
And he got 2 gold bottles.
Okay, Toronto Tokyo redeemed himself. He's fine. He's good. He did a great job here.
Okay. So, pro tip, guys, if you have 2 raindrops in your inventory, they both go on cooldown when you take 1 source of damage, so it's bad to have both. But he must have accidentally boxed you. I don't know if you get the double regen. You do?
You do get the double regen.
Okay.
But this is why pros subtweet you, Perch.
Radiant structures are
Yeah, he could just pull one in the backpack afterward. I think he understood that. I don't think he's doing this on purpose, right? He must just be doing it for the regen.
I think there's a chance that he accidentally bought it twice and panicked, like, while he was getting a kill, kind of a thing. And then now he has 2, so he's like, alright, well, double regen, fuck it. It's not like he's gonna spam his spells or something.
I mean, yeah, I guess you could just go for Bazzi if you really want the same kind of regen, right?
Yeah. It's a minor issue, not a big deal. How's Nightfall doing? He got dumpstered, and we started looking away, and now he's doing fine.
Regeneration.
Yeah, it's true. He recovered really nicely, right?
Yep.
No longer is Mickey trying to high-five him at all. And now, actually, Insania might die as a result. Look at that 8-crit shot go. Ooh, Insania in the trees. Nice little juke, but unfortunately, once Insania's out, there's no way you kill save. Nightfall feels pretty confident. Another Spirit Siphon. Mickey being chased into the trees. Insania is the trees, though. And they fight back.
You know what changed? He got 2 Wraith Bands, and he leveled Spirit Siphon at level 2, and then he's like, oh shit, I'm Death Prophet. Fight me.
Okay, actually, I asked Gareth this earlier, but I think you can give me a better answer. So I understood the Wraith Band meta where it started, like, because you get it on strength heroes, more effective HP makes sense. But now that they just buy it on everything, what's the logic behind this just being the most broken early game item?
I wouldn't say it's like the most broken early game item, but it's very, very armor efficient.
Okay.
As an item, so yeah, it's super armor efficient. Once you get to the mid game, the armor that it gives you is like incredibly good. So yeah, it's just like very, very effective as like an early trader to take these like non-agility heroes and to give them like really solid armor without having to buy like a phase boots or something, which doesn't feel good anyways. And if you don't go like, so like having like Wraithband plus mech and then Greaves, the amount of armor that you have is just fucking super high. And then mech heals, so heal plus armor means
HP.
huge EHP. Yeah.
I
So
see,
it's just like the highest EHP thing you can buy. Bracers are like raw HP, but they don't like, they're just not that good.
Right, I see, because bracers don't combine with anything to give you more effective HP, right? Is what you're saying. Like you're not gonna buy bracer into
they
like
do
a
with armor and magic resistance.
I guess if you were to buy like a cloak afterwards or something, Insania will die. Yeah, okay, that's a good point, right? Well, if you're buying pipe, why don't you just buy a bracer beforehand? Wouldn't that be the best little combo? I mean, not combo.
Yes, HP into resistances is very common for your center type heroes.
Oh, okay.
Vanguard, damage block, pipe, things like that.
Right.
And since Death Prophet has like heal technically with like buying resistances on heroes that have high HP or can heal is just really valuable. Because if Death Prophet can get like 1,000 heal from Spirit Siphon in a fight, then having a Wraithband is good because every heal that you get back has more protection to be.
Oh, that's a good point, right?
So raw HP on heal type heroes, like it's the same as Necrophos. You buy like all resistance type items because if you do get that heal going, you're so fucking hard to kill.
I see, because the heals act as raw HP as well.
Yes.
Right, essentially. Okay, I see.
That's why it feels so good.
Yeah, okay. So in the Greaves meta makes sense of Wraithband so far.
And they're cute.
They're cute? Is that what you said?
Yep.
Okay. That's insane to die, by the way. That wasn't very cute. That was a little bit gruesome. But in exchange, they take a tower.
He didn't know that Kunkka rotated for this. It was a really nice rotation by GPK. It's going to get Bet Boom this nice tier 1. And so he was like, maybe I can keep it alive, get some free levels. Nope. Punished.
Oh, I thought Kunkka probably went to the triangle to farm because the carry was mid.
This could be another reason that they picked Hoodwink, actually, is because it's another hero that can like get in the trees and like look for the tree, trying to be annoying to kind of like come out and defend the tower type thing. Could be another reason why Hoodwink felt alright. Because now that they've opened this tower, it just feels a lot better. Like, basically the entire upper left quadrant of the map is Nightfalls.
Yeah.
So all of this farm will be his. Him getting ganked, unlikely to succeed because he's got these double Wraithbands and now a Kota de Maya.
Kota de Maya, yeah. Chainmail.
That chainmail. The coat of the males. Males.
Coat of males, that's it. Let's see if they can find Insania here. Another rotation by GPK once again. This time they commit the boat. But this time they're in tier 2s, right? Oh my god, the burst damage with the Kunkka is really
he's like, surely this time I can defend the tower for free gold and experience, and said, nope.
Nope.
Can they land the arrow
But, rotation, okay, the cream takes the arrow.
Just farming.
Right.
Farming arrow.
Now leap forward, catch something else, perhaps is the Kunkka. Okay, Torn saving him, but not for long. And Peace in front of him, they even clap him. As they're looking to finish him off. The Sprout will actually set up for the Sunstrike somehow.
That was cool.
That was a very cool play. And that way Nisha gets the kill. A little bit more gold for him. Nisha did go for the Drums build. An interesting, a very popular build these days on the Exort Invokers.
I just love seeing that like the Invoker item builds are so varied. Like you have so many options with the hero, it's really cool.
It is
You can
really
go
cool.
Spirit Vessel, you can go like some Midas build, you can switch it up, you can go Witchblade, like there's just so many cool things. And just swap the Midas in wherever the heck you want it to. I don't know, it's just fun. But yeah, this is a lot of physical damage, that's one upside. Could give them some of the stuff they need to deal with Death Prophet, lowering her EHP with the Midas armor.
Nope. Hook shot for the Invoker. Talking about this varied build, how will it say it this time? Not with a Sharpshooter. It's kind of impossible. Toronto Tokyo is being dropped pretty low, but luckily the save from Nightfall will keep him alive, making sure that he can't die.
Yeah, the Sharpshooter felt really good.
It does that. We underestimate the hook.
It's like a 45-second finger of death. You know?
Yeah, it really is, especially if you can consistently get it out.
And the crazy range too. Saves
Ooh, nicked by the ghost ship.
That was a rough one. If he ran straight down, he probably dodges it, but then he's like really not saved. And you know what the crazy thing is? It just feels like Bet Boom has been strangle holding this game for 4 minutes, but Liquid still is a net worth advantage. I'm surprised. It's the Prophet effect, I guess. He's hitting creeps like crazy here. And yeah, they got that top tower, but mid is still defended. Top tier 2 is still defended, so they really haven't lost that much ground. They're just even map control-wise. Actually, that's not true. They got the enemy tower themselves, so Liquid actually feels like in a good place, even if the last couple of fights have been Liquid heroes dying.
That's true. As long, what do you think is the first power spike that Liquid is going to be playing around this game?
The first power spike.
Yeah. Because we've seen him being hunted down at all. Like, it's clear what Bevin wants to do early. It's just the Kunkka and Hoodwink combo. But what is the first time Liquid gets to do the same thing?
I mean, it comes down to like Beastmaster setting up kills. I feel like with arrows, it's definitely a big part.
I don't consider myself the best
I mean,
player.
Invoker's building a 4-staff, so that's not like too fancy, particularly. Prophet, Gleipnir will also set up kills. It just feels to me like they're just like gonna fish for a bunch of different things to happen on the map. And maybe a slight efficiency here. Boxy also going drums, so they're gonna have 2 drums on their team. I wonder if that's necessary.
Yeah, I was also surprised by that. I wanted to ask you about that. What is the logic behind? I get the Invoker drums; it makes sense in the hero, but then the second drums on Mirana.
They both make sense individually, but it just could be one of those cases where you both do it. I mean, they have nobody building mech right now. Maybe Mirana should have been working towards that instead.
Is it particularly strong this game, the drums?
Yeah, that does seem like that if they're both building it. Could be a coincidence. I mean, nice hook shot bottom. Toronto almost catching Boxy. He actually did one of those hook shots where he's like leaping, so the hook like moved.
Yes.
It's like stuck to his body and pulled him up. He's able to get out with the leap. Nicely done by Boxy, frankly, to like basically stay bottom, attract attention, not die. Pretty sick. Buying time for his team to farm. So yeah, drum, break cogs faster, disengage from Death Prophet maybe. Think of it like Stampede.
Actually, that's a good point. Actually,
like more importantly, even if you can't fully disengage, just stop the Spirit Siphon. He Spirit Siphons you, break the Spirit Siphon, force him to cast it again. Maybe you do it a second time. He runs out of siphons faster. Because if he just siphons you and you're like, well, there's no freaking way I'm getting away without a 4-staff in time, then you just have to take the damage. He heals more. It could be something like that. That's what he's thinking. Whereas mech wouldn't really like offset that.
I do see the point that disengaging against Death Prophet in general.
He changed his item build.
What is he going for now? 4-staff?
He said, I'm buying a Dragon Lance because I already bought a. He probably right-clicked his belt
of Giant
strength, and he's like, Basher? That's not gonna be good. Sanj? Halberd actually could be okay, but yeah. See, he's gonna switch it up. So definitely, I think. Looks like he just bought support items for now. He queued it up briefly, but maybe he changed his mind.
Just keep the free strength and buy another item, right? He has a fluffy hat. He can turn it into a 4-staff instead. Honestly, any item would be nice right now. Yep. Definitely not Dragonlance. Please not.
Yeah, Dragonlance would be grief. Dragonlance Arcane Boots. That's like that's some Herald shit right there, dude.
Somewhere Jenkins is just salivating at this replay.
Yeah.
Okay, Pure. This could be the target. This would be a valuable target. Can they get the combo off in time? No. Rapid Ninja Kana takes him. He already got the
Oh, he's dying.
attribute shifts off. It doesn't really matter. The damage is way too high. Pure dies in the middle of this engagement. Nisha, though, falls as a result, and now Mika's being run down. He tries to DP. Is there anything to cancel it? There isn't. Mika will actually get away in time as Zai gets bushwhacked, making sure that he does die. His Black Dragon might be in trouble as well. A little bit extra gold for Bet Boom, but they decided to ignore the creep instead, concentrating their efforts on Boxy, who has a leap to be able to get away. Torrent for a little bit of vision, does also get Insania. The Overgrowth is ready, and they're fighting with this Black Dragon, hoping to at least get the kill on Nightfall, but Nightfall will heal very soon. Grease is available. It's time to go for the creep now. At 250 gold will be GPK's.
Dude, that dragon did a lot of damage to the Morphling, it felt like.
Yes.
That super long duration stun that they got was excellent.
I was surprised how quickly the Morphling went down. Just Mickey in general also did incredible damage against
it. Had to be like the drum plus the Beastmaster aura. Like they basically had like 75 attack speed for everybody, so they're just freaking wailing on them, dude.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I guess that also adds a lot to NP and it combines with Gleipnir, right?
And he was pretty heavy strength morph at that point, so his armor was actually probably low. It was probably like 5, 6, 7, not much. So I think they just beat him, man. Beat him to death. He is gonna still buy the drum on Mirana. He queued it up. He bought it. Oh no, not the creep.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay, Sprout, Toronto Tokyo is gonna go down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Alright, so they're doing their pokes, not quite getting everything that they want. The Toronto Tokyo dying, but you know, game's still very even. It's gonna be Halberd on Death Prophet actually. So good against any of those range cores, so very good against Prophet. And since they have all this right click from all the drum and stuff, seems like a good choice.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
With a Roche falling, you give it to Mickey. With now a BKB in his back, oh, soon to come as well. He's only 1,300 gold away from that.
Yeah, he's very farmed.
Seems like they just reached their power spike naturally around Nature's Prophet. The matchup against Morphling looks good for now.
It does, yeah. Net worth advantage is always fantastic, and they won their lane, got a bunch of those kills, so.
Yeah. I mean, 2K is not that much. It's barely like you're one item up maybe over the Morphling. But Morphling's doesn't go on his core item, whatever, the Scotty, Satanic, whatever it is.
And like, while Morphling's abilities, he hasn't even skilled Morph because he knows it's not good this game, I suppose.
Yeah, what do you even turn into, right? I guess Mirana.
Somebody with spells, yeah, Mirana's probably the best, you're right.
Somebody with spells. That tends to be the option.
I mean, you toss out the arrow, do a Starstorm, leap into position, transform more forward again, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, that almost doesn't feel bad.
You could get some good Invoker spells maybe, but... yeah, interesting to see. Yeah, this is not a great game for him.
Right, you wait till Nisha gets Alacrity, right? And you see him use Alacrity, and then boom, turn into him. You use your own Alacrity.
Yeah, they can work. Legitimately enough.
Sometimes I think when you think of these, like, what's the word Twitch will use? 5-head? Yeah, you think of these plays, and you're thinking way too hard of plays that there's no way you can do in the middle of the game. Like, it's not worth thinking that hard about some small point of efficiency.
I think if you morph into Invoker, though, don't your spells, like, change while he invokes them?
Oh, I actually don't know.
I think that's how it works. I might be wrong, though.
Because if that's the case, then yes, that's perfectly viable. But I honestly do find also Mirana, you even get leap attack speed, right? So that's pretty nice.
True.
If you max leap 100 attack speed, that sounds amazing.
Alright, so here's the BKB coming for the Nature's Prophet, and he's got a grow bow, so some spell amp there.
Okay, nice.
He's queuing up Scotty afterwards, which is so freaking good this game.
Obviously.
Against Morphling, against Death Prophet. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Great against both. Alright, they're running in. Not smoked here. We'll see how Liquid reacts.
All I can give us is a chance.
They just walk away. They're invisible though.
There's gonna be a hook shot. Hitting the Beastmaster, Zyve. Invisible, not quite, and Zai is going to be brought down in a matter of seconds as Mickey active BKB starts wailing on them. Unfortunately, his team is falling nearby, which forces Mickey to TP back home. There's nothing to stop this TP, but that's okay, because they've already gotten the 2 kills they were looking for.
Yeah, he's very vulnerable on Zai. Just like getting silenced alone stops the whole thing. Just can't throw his roar out, unfortunately for him. And ideally, he just stays alive. If he's got BKB there, he's probably fine, but...
Boxy did come. Oh, no, sorry. Wrong.
They have 2 drums, so it's not a big deal.
They have 2 drums.
They can use his charges here.
I was looking at Sanjay, I thought maybe he actually was listening to you, Purge, but it was actually Nightfalls who's going for Heaven's Halberd.
He went the 15 agility talent on Morphling. I don't think I've seen any Morphling ever do that, but I mean, if you just really don't give a shit about your ultimate,
yeah, that's true.
I guess it works.
Save is being chased down in the trees, by the way. To protector nearby. Save. Finally gets caught by Gleipnir. Love mentioning this, we'll never get tired of it. Gleipnir doesn't require you to see your target, which is why it's so good against these slippery heroes.
Do you think they should nerf that?
I mean, how would you, right? I guess if you don't have vision, the area doesn't work.
Yeah.
I always thought that was one of the strongest aspects of the thing. Like, compared to Atos, right? Where Atos is targeted in Gleipnir's area, and you always get vision. It's almost like a vision checker, right? Over 700 AUE. It's very strong.
Well, it's only 18 seconds, too. That's pretty... Seems really good.
Yeah, and it deals damage.
It is really expensive. Very costly item. 6,000. Alright. Small, tiny gold advantage for the Liquid side. Their scaling is much better than the previous game. Mekkei's net worth is freaking crazy.
You have Alacrity.
Yeah, and you have Alacrity, great point. So he just has to make sure that he doesn't die in fights and everything's going to be fine, but based on the way that they're positioning all their heroes is great. Boxy's always in the danger zone, basically, trying to frontline. He's 4-0-1, by the way, still playing frickin' incredible. Nisha's net worth is respectable, but not the best.
Yeah, he didn't go for the Midas that Quas Exort Invokers usually go to scale. Right?
He did not use it.
So it's full on, and Invokers just tried to get to the late game. He might struggle to get farm later on, actually. Because Quas will actually scale based on the kills, right? But Quas Exort, you don't usually get kills early, so you need to scale based on time at some point.
in Spanish EMP is PEM?
No, because they're not the same. Well, so EMP is electromagnetic pulse, and Spanish is pulso electromagnetico, because you use adjectives after the noun, right?
Okay, that makes sense. Yes, totally. I remember that. I just thought it was funny. It was the same letters, but yeah.
That's same as like. I don't know.
And there's a lot of Spanish words that have similar spelling.
Like the UN for us is the NU.
Really?
Yeah. Or NATO is OTAN.
Really? That's
Yeah.
funny. I had no idea it was so common.
United States is EU. Actually, did you know that?
What?
EEUU.
The United States?
Because for English, it makes sense to use United States, right? Because plurals and whatever doesn't matter. But for Spanish people, if you only put one letter, it means singular. So we have to do EE because it's estados, not estado. So it's states, right? And then UU because it's also unidos. So EEUU. That's how we call your country. EU.
It's fucking weird. I feel like if Americans knew this, that would be on the news.
I'll be honest with you, it's such a nuisance of a word because it has 4 syllables to pronounce your country. I just call it USA all the time. It's much easier.
Yeah, you're doing the right thing.
Thank you, American approved. Oh, they found a courier. Oh, they found 2. Oh my god, insane here.
Bro, that was like winning a team fight right there.
Perchu. It's PETA, they're calling this. I don't think that was okay. We couldn't show that on broadcast.
Are you sure it's PETA? It's probably some different acronym.
ATIP. I actually have no clue what PETA is.
For the ethical treatment of animals.
Personas por la protección o por el trato ético de los animales. So, PPET. PETA.
Oh my god, we just made a conspiracy. Was his name the whole time?
Oh my god, it makes sense. That's why he's a vegetarian now, Purge.
Radiant's top tower is under
Alright, now
attack.
siege at the tier 2 tower here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They have this set up just really nicely. I feel like.
Oh my god, I never thought of the alacrity of the dragon actually, but it is a nice little pushing tactic. Did you see that?
I missed it, but it does sound good.
Scanning.
I just really like the way that Liquid spreads out the map here. Again, same thing, Boxy in a slightly dangerous location. He's got 4 staff now, so definitely a lot more survivable. Does have to worry about getting X'd, I suppose.
Well, gonna defend the tier 1 tower still, huh? 25 minutes in tier 1 tower still being alive. You get to defend that even more. Makes the map really difficult for Bedlam to play.
It does.
and that's where the Trumpeter comes in.
Dire's bottom tower.
Send the Forge Spirit.
Gonna be most likely bet booming running south, but look at this, Liquid's already invading. They're gonna spot GPK. He doesn't know that they know, but stunners aren't quite here yet. Zai gonna maybe catch Nightfall?
Nightfall, okay, there's a Sunstrike as well, but the Torrent kind of turns into initiation. Zai activates the BKB, now they do send Nisha away, and that's going to allow them to get the kill on him, as Zai is at least able to survive for a couple more seconds, enough to kill Toronto Tokyo, sets up the Hawk just to get a stun out, but the Hawk is destroyed before he can even fall. There's a bunch of ghosts chasing Zai, by the way, and that, plus the shotgun, will send him to the grave.
That was really close, yeah. A no BKB coming from Nisha there. Something caught him out. I don't know if it's the bushwhacker or what, but that really messed up.
It was the
fight.
bushwhack. Yeah, it pushed him to the side.
Gotcha. Yeah, BKB is very needed there for Liquid. Definitely protected the Beastmaster, but yeah, they win the fight. Tree should have some armor. Put on somebody else instead. Put on Boxy here. Yeah, that tower's dead.
Yeah, there's no way you keep this tier 1 alive any longer. And the Roche is now available for them.
So we talked about the Scotty being so good on the Liquid side, but it's really good on Morphling too. Yeah. A lot of range course.
Yep. People always think of the healing aspect of Scotty, but the fact that it reduces 50 attack speed, I believe, if you are, 60 actually, if you are against a range core, it's kind of absurd. It makes the training much easier.
Was this 40 movement as well?
Yeah. I think it's, yes, 40 here.
Used to be 50-50, I think, but then they upped the attack speed.
Yep.
Which I'm kind of into. I think attack speed reduction things were like a little bit underutilized by Iceguard, but in the last couple phases of patches, there's been a lot of things. Attack speed reduction has been buffed. Like Nova, for example, is a lot higher. I think Frost Blast on Lich, I think, is higher too.
Yep.
Used to be 30-30, but now it's like 30-60 or something.
It was only Fiery Spirit that you used to think that's like, wow, that's prohibitively attack speed. Yeah, those are the 2 big spells.
Yeah, but if you stack them, they can be really, really effective. Shivas plus a couple of those, yeah.
Good point. Okay, Roche is up in 30 seconds. Obviously, Bepboom doesn't know this, but this is the next objective anyway. It does come with a shard as well.
Dude, this lizard is the real crazy one. Alacrity, and he gives himself another 75 attack speed.
Yeah, with a frenzy.
Here comes.
What? Alacrity?
Oh my god, it died so fast!
That is destroying their towers, and they're barely committing to this. They even have the Beastmaster on top of this, by the way.
It was like doing 250 damage a hit to that range barracks.
Ooh, the hook shot though! Finds Zai! Has time to duck the BKB. Good bushwhack though. There's the BKB activated, but Insania is just decimated. They caught Pure with the Primal Roar. The arrow also hit, but he does get the Mother Style off just in time. The Hawk to keep him in place. He's still rooted, now disarmed, but still alive, and that's what matters here. As now the rest of Liquid with the Alacrity running out on this poor Nature's Prophet. No, he's fighting back. The Alacrity's still on him. He's going to destroy the Death Prophet. She is down for the count. GPK falls as well. Pure can't deal with Mickey. This man's too farmed. He will survive the whole engagement purge. Tip Mickey for this man is enough gold to beat Bepboom to the ground.
He was attacking so fast with the Alacrity. I would be like, okay, he's dead, and then he'd be like, boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, I was actually checking if he had
fast.
lifesteal or what. It was just the heals from his team keeping him alive. That was wild.
I mean, ultimately, one of the crucial parts, somebody cut down the hoodwink tree. One of these corners was in
and the
trouble.
Force Staff from Boxy, I don't know if you saw, but they actually got enough space between him and the Morphling so they couldn't hit him. Taking advantage of Growth Bow range as well. Or so it seemed like, honestly. My match went crazy.
Dude, what a fight right outside the enemy team's barracks. Get one full set of racks, almost get another melee here, and then they say, okay, let's go Roche. This is more important. But if they can get this in time, it's going to be great for them, but we'll see.
Okay, let's see.
There's no BKB and Morphling, so probably scary for him to approach and fight here, but...
Yeah, and there's no Clockwork to scout this. It just seems like they have to give this away.
Bro, this attack speed with Beastmaster and Alacrity is freaking crazy on a low BAT hero.
Yep.
It is
did he have,
wild.
Was the lizard alive? Could they frenzy him? Did you see?
I don't know.
Now that would be
probably
fun.
dead at that point. It had to be because it only lasts like 7 seconds or something. It's not. Yeah, it lasts 8 seconds, 8-second cooldown. So I doubt that he was focused on like moves the lizard into position. Frenzy the Nature's Prophet every 8 seconds. That's like a lot of. Gotta really pay
Too many things to think about. Sure.
He does get some lifesteal now. Picks up the
Paladin Sword.
The Paladin Sword.
And Satanic.
Ooh, yes. Okay, now he's got the lifesteal. Now I just don't know if they can kill him.
It really is the Alacrity that's essentially the winner of the series, huh? It's last game.
It's been cool. Who knew the amp was going to come from your mid lane?
Yeah. I used to love this build that KXY from South America used to do, where he used to go Quasi-Exort Invoker, right? But instead of play very similar to Nisha actually. He used to go Drums, Force Staff, and Solo Crest back when it was good. And you just play Mega Buff, and that was your role. Like you actually would play like a support from the mid lane. And it reminds me to Nisha's playstyle a lot here.
I mean, that's a cool idea. Give your carry like 120 attack speed. That shit's crazy if it's the right hero.
Yeah, exactly.
And if it's some hyper carry like Nature's Prophet is these days, yeah, amazing. And then slap a Beastmaster on top. Screw it with the Plaids. Oh, that's why he used Lifesteal. He had Plaids the whole time.
That makes sense. Right.
Oh, they get a catch.
There's the Hoodwink. He's dead. Tokyo also God.
What the hell was that? He died in like 2 hits.
I think he tried to hook shot. I'm not sure he tried to hook shot, but he got blocked by the Ancient Golem.
Oh my god, it's just like over.
Yeah, well, okay. Give it a second. He just Manta styled out of the Sprout, I think.
Yeah, but now they're hitting buildings. Oh, they cut the creep wave.
They got the Exorcism out. The Tornado, though. Yeah, with the Tornado EMP, it turns his aggression for Bepboom, and all I have to do is wait the Exo out.
Wave is up mid, though. Okay, there's an arrow. Going mid.
I don't know. Oh, they forced a BKB from GPK. That is huge.
Yep, now they definitely keep going, especially the Exorcism running out in about 10 seconds. They'll do it safe for now, then they'll keep going. They'll lose the Ancient.
Oh, they found an opportunity. They've leashed a Morphling. He has no waveform either, but it's okay. It's okay. They don't want to overcommit to the Exo. They understand their position. Insania's already in the trees. Look at him. Secret Agent Insania in the base. They know he's there. Oh no! My cover's been blown! Someone come save him. He has an overgrowth. That will save him. And in fact, they even get the range Rex.
Okay. And now they're going to keep going. It's not over yet. Mid-Rex time.
They even have the ancient Ice Shaman for the most push. Well, they're going to try to take the range tracks first, go for the easy ones. Okay, they still have an Aegis, so it's fine. Mickey doesn't care too much.
Good halberd.
It is a good halberd, but okay, they have a Cloudling Blade to get out of this crowd. That's fine. Range racks, not going to fall yet. They get a combo pushback into the Ghost Shift, forcing the BKB as they now turn Little Kunk into a pig. However, he's still tanky pig, so is the DP. The Morphling trying to break the backlines, going for the Invoker instead, but Nisha has multiple forces to save his head. And now Pure will try to leap himself to safety, turn into the Marauder, and now it's time for the DP to die, unless they send him back just in time. Secret Agent Insania stuck to a tree, turned invisible, saving himself as Mickey gets the lifesteal of his lifetime. He will kill Pure, back to full HP, and that will call the GG as Liquid take game number 2, equalizing the series, showing they are still a force to be reckoned with.
Man, what's kind of cool about this series, at least these 2 games, was that it was a lot about like carry potential, right? And Invoker in both cases like really pushed it over the edge. Not that Morphling can't beat a Pudge, but like it really just made the oomph difference. In this game, it was even more apparent. It was very cool.
Yeah. I think it was a very interesting concept, like, because it's something that we haven't really seen at all in this patch. Like, again, same patch has been figured out, but all of a sudden we're seeing an Invoker here that's been considered pretty weak this patch, and not just Invoker. We've seen 2 different styles. Quaswex the first game, Quas Exhort. Even if they played similarly on Alacrity, it was completely different builds, completely different ideas. I mean, it shows that this patch still has a long way to go. Honestly, I mean, I think this major is not going to be as boring as people thought.
Yeah, push back the patch. We don't need it. Give it like 3 months. That's what he wants.
That's not what I said. All I'm saying is, pro players, they surprise you. They always find new avenues. I think this game, it's interesting that it had its own little micro meta around the Alacrity buff.
Yeah, that was cool. Well, definitely fun to see. It's like both teams just came to the conclusion, like, I guess Invoker's the best thing left, and then it became, like, really, really impactful.
Right, because there was the same thought process we were having of, we need a mid lane that deals damage, that's also going to create space. I guess Invoker's a fine middle ground, because Zeus was banned in both games, and they worked in a different way.
Makes your carry really strong, alright. Mickey died 0 times that game.
Wow. Mickey played a really good game.
He almost died like 6 times at least. Boxy also 0 deaths. What the hell? As a Mirana versus a Kunkka? Like, isn't it like, oh, you got X, you're gonna die this time for sure? No, dude, he broke. Yeah. He was just constantly in front of his opponents too. Like, really just being like, go ahead and use spells on me, I'll live. Yeah, dude. It's absolutely cracked right now. So, yeah, well played to Team Liquid.
Great job. Well, with this, we end the day, at least on this stream. You might, actually not sure, but I'm hoping you have other streams to watch right now. But before you go to those, actually, you can go now if you want to, but we also do have something to share, which is...
We're having a baby. I don't know what you're going to say.
No, we have the standings to share, which is what we have prepared. Right, yeah. So if you guys want to check out the standings for the group stage, how it's going. Versus Shopify Rebellion.
Those are some good games. They better come back tomorrow.
I would hope so. If you follow the channel, you can find us tomorrow, because of course we're never going to post this on social media. I don't think we have anyone for that. So if you don't follow the channel, it's going to be lost forever, guys. Okay, Purge. I know you're on this. It's his role. Anything
All right.
Eeples Gaming posts is on Purge now.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. Anyway, besides that, thank you for watching, guys. It's been a real pleasure. Sorry that you can't see our faces very clearly, but we would love to see yours tomorrow, bright and early. So, see you guys then. Goodbye.